Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, American Comics, Fishing All Over the World, starting as Homelander. Chapter 51. Just when Chumu was still in the wilderness. New York, the bustling city is still brightly lit at night. This is not just a feast for the eyes, a symbol of a beautiful city that never sleeps. Behind the seemingly glamorous scene, there are actually many people staying up late and working overtime. Papa, this is not a heart-pounding sound. It's just a hard-working worker who has to work overtime in the middle of the night and makes sounds by typing on the keyboard. Top Agent Hill is still struggling in the newspaper office. Fury, I need you to send me a few people to assist me in my daily work, otherwise I will have to die gloriously due to sudden death. It's hard to finalize the content for tomorrow's additional edition. Hill only felt that she had aged 10 years, and she couldn't help but send a message for help to her real boss. Really, these days, Hill cannot get the most basic guarantee of sleep every day. Even with her excellent physical fitness, she still feels that her body is seriously deficient. She wanted to lighten some of her burdens. However, have you finished your newspaper work today? It just so happens that there are not enough manpower here in New York today, so go and assist the group of agents who are tracking the skulls. The real boss, Helu Dan, did not show consideration for Hill or even express his polite concern. Instead, he assigned Hill another overtime task. When Hill sent me a message, he must have wanted to take the initiative to work overtime. Well, what an excellent agent. Nick. Fury was very inappropriate on the other end of the communicator. Fortunately, Hill didn't hear what he said, otherwise he would have been tempted to rebel. In fact, you can't blame Nick. Fury entirely for being unkind. He had been troubled by the recent series of supernatural events. Who would have thought that it would be midnight today? Another flaming skeleton actually appeared. This skeleton passed through the entire New York City area and is still speeding on the suburban streets. Can it be handled? It is absolutely impossible not to deal with it. Nick. Fury sent people out, but he received negative feedback from the tracking agents one after another. He was worried that there was no reliable agent to use. Hill sent this message. The only thing is that he self-recommended, giving Nick. Fury the opportunity to send tasks to Hill. I shouldn't have sent this message. Hill felt like his eyes were darkened. She really wanted to fall to the ground unconscious like this. It would be best to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights before waking up. Pity. Even though his body felt very empty and his vision was slightly dark, the blissful coma never came to Hill. Since he could not enjoy the happiness of being in a coma, Hill could only grit his teeth, return to his car and quickly change into another set of work clothes. The role switching is so quick. During the day, he is a media person who criticizes the government and various official organizations. At night, he becomes the target of his own criticism. I have to say that Hill is quite dedicated. Skeletons, they come out to cause trouble in the middle of the night. Where did this monster-like guy come from? Hill complained and started the car. She quickly changed from working as a newspaper media person to working as an agent, and began to contact and direct the agent who was tracking this time. One thing to say, when faced with such a mysterious and supernatural target, Hill actually doesn't have much work experience. With her joining, the agents, who had become somewhat undisciplined because they faced supernatural things for the first time, quickly returned to the working level that an agent should have. Only, the report states that the speed of the other party's motorcycle has exceeded 400 kilometers per hour. We can only bite behind it and cannot get close. The agents still couldn't keep up with Ghost Rider's unscientific driving speed. A 2-wheeled motorcycle. It's really unscientific to be able to run so fast. This motorcycle, the speed is too abnormal. Hill looked at the real-time satellite monitoring screen on her mobile phone. A long flame was dragging and flying. She couldn't help but feel that the skull was the spokesperson of Harley-Davidson. Also, how much did Harley pay for this skull thing, and how much did the group let it ride? I traveled all over New York on a Harley motorcycle and still raced in the suburbs. Complaints are complaints. Hill still did not miss work. She also started her modified car, preparing to attack the flaming skeleton with other agents. She was also curious. This skeleton stretches across New York. Travel thousands of miles. What is the purpose? You can't really advertise motorcycles. These days, the advertising industry should not be involved to this extent. About Ghost Rider. It's not just the SHIELD agents who have no idea what this thing is about. Even Chumu, who was the target of Ghost Rider's pursuit, was not aware of the coming danger and was still looking for a phone booth on the road in the middle of the night. Definitely, not surprisingly, it was really difficult to find a place to make a phone call in the wilderness. Fortunately, Chumu saw BGBJ, an off-road vehicle approaching in the distance behind him. I hope it's a kind person. When the off-road vehicle was still 1 or 2 kilometers away, Chumu stretched out his hand and made 10 international gestures for help. On the road at night, a bloated off-road vehicle was driving quickly. There were 3 people on this off-road vehicle, the elderly driver responsible for driving, and 2 beautiful girls with strong capital. Daisy, it's my fault that you had to get out of the car to go to the toilet on the way, otherwise we would definitely be able to take pictures of the reason for the abnormality in that area. A beautiful girl with blonde hair and high cheekbones looked at another with swollen breasts. The girl complained, with deep regret in her tone. Oh, really, Jane, do you think so? But I do think I saved all of us. You all saw the situation there. It was like being bombed by a missile. God, I don't think that what a natural phenomenon. I think there must be some monster out there. The girl named Daisy immediately retorted and tried to pull the elderly driver over. Dr. Eric, you have seen the tragedy there, right? The driver named Eric is actually a doctor of astronomy. He nodded and said, indeed, it is very different from normal natural phenomena, but for the sake of scientific rigor, I don't think it could be the work of some monster. This kind of speech, it can be said that the two are not helping each other. Older men all understand one truth, that is, when 2 women quarrel, they cannot let the flames of war spread to themselves. Daisy, we are scientists, and everything must be scientific. How can you be superstitious about those urban legends? There are no monsters or supernatural phenomena in this world. Everything can be explained, as long as we can capture it. The laws of those anomalies. The blonde girl named Jane spoke seriously. Monsters, vampires, and werewolves, why aren't they science? They are definitely science, but we haven't understood the scientific principles yet. Just like humans 1,000 years ago would not believe in the existence of airplanes. Daisy still insisted on her statement plausibly. To increase credibility, she also took out her mobile phone and connected to a social platform network. Look, this happened just a few days ago. This online platform is a place where people who believe in the supernatural gather. The link Daisy opened was a photo uploaded by a forum member. I saw. There is a blurry object in the photo that looks like it is flying at high speed in the sky. Although the specific appearance cannot be clearly seen, it is vaguely certain that it is a humanoid figure. Superman. There has been a lot of discussion on the forum recently. A flying superhuman. Daisy held her cell phone in front of Jane's eyes. Look, Jane, the facts are right in front of you. Daisy shook her phone. She was one of those who firmly believed in the existence of Superman. This is just like those UFO photos. You can tell at a glance whether they are photoshopped or not. I will not believe this kind of prank to fool children. Jane shook her head disapprovingly. I have other ones, high-definition ones. Daisy still persevered, as if she had made up her mind to convince her companions. She fiddled with her phone a few times, and then found some photos of people on fire, smashing, looting, and burning on the streets. You can't call this a prank, it's been in the news before. Daisy said with a proud look on her face. Someone has come out to refute the rumors about this matter. It is just a case of spontaneous human combustion. Jane remained unmoved and adhered to her materialistic thoughts. Only a fool would believe that this is a case of spontaneous combustion. Daisy sneered at the official refutation of the rumors. She saw that her companions had no choice but to give up even if they were not convinced. Anyway, Daisy's goal was already achieved after she had already fooled herself into missing the abnormal weather because she went to the toilet. What about Superman, Pyro, and the werewolf you mentioned before? I have absolute disbelief in them until I see them with my own eyes. We are scientists, how can we be so superstitious? Jane didn't know that she had fallen into a trap, and was still trying to persuade her friend to turn around. The scientist. Let science speak for itself. There seems to be someone in front asking for help. Suddenly, Dr. Eric, who was in charge of driving, spoke, and both girls looked towards the front of the car. I saw. Beside the dark road, a man in casual clothes was standing in the distance facing their car lights and making a gesture of needing help. How could there be anyone in a place like this at night? Jane was very confused. It can't be a vampire that comes out to look for food. Daisy was a little excited and a little scared. She is obviously a bit like Yi Gong, who loves dragons, longing for supernatural things and being afraid of them. Can you be normal? Jane rolled her eyes at Daisy. Stop or not. Dr. Eric also feels that it is a bit strange to meet passers-by in this kind of place. Such a deserted place does not look like it is inhabited. And it doesn't look like the other person's car broke down, it's just weird anyway. With two beautiful girls, Dr. Eric was a little worried about meeting some bad guys. He, an old man, couldn't beat a young man in his prime. It's too dangerous to meet such strange people in a place like this. I think. Daisy was about to say something, but the distance between the two parties was getting closer at this time. Through the car lights, he saw someone asking for help. The man is a handsome guy with a perfect figure. Then, what Daisy originally wanted to say was directly interrupted by. She swallowed it back. She felt like her heart was moving. Oh my God, how could there be such a handsome guy? Even more handsome than those stars in TV and movies. I think we should stop. We don't have to stop. The quality of being helpful deserves to be promoted. Daisy began to whip the driver's seat in the back seat. He signaled Dr. Eric, who was driving, to stop quickly. Didn't you just say that this was too dangerous? Jane felt dumbfounded because she had a friend with a cute face. She could often see him slap him in the face, transforming into a nymphomaniac. How can such a handsome Prince Charming be a bad guy? Even if he is, I would do it too. Daisy fully demonstrated the thinking mode of a nymphomaniac. And he also made an expression as if he wanted to be ravaged by a handsome guy. Jane was speechless. She didn't know how to complain about her friend. Dr. Eric was also speechless. Girls these days. It really makes him, a person from the old era, not know how to evaluate it. Hey, let's help. Although Dr. Eric was still a little worried. However, he still stepped on the brakes when he reached the caller. Wearing such expensive clothes, he shouldn't be a robber. Compared with a person's appearance, Eric prefers to judge a person based on his clothing and conversational temperament. Identify the person's class to determine whether he is a dangerous person. Through the window of the car, he could only judge at the first moment what kind of young man this person was from Chumu's famous clothes. The danger, to him, it's not that big. However, upon closer inspection, I found that this requester was far more handsome than previously expected. As a result, my students may be in trouble. Dr. Eric secretly glanced at the rearview mirror, and sure enough, he saw his student Daisy. At the moment, his eyes could not be brighter. Even Jane, who had always been very resistant to handsome guys, couldn't help but look at this seeker a few more times. I just hope this person doesn't kidnap them. Eric sighed silently. There were already very few women in the scientific industry, and he didn't want to see the industry lose two more women. Hooked up with a handsome guy. There are many examples of him giving up on scientific research because of this. Hello, can you help me? I was thrown here by a prank friend. When Chumu saw a car stopped, he quickly used the Lockhart drawn from the Harry Potter world. Smile, skill, showing the most approachable and charming smile. At the same time, he has quietly used a trick to create something out of nothing. He has no choice but to tell the truth and tell these ordinary people that he had a fight with the devil. Compared with the kind of truth that would be regarded as a lunatic, it is obviously more appropriate to use it as a prank by friends. After all, there are many people in the great free country who like to make such jokes. It's definitely okay to help. Handsome guy, get in the car quickly. Those bad friends of yours are really too much. The girl with a voluptuous figure did not doubt Chumu's statement at all, while she defended Chumu. Feeling aggrieved, he opened the rear door and signaled Chumu to get in the car quickly. Ah, as expected of a handsome guy. When I smile, I feel like my heart is about to melt. This is definitely the most charming smile I have ever seen in my life. Daisy thought so in her heart. She didn't know. Everything was affected by the skill effect, which made Chumu's image in her heart suddenly become much more favorable. Lockhart, the author of Harry Potter, had a knack for attracting girls with his smile. Chumu has proven this with his skills more than once. And now, obviously, the effect is still excellent. Chumu saw the girl in front of him with her eyes blurred. This time, it was obviously no problem to hit the car. What a free ride. Chumu couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the skill. Lockhart's smile in her heart. Face the passionate girl. Thanks. What else could Chumu say? He definitely got in the car quickly and sat with this kind-hearted girl. He saw that the girl's face was flushed. She even peeked at him from time to time, almost like a liar. This kind of behavior is a bit familiar. Like that pervert Sky. Chumu's expression changed slightly. He just wanted a ride. I don't want to mess with anything else. Sorry, her personality is so enthusiastic, it may scare you a little. The blonde beauty sitting in the passenger seat saw something wrong with Chumu's expression. She quickly explained it to her good friend. Using the rearview mirror inside the car, she also looked at Chumu, who got into the car. Neatly dressed, with extraordinary temperament and outstanding appearance. Well, he doesn't really look like a bad person, and it makes sense that he was pranked by his friends. My name is Daisy, she is Jane, and this is Eric, we are all astronomers. Daisy showed off her identity as a scientist to Chumu. In fact, the only person here who can be called a scientist is Dr. Eric. She and Jane are graduate students doing research with Eric. Definitely, Jane is better, well, she's just a credit scorer. Chumu was slightly startled. He originally thought that these three people looked familiar, but now he suddenly heard the girl sitting next to him introduce himself. All of a sudden, memories flooded out of my mind. Daisy, Jane, and Magneto's eponymous Eric. Isn't this the scientific research team in the Thor plot, the group of people who discovered Thor? Such a coincidence, hitching a ride in the middle of the night. Have you met a famous character in the Marvel Universe? Especially Jane Foster. Before Chumu traveled through time, I heard that the movie version of her had cancer. The female Thor from Marvel actually died of cancer in a movie and TV series. I don't know how to evaluate this plot. Can only say, it's quite regrettable. Thinking of this, Chumu couldn't help but poke his head in and look at Jane in front of him a few more times. He didn't hide it, which naturally aroused the doubts of everyone in the car. Is there something wrong with our names? Why do you feel like you were surprised when you heard our names? Professor Eric, who was in the driver's seat, was the first to ask a question with some confusion. He was secretly wary. Why are you only looking at Jane and not at me? Am I not good looking? Daisy felt a little depressed, but she didn't complain. As for Jane, she also looked at Chumu sitting in the back through the rearview mirror, but did not speak. She thought Chumu's eyes were very strange. Actually, with a feeling of pity. It was as if she was looking at a terminally ill patient. After one comment, Jane felt that the other person's eyes made her feel a little uncomfortable, but she just frowned slightly. I am indeed a little surprised. I didn't expect that the people I met by chance were actually three scientists. This is something worth bragging to my friends. Chumu also realized his gaffe. He quickly restrained himself, made an apology gesture, and explained the reason for his gaffe. How to say, this explanation was actually somewhat unconvincing, especially to Jane Foster, but she did not raise any questions. Professor Eric also expressed his acceptance based on the idea that more things are worse than less things. Needless to say about the last girl, Daisy. She didn't even think there was anything wrong with Chumu's explanation. Instead, he replied proudly, we will definitely win awards in the future, especially Jane. She will definitely be a very powerful scientist in the future. It's like bragging about your good friend. But in fact, Daisy is very convinced and believes in Jane's ability. No one can be sure about the future. I just hope that one day I can win an award and live up to my parents' expectations of me. Jane was a little embarrassed to be praised, but she temporarily forgot about the look in Chumu's eyes before. Her heart was filled with yearning for science. There is also the yearning for the Nobel Prize in astronomy. Any scientist should have such a dream. Only, compared to other scientists, Chumu looked at the girl in the passenger seat in front. He knew that there was a high probability that the Nobel Prize would not be destined for this girl. After all, it is estimated that soon after Thor arrives, he will shatter the values and worldview of this group of people and completely defeat their materialistic ideas. Win a Nobel Prize? No, no, no. You are a woman destined to take the hammer, and the Nobel Prize is not enough. Chumu couldn't help but think silently in her heart. He did not show any gaffe, but just smiled and exclaimed, "That's right. If you win the prize, wouldn't I be able to brag to my friends that I once had a road trip with 3 famous scientists?" Journey of. Chumu is still making things out of nothing, playing the role of a rich boy that fits his personality. He is very lucky that he likes to show off like Stark. Otherwise, it's definitely impossible to continue acting. Ha 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 ha, not bad. Would you like to take a photo together and add your contact information? Daisy looked at Chumu with a look that was clearly that of a female pervert. As someone who has been coveted by Sky for so long, Chumu knows the look of a female pervert very well. He silently gave the other party a polite smile. Taking pictures. What a good idea. My cell phone. Hey, my cell phone is still in my friend's car. Chumu's acting skills are also Oscar level. He looked very happy at first, and then, as if he had remembered something, he showed a slightly regretful and disappointed expression. That's it. Daisy was a little disappointed, but she did not give up and took out her mobile phone. Use my mobile phone to take pictures. Tell me your contact information and I will send it to you via text message. She still persisted in asking for her contact information. While talking, she also turned on the photo mode on her mobile phone. Before she could switch the camera mode to the selfie perspective, she saw a strange scene from the raised phone. Something seems to be burning in front. From the perspective of Daisy's mobile phone, she could see a blazing flame constantly fluttering in front of their off-road vehicle. Is there a fire out front? Jane and Professor Eric also saw it, and they both moved forward. With the car's lights, they saw the swaying flames in front of them. It's not like there was a fire, either. More like a moving torch. Very weird. What is that? As the burning flames got closer and closer, the 3 people in front of the windshield began to slowly see the situation in front of them clearly. Wherever there is fire, there are torches. It was clearly a group of human heads approaching rapidly, and a motorcycle could be seen below the head. What the hell? What the hell is this? Daisy was the first to exclaim. She swore that she had never seen such a weird thing in her life. A burning skeleton that could ride a bicycle. It does not make sense. Evil spirit. This is an evil spirit. Suddenly, Dr. Eric's expression suddenly changed as if he remembered something. He exclaimed with a trembling voice. He almost lost his grip on the steering wheel, and the off-road vehicle suddenly shook, almost knocking Chumu and Daisy's car together. It's time to say it or not. People with experience are well informed. Although Professor Eric has not personally seen supernatural things, he heard related legends in New Mexico. Some people who are deceived are willing to sign a contract with the devil from hell, and are burned by the fire of hell and become cursed evil spirits. From then on, they will become the agents of the devil in the world. This is what happens in the United States. There are long-standing legends circulating in the West. Just been to New Mexico. Most people can hear this well-known legend. Dr. Eric originally scoffed at this, thinking it was just a folk-fabricated story, but at the moment, he couldn't help but think of the story he heard. It's the evil spirit, it's this image. Dr. Eric finally understood that legends may not all be lies imagined by humans to scare children. They may actually exist. Otherwise, how to explain the situation in front of you? It's not evil, but I think it's performance art, like a road rider wearing a flaming helmet. Jane was shocked at first, but soon the materialistic soul in her body made her fearless again. Chumu's eyes flashed crazily. His eyesight is much better than these ordinary people. Even in the dark, his visibility is the same as during the day. Therefore, the firelight that several people could only vaguely see was extremely clear in Chumu's eyes. It was a man driving a motorcycle with a unique and weird shape, and even the tires were burning with blazing flames. A guy who looks like a biker gangster. There is no trace of flesh and blood on the body, it looks like a skeleton, and every bone of the skeleton is constantly burning with flames. Such a recognizable image. Chumu still doesn't know the identity of this skeleton. It's from Mephisto's eagle dog. Ghost Rider. Dr. Eric is not wrong about this. The visitor is indeed an evil spirit. Ghost Riders are the judges of sin and loyal servants of the devil in hell. They may have been just ordinary people without power, but for various reasons they signed a contract with the devil and became the practitioners of the devil's will in the world. These Ghost Riders have different missions in the human world. But most of them are practicing the will of the devil who cannot touch the human world with his own strength. I met Ghost Rider just after I killed Mephisto's son. This can't be a coincidence. Chumu felt something bad in his heart. Look up again and look at the fire in the distance. Chumu determined that the target of this menacing Ghost Rider's mission was most likely him. Revenge for my son. Or is it because I sent away the inner demon and hindered Mephisto's plan? Several conjectures flashed through Chumu's mind. He still doesn't know that the existence of the witch heart demon has actually been completely wiped out, which is why Mephisto is targeting him. But, even though he still didn't know the truth, Chumu still knew the devil's pettiness very well, and he also guessed that this was the Ghost Rider sent by Mephisto. It's not good. I only have the Homelander form for more than 10 minutes. I don't know if I can beat this kind of thing. Chumu became a little worried. Don't think that Ghost Rider is not strong enough. In fact, how could a being who could hunt other demons be weak? Even the weakest Ghost Rider is much more powerful than ordinary demons, especially the Eye of Judgment that targets souls is even more terrifying. It's not just a matter of whether the faith value is enough. This is the first time Chumu has encountered such a difficult enemy. He had no idea at all. He had no idea whether he would be judged more severely if he transformed into an ancestor. After all, we all know whether our ancestors were guilty or not. I saw it. It's a skeleton. A flaming skull. Oh my god. I said this world must not be simple. Jane, open your eyes and take a look. Daisy used her high-definition mobile phone to zoom in and vaguely saw the Ghost Rider, and she couldn't help but scream. Excited again. Afraid again. Quote. Quote. The materialistic Jane was a little frightened at the moment. She was confused. There are monsters in this world that cannot be explained by science. Don't talk about it, it's just that science hasn't touched it yet. This thing that has turned into a skeleton can actually ride a motorcycle so fast. There is no science at all here, okay. My god. Professor Eric was even more frightened. Seeing that he was getting closer to the Ghost Rider, he quickly stepped on the brakes and turned the steering wheel out of fear. It was a direct 360-degree change in the direction of travel. He didn't want to pass by this thing at all. At the moment, Eric obviously didn't expect that the Ghost Rider's target was on this car. He just wanted to drive into the wilderness and avoid encountering this monster. So cool. The flaming skeleton. Daisy leaned forward from the back seat, trying to capture a picture of Eric before he veered off course and drove off the road into the wilderness. There's nothing cool about this. Guys like this are a bunch of pitiful and hateful people. Chumu suddenly spoke up. You mean this skeleton was a human before? Daisy was slightly stunned. Although Ghost Rider's head looks like a human skull, she has never connected this monster with humans. Definitely, he is a human during the day and a ghost at night. This is the Ghost Rider, an ordinary person who signed a contract with the devil and received gifts from the devil. Chumu continued to explain. Do you know this thing? Dr. Eric was the first to notice something was wrong with Chumu. How could an ordinary person know so much about a monster? Are you a mythologist? Someone who specializes in studying myths and legends? Daisy also asked curiously. In the passenger seat, although the future female Thor Jane did not speak, she was still confused and stared at Chumu again through the rearview mirror inside the car. I definitely know him because. Chumu glanced at Ghost Rider, who also changed direction after Eric changed direction. He just came to find me. Chumu showed a helpless smile. Sorry, it seems I can't continue chatting with the future Nobel Prize winners. He suddenly stood up and opened the window on the roof of the car, and then got out of the off-road vehicle, facing the surprise of the people in the car. Hujong jumped out of the high-speed off-road vehicle. I have to deal with this difficult problem. Under the unbelievable gazes of the three scientists, Chumu did not fall to the ground, roll over, and be swept under the car as they expected. I saw. After Chumu jumped off the off-road vehicle, it just flew into the sky. It dived towards Ghost Rider with the ferocity of a meteor hitting the ground. Oh my god. Daisy was shocked by the scene that subverted her three views. After coming back to his senses, the picture in her mind soon overlapped with the photos she had seen before, so the little girl immediately exclaimed in surprise. He is Superman Jr. The scene where Chumu flies out. In Daisy's eyes, it's so similar to the Superman she spent all night studying with netizens at home a few days ago. No, I can't say it's similar, I can only say it's exactly the same. These are speeds that are difficult to capture with the naked eye. They are all figures that look extremely stunning. This is Superman. All of a sudden, Daisy only felt that her mind went blank. Her heart was filled with disbelief, and even the shock of encountering the evil spirit in the middle of the night had dissipated a lot. At the moment, this girl has great ferocity. There was only one thought in my head. Superman and I sat in a car and posted this. This is definitely an experience that will make those Superman researchers jealous if you post it on the forum. He is so handsome. He is simply the perfect representative. Daisy started to have again, and then she noticed that Eric drove the car farther and farther. Don't go back. Watch Superman fight the Skrull. I haven't left Superman's phone number yet, Daisy exclaimed and rocked up the driver's seat. Daisy. Jane also recovered from her fear at the moment. She glanced behind her in the rearview mirror and saw that the battle had already caused a large amount of dust. I couldn't help but feel a sense of terror. Is this still a human being? Not only can it fly, but it can also cause such terrifying lethality. It directly smashed a big hole into the earth. Jane only felt that her worldview had been subverted, and it would be difficult to accept it for a while. Go back quickly. Don't tell me Superman's contact information. This thing alone is very meaningful. This is valuable information for humans to discover supernatural life. Daisy said, you need to get a professional camera. However, Eric, who was in charge of driving, was not moved at all. Instead, he accelerated and stepped on the accelerator, driving the car further and further towards 590. If I have any life experience that I can talk about after living for so many years, it is that you must not be curious about such terrible things. Eric ignored Daisy's noise and said with a serious face. He stepped on the accelerator and quickly drove the car in a direction where the battlefield could not be seen. The trio of scientists ran very fast. And in situ. The battle between Chumu and Ghost Rider continued. Chumu showed terrible destructive power and pressed Ghost Rider directly into the earth. It also created a pothole larger than a football field. Tell me, Mephisto's horse boy, how does this feel? Chumu stepped on the Ghost Rider in the pothole, the red light in his eyes flashing crazily. His fists fell like a shower, and debris kept flying from Ghost Rider's head. However, this guy could repair his self-healing very quickly. It seems that Chumu's attack is extremely ferocious. However, this ferocious physical attack has never been able to cause real damage to Ghost Rider. No, the fire on Ghost Rider's head didn't dim much. Compared to the feeling in hell, I think it's pretty good. Ghost Rider responded with a hoarse voice full of provocation. It was as if he couldn't feel the pain. Chumu's crazy attack made him giggle, and his jaw, which was full of bones, was about to dislocate from laughter. Zizizi. The way to respond to the maniacal laughter of this skeleton is to baptize it with the most ferocious laser light, causing the blazing rays in its eyes to illuminate. Even though they are far apart, everyone can see the red scene here. Boom. Ghost Rider's bones began to dissolve, shatter, and turned into mud all over the ground. The originally burning hellfire began to extinguish constantly. It seems that you can't bear all the tastes. Chumu breathed a sigh of relief and tried his best to maximize the power of the heat ray laser. After a while, the earth has been roasted and scorched. The originally menacing Ghost Rider was still reduced to debris with only residues on the ground. So simple. Chumu flew out of the pothole and was just about to take off the card. However, he heard a clicking sound behind him, like something was being put together. Quote. A hoarse, low voice came from behind. Chumu turned around suddenly. I saw. Ghost Rider, who was supposed to have no scraps left, has actually returned to his previous heyday. The blazing flame on his head even seemed a little more powerful. The policeman also jumped out of the pit. Kekeki. Standing opposite Chumu, he also moved his head, and he was very prepared. The fingers with black gloves ticked Chumu. Kai Guo's provocation. Everyone in Marvel has perverted self-healing ability. Chumu no longer knew how to complain. This was the case with the demon Wu Shinmo she fought before. Did not expect. The same goes for Ghost Rider, who should have a physical body or a skeleton. He has already shot him to ashes. How did he put himself back together again? I think I know who you are, the one with the Medal of Strength inheritance. Johnny Blaze. Chumu's eyes were full of solemnity. If his judgment is correct, this means the Ghost Rider he is facing now is the strongest Ghost Rider in many timelines of Marvel, the powerful Temple Blazer with the bloodline of the Medal of Strength. I know quite a lot about Ghost Rider Chumu. Among them, Johnny Blaze is definitely the most special one. Don't think how wonderful it is to be a Ghost Rider. In the eyes of some people, maybe you can get powerful power by signing a contract. The power is pretty good. However, there is no free lunch in the world, let alone a gift from the devil. Most of the people who sign up for Ghost Rider will not end well. The scenery is only temporary. Not only do you need to obey the devil, but in the end, when the contract is completed, not only will the power disappear, but the soul will also have to be taken away by the devil. This is the tragedy of power not belonging to oneself. This is also the special thing about Johnny Blaze. He is different from other Ghost Riders, he is the kind that Mephisto cannot control. Generally speaking, there are only 4 types of people who will agree to a deal with the devil. One is a person who has lost everything and has only one life left. This kind of person has nothing to worry about. The second is people whose minds have been completely closed by desire, and they can no longer see any danger. The third is people who think that they are extremely smart. They think that even the devil will bow to their wisdom. Such people usually end up with the worst fate. The fourth type, and the most pitiful type, is those who don't understand the situation at all. They simply don't know the meaning of what they are doing. Johnny Blaze was probably in this situation at the beginning. And later, after Johnny Blaze woke up, he escaped the fate of the Ghost Riders. If he doesn't want to, Mephisto can't take away the spirit of vengeance from his body. This is not a contract loophole. It's because this guy is a descendant of a family with a Medal of Strength, and the vengeful spirit in his body is not an ordinary vengeful spirit. Therefore, no matter the specificity or combat effectiveness, Johnny Blaze is far superior to his Ghost Rider counterparts. Chumu bumped into this strongest knight, no wonder it was so tricky and unreasonable. For a moment, Chumu only felt a headache. I'm almost turning into Ultraman. If we don't resolve the battle, I'll probably have to stop, and there are still more than 10 minutes left. After Chumu obtained the Homelander card, he felt a sense of crisis in his heart for the first time. His eyes were blazing and he wanted to continue to release the ray. However, Ghost Rider took the lead. He took off an iron chain from his body, and the flames on his body quickly spread to the iron chain. Before Chumu could even shoot the ray, Ghost Rider had already completed the transformation of the chain and threw it directly in the direction of Chumu. The iron chain with the fire of hell is also one of Ghost Rider's signature skills. Once touched by the iron chain, the hell fire on it will burn the target's body and soul. It is a very unreasonable attack. The chains attached to hellfire are even indestructible. Even if someone can damage it with brute force, it has the same physique as Ghost Rider, and both have the characteristic of infinite repair from damage. Wow! The tearing air sounds of the iron chain resounded, carrying the dazzling fire of hell, sweeping towards Chumu, as if to whip Chumu into hell. Full of power, facing this menacing attack, Chumu could only use his supersonic movement ability to dodge the chains that were constantly swinging and filled with hellfire. He doesn't want to have his soul burned, not even for a moment. That's all you can do. Can you only run away? Ghost Rider also started to provoke, his hoarse voice full of disdain, and combined with his skeletal image, it really made people feel angry. The provoking method doesn't work on me. Chumu was annoyed, but he also knew that there were many taboos against an opponent like Ghost Rider. Hellfire is the next best thing. The pain is definitely felt. But it's not actually fatal. The main thing is that he still has to ensure that he can't look at each other. He cannot be bound by the opponent's chains, otherwise, the opponent will be able to force him to look at each other. Eye of Judgment is no joke. For those groups that Ghost Rider considers to be guilty of serious crimes, Ghost Rider generally does not kill or burn them to death. They all like to use the Eye of Judgment to make sinful people burn in pain, slowly losing vitality and soul while burning. It's actually quite perverted. Although Chumu firmly believes that he is a good person, the judgment standard of Eye of Judgment actually has little to do with good and evil. How should I describe it? It is the boundary between good and evil. It all depends on Ghost Rider's own values. For such a subjective skill, no one can tell whether it is fair or not. In fact, the original existence of Ghost Rider was not a righteous existence. They are all minions of the devil, fallen creatures. It is better to hope that God is actually a girl than to expect fair judgment from such creatures. You sinful soul, you must be judged. Seeing that Chumu didn't take the bait, Ghost Rider's own speed soared to supersonic speed. Reaching the same level as Chumu, with just a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Chumu. He planned to grab Chumu's head with his own hands and forcefully use his punishing eye. Fortunately, Chumu had already been prepared for this guy's speed. Have I ever seen you hide? Bullet movie. Chumu suddenly swerved and easily dodged Ghost Rider's hand, then punched him with his fist, sending Ghost Rider flying hundreds of meters away. The flames on the fallen Ghost Rider's head were even more intense, and he was obviously angry. He stood up and first patted the dust on himself. Immediately, on the head that was more than half smashed, the fire of hell burned extremely vigorously, and in an instant, his defective head was recast into its original appearance. You cannot escape my judgment. Ghost Rider's head, which was completely made of bones, shook a few times, and then he opened his mandible very suddenly. Creak, creak, creak. I saw an extremely dark chain, thicker than the chain he was waving, filled with black lock chains, and attached with crimson flames, spurting out from his mouth. The speed was so fast that Chumu reacted immediately. But there was no place to dodge. There were so many chains that blocked all areas where Chumu could hide. I will judge your sinful soul and let you see how much sin your soul has been stained with. Maybe you can be of some use by kneeling down and begging for mercy. Ghost Rider also didn't want to catch Chumu with the black chain. After spitting out the black iron chain, he suddenly disappeared on the spot and rushed directly in front of Chumu in the area where Chumu's movement was restricted. Looking eyes, be judged. Ghost Rider's eyes were empty, and blazing flames were flowing in those extremely dark eye sockets. Rings of fire began to form. Chumu definitely didn't want to look at this guy. However, because the opponent was so fast, even Homelander's physical reaction ability couldn't react. So, facing the Ghost Rider so close at hand and the skills Ghost Rider had activated, he could only close his eyes and let out a roar. Go to hell. No one can judge me. We have reached such a critical time. Chumu actually didn't forget to play the crazy character. His legs exerted force. The whole person flies straight into the sky. Yes, it is Homelander's signature escape method. It can be regarded as a tribute to the classic scene. You can't escape. Ghost Rider growled lowly. The iron chains lingering around him followed his will and shot away in the direction of Chumu, flying into the sky, grabbing Chumu's ankle in midair. Nah, Chumu only felt a pain in her ankle. Homelander's physical fitness was actually broken by the scarlet flames on the chain. Wrong. It can't be said that it completely breaks the defense. But although it didn't burn his skin, the pain was still felt by Chumu's soul. Hey, it hurts a lot more than an injection. Chumu subconsciously grabbed the iron chain with his hand, trying to tear it off. He didn't notice that the Gate of Heaven tattoo on the back of his hand began to light up quietly. Wow. Chumu broke the chain with all his strength, and he didn't intend to run away. The Ghost Rider was chasing him, but he couldn't avoid it even to the end of the world. Let's see who's tougher. Chumu said nothing. He directly took out a refrigerator file-sized missile from his butt, an experimental nuclear bomb from the world of K Shui. Since Homelander's power can't kill the opponent, then try nuclear leveling. This is one of Chumu's few trump cards that is very lethal. Ghost Rider feels the crisis. He raised his head and wanted to say something, but all he saw was Chumu's unbridled smile and red eyes. Art as explosion. Do you understand? Chumu was directly in the high altitude, triggered the nuclear bomb, and threw it towards Ghost Rider. In an instant, a dazzling light burst out. At the moment, this dazzling light is the most dazzling color in the night sky, as if the world is shrouded in it, and the mushroom clouds rising into the sky are accompanied by fierce flames. Like a bonfire burning between heaven and earth. The supernatural incident has not yet been solved, and there is a nuclear bomb attacking the area near New York. Thousands of miles away. Nick Fury, who detected the fluctuation of the nuclear bomb, was in a state of mind. As S.H.I.E.L.D. director, Nick Fury's responsibility is to lead his agents to maintain the security of the world, mainly to maintain the national security of the great free country. No way. Who gives the greater free country the most funding? A lot of Nick Fury's safe houses are basically placed on the borders of the great free state. They are all safe houses created through hard work and corruption. Nick Fury is naturally very concerned about the safety of the great free country. Otherwise, if the great free country disappears, his safe house will have to disappear, not only for a place to hide, but also for a stable financial return after retirement. Nuclear bomb. How could a nuclear bomb be dropped on the territory of the great free state? Nick Fury felt that things were completely beyond his imagination. What countries have this ability? To be able to bypass the national defense of the great free state and drop nuclear bombs on such an important city as New York. Could it be that the Third World War will start because of this? Nick Fury's heart felt heavy. Maybe it's an island country. Technical personnel have given their own judgment. Why? Nick Fury asked quickly. He thought that technicians found evidence from the explosion parameters that the island country dropped a nuclear bomb. It's definitely because of the petty nature of the islanders. We bombed them before, so they will naturally want to bomb us too. The technical staff seemed to know the island elements very well. Very good. Nick Fury nodded and said, "You are fired, pack your things and leave my base quickly. I don't have employees like you." Black Braised Egg roared, "What the hell is this? What he wants is evidence. This is evidence that can be reported to the Security Council. I think it was the Russians or the Chinese who did it. You know, as long as these two countries are mentioned, the people will definitely believe our words." Someone once again stood up and made some slanderous remarks. This is an agent who often goes out in the field and is also a bald man. Needless to say, it's the bald man who took away the Mind Scepter in the story of Avengers 16. Senior Hydra. It's no wonder that you can say this, it's very Hydra style. Mom, are you an idiot too? Nick Fury was very angry because he was surrounded by rubbish. While roaring angrily, he called for technicians to locate the location of the explosion. After locking the location, Nick Fury immediately contacted the nearest agent, which was the Hill agent he sent out to chase Ghost Rider. The pride of overtime workers. I need you to change your mission. Nick Fury began to issue new instructions. Compared with the Flaming Skull, it was obvious that a nuclear bomb explosion was the most urgent situation. Is it because of the nuclear explosion? In the communicator, the solemn voice of Hill agent came. Did you feel the explosion too? Nick Fury quickly confirmed. More than just feeling it. Agent Hill sat in a state of embarrassment in front of the off-road vehicle that was blown away by the air waves, staring at the mushroom cloud soaring into the sky in the distance. It's right in front of our eyes. Who could have imagined that working overtime at a newspaper office would lead to an emergency agent mission? Who could have imagined that while working overtime at a newspaper office, one would encounter a nuclear explosion? What triggered World War III? What is the relationship? Destroy them all quickly. Hill agent is crying without tears. She just wants to sleep for 8 hours. Why does God have to make things difficult for her? Very good. Did you see the nuclear bomb being dropped? Nick Fury immediately began to ask questions. He definitely knew the power of nuclear radiation, so he did not let Hill and his team go to investigate without protection. Professional staff. He had already started the action at the first opportunity. As the head of S.H.I.E.L.D., what he had to do was to find the person behind the release of this nuclear bomb. Well, I didn't see the delivery process. Hill looked at the area where the nuclear bomb exploded from a distance. Among the rising mushroom clouds, she could clearly see bursts of golden light flowing inside. There is a figure, faintly visible, but I saw Angel in the nuclear explosion. When Hill said this, she already felt that she might be crazy. Otherwise, why did you see such an outrageous scene? A nuclear explosion representing destruction. There is actually an angel in it. It looks like an illusion, a delusion, or the self-hypnotic ability of a religious fanatic. What are you talking about? Nick Fury was confused. He suspected that he had heard wrongly. After confirming it repeatedly, he felt that his capable man might have had his brain blown. Why don't you come back and see the doctor? Nick Fury couldn't help it. He didn't want to lose a capable subordinate, but looking at what Hill said, he spoke like a lunatic. I know what I'm talking about, and I know what I'm seeing. It can't be an hallucination, because human hallucinations are just misinformation generated by the brain. Hill watched the mushroom cloud slowly dissipate. As if driven away by the golden holy light, she saw a figure full of perfection and felt the indescribable baptism of purity. It can't create such a majestic scene, nor can it describe such complex feelings. It's like, I should worship him. Hill agent muttered to himself. She is already a determined person. And he has no faith himself. Look at the other surviving agents. Many of them were already prostrate on the ground, kneeling subconsciously, as if they were meeting a great being. This time there was a nuclear explosion. Not only did it stir up S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military of the Great Free State, but it also touched Kamar Taj because of the supernatural phenomena contained in it. Himalayas, by Ma Taj. This is not just the residence of the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. It is also a holy place of practice for magicians in the Marvel Universe, with a considerable number of magician apprentices studying here. They will definitely not be as stable as those magicians who have become famous. Some young people also have the restlessness that adolescent children have. What I'm talking about here is not making people in the woods and playing exciting games with their girlfriends, but that they can't forget about the colorful world outside. Why does Kamar Taj have whiff? Maybe there are all kinds of strange reasons in other parallel universes, but here it is because of these young magicians. They also like to use the internet as a convenient carrier to get a glimpse of what the outside world is like after dinner and after completing their practice exercises. Oh my God, my idol has released a new song. Thanks to Wyshan Emperor, it's great to legalize. Brother, don't stay so far away from me, I'm just happy for a friend of mine. Statements like this abound. Young magicians are always impetuous. Today's young magicians secretly surf the internet every day. Look, this is the most popular video on the dark web. It is said to be a flying human being. They all call him Superman. I think he is a magician. Compared with these magicians who can't stabilize their minds. The only one who takes responsibility. There were probably only the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, as well as Mordo and the Magician King. At the moment, the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One discovered the crisis again. I feel the power of the alien plane, seeping into our world. Sorcerer Supreme Gu Gang was about to go to check the situation. Suddenly, it was as if she heard someone's whisper, and her movements suddenly froze. Is it him again? Ancient One seemed to know what happened from the mysterious voice, and she seemed to trust the words of this voice very much. To get rid of the shackles of fate and the shackles of time, he is our only hope, this child with no past and no future. It was as if he was whispering in the ear of the Ancient One. The mysterious voice was majestic, but also a bit helpless. I see. Ancient One's eyelids drooped slightly and he sighed softly. She sat back down at her tea table. It's like ignoring Chu Emu's birth, ignoring Chu Emu's interference with many time processes, and ignoring Chu Emu's movements this time. Her eyes became deep. As one of the strongest people on Earth, Ancient One knows too many secrets that many people don't know, and she has also touched levels that countless people cannot reach in their lifetime. In the oldest god in the universe, eternity. It was the secret she touched that not only most people on Earth didn't know about, but even in the universe, very few people knew about this person's existence. And what about Ancient One? Not only know, it is also able to communicate with this great god of the universe. From this point of view, the strength and level of the Ancient One are obviously self-evident. Although it is not as good as the great god of the universe, being able to enter the eyes of the great god of the universe is already a qualification that surpasses that of many people and may not even be the master of God. Dormammu invaded Earth for the first time in 1666. At that time, the Ancient One fought hard to force Dormammu back. This seemed like something Doctor Strange could do, but you have to know. The Ancient One did not have Time Gem at that time, and relied entirely on its own magical power to force Dormammu away. The strength of level Godfather. Absolutely no moisture at all. The Ancient One defeated all the magicians on the Earth at that time and won the title of Sorcerer Supreme. The famous magic weapon Eye of Agamotto was actually given to the Ancient One, eternally. Not only that, Eternity also told her a cruel fact. The entire universe is under the control of a mysterious force and continues to develop towards a predetermined outcome. All branches of time that appear during this period will be wiped out by that mysterious force. There is actually only one so-called thousands of futures, leading to the end, to a tragic ending. This is definitely a disappointing fact. Even with the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One's state of mind, he couldn't help but be confused about it for a long time. Fortunately, the birth of a miracle made it possible to break the situation and gave their timeline the characteristics of not being controlled by that mysterious power. Asterisk. The Ancient One read out the name of the miracle in Chinese characters with a clear accent. This is the reason why she has never interfered with Chumu. For real victory. In order not to be the kind of victory that is prescribed and written about by others. The determination that Ancient One can make is definitely beyond the cognition of countless people. After Avengers 4, Endgame, most people are probably most concerned about Iron Man, Captain America and Black Widow. After all, they are all the biggest contributors to the final battle. But actually in the Infinity Legend, there is another unknown person. The Big Boss, who dedicates everything is the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One who appeared in Doctor Strange. As we all know, Ancient One is Strange's master, and he also taught him a guide on the path to magic. Development during the time of Doctor Strange. Not long after the Ancient One magician accepted Strange as his direct descendant, he encountered the invasion of Caecilius. Strange hastily summoned the mirror space and joined Mordo. In order to save the two of them, the Ancient One magician fought alone. However, he was accidentally injured during the battle, exited the mirror space and fell from the tall building. His life was in danger, and he later died. This is definitely a development that could be called a joke. Can a fall kill a Sorcerer Supreme? Ancient One, a Sorcerer Supreme level magician, why did he lose to a believer of Dormammu of the same level as himself, and this believer was once his apprentice, even though Dormammu gave him. He gave his own dark power to the believers, but it shouldn't be like this. To know, Thanos, the strongest boss throughout the entire Infinity Saga, and other overlords of the level universe are also very afraid of the existence of the Ancient One. If the Ancient One can fall to his death, what does the overlord of the universe have to fear? Thanos has been silent for several years since the Cheeridans invaded New York in 2012. Just waiting for the best time, the Ancient One and Odin passed away one after another. If Ancient One herself is unwilling to give up her life, at least in the infinite legendary stage, no one can end her life. What's more, she also holds the Time Stone. This setting, similar to falling to death, is actually completely nonsense, which is naturally because the Ancient One wants to find a reason to retire. That's the perfect opportunity. Not only did he completely free himself and sublimate his soul, he also used his own life to explain the meaning of time and death to Strange. It points out the path of light and drives away the darkness. While some people are still lamenting the feats of the Avengers, in fact, the Ancient One magician had laid out everything a long time ago and dedicated his life to this end. However, no one has ever truly understood and recognized what she did. The final future. Not Doctor Strange's choice. It's the Ancient One's choice. Whether it's the fact that she knew there would be such a day before Doctor Strange, or the fact that she has hundreds of time gem, it can be seen. Ancient One. He is the leader of the final battle. That should be regarded as the best future that Ancient One can find. Definitely, now, Ancient One has obviously found another way. Definitely, this road is not without its dangers. The red dots that Ancient One saw using a model globe before actually represented the crisis hidden behind them. Because our line, which is the most important line, has deviated from its determined destiny, our universe will also become extremely weak. There is a risk of overlapping with other universes. This is the eternal awareness and discovery of the crisis by the God of the universe. Not only that, eternity is also discovered. The emergence of this overlapping phenomenon is neither accidental nor inevitable. Instead, there is another force that even he cannot understand that is driving this overlap. Is a blessing or a curse? No one can tell. Just hope he's the redemption we're looking for. The Ancient One magician whispered softly, her tone extremely complicated, not only because of the future of the world, but also because she glanced gently in the direction of the door. Who is the Sorcerer Supreme talking to? Behind the door. It was a black man, none other than Modo. He discovered that the young magicians were discussing the Superman that he had seen with the Sorcerer Supreme before, and he immediately felt that this kind of human being was a threat to the Earth. Therefore, Mordu came to find Ancient One, but unexpectedly overheard the conversation between Ancient One and an unknown being. Is it an evil god? Mordu remembered what Caecilius had said before when he rebelled. Seeds of doubt. It began to sprout quietly in his heart. Regarding the reaction of S.H.I.E.L.D., there is also the reaction of Kamar Taj further away, and even the dialogue between the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One and the Eternal God. Chumu, who is dedicated to triggering a nuclear explosion, is naturally unknown. One thing to say: use the nuke move. The truth is that Chumu has been forced to have no other choice. Facing Johnny Blaze, the strongest Ghost Rider in history, Chumu could not simply disintegrate the opponent's substance like he was fighting against the inner demon. Homelander is biased towards physical power, and has little effect on this mysterious evil spirit. He can't hope to carry the opponent and fly out of the Earth, right? Putting aside the fact that Homelander is not the real Superman after all, he still needs to breathe. Therefore, it cannot fly out of the atmosphere at all. Just talking about Ghost Rider, even if this thing is taken into space, it is estimated that he will not be affected in space. The other person doesn't need to breathe, nor is he afraid of being cold. No matter how cold it is, can it be as cold as hell? Therefore, Chumu could only think of a simple and crude method. Nuclear level. If the power of the nuclear bomb couldn't kill Ghost Rider, he would probably have to try, Ancient One, save me. If that didn't work, he could just restrict Ghost Rider for a day or two, and wait until he had new faith points in his account. Fight this thing for 300 rounds. Boom. After an extremely violent explosion. It's just complete silence. Black rain fell from the sky, radiation rain. Chumu is actually betting that Homelander's physical fitness can withstand the power of a nuclear bomb. After all, this is Homelander's setting. Definitely. The reason why Chumu dares to bet like this is also related to Kimiko's self-healing ability. The low-end version of Wolverine's ability is also one of the trump cards. Even if Homelander's body cannot bear it, as long as he is not destroyed in an instant, he can able to recover quickly with self-healing ability. In general, Chumu was 99% sure that nothing would happen to him. Although this probability is still very dangerous, it is still much better than facing the Eye of Judgment. Is this what it feels like to be in the center of a nuclear bomb? It turns out that Chumu was right in his bet, and he did not lose his life in the explosion of the nuclear bomb. He wasn't hurt at all, no feeling at all. It wasn't because of the murmuring about Homelander's physical fitness, but because something unexpected happened to Chumu. Holy light, I didn't expect that this gate of heaven could actually have such a use. It is indeed an item beyond golden quality. Yes, unexpected changes. It was the gate of heaven attached to the back of his hand. At the moment of the explosion, Chumu only felt a strange force pouring out of the tattoo. Got into his body. Ever since, 12 wings grew out of Chuemu's back. With the dazzling golden wings, Chuemu's whole body was wrapped around his king. Not feeling the power of the explosion at all, and not even tasting the nuclear radiation, Chumu only felt surprised and disappointed. I was pleasantly surprised that I seemed to have discovered the hidden function of Heaven's Gate. As for my disappointment, naturally I couldn't go out and brag that I was a man who came out of a nuclear explosion. Radiation-laden rain is falling. Although the scope of influence is not wide. But a nuclear explosion is still a nuclear explosion. Chumu looked at the Ghost Rider lying on the ground in the huge pit, with no trace of flame on his body and only wisps of black smoke left. He felt a little emotional. After all, he was the tougher one. Now, let's see who is judging whom. The wings behind Chumu have not disappeared. The golden holy light circulated on the surface of his body, and all filthy things were completely isolated from his body. Sacred, inviolable, with absolute majesty. When the wind blew through the glorious wings on his back, particles exuding a holy aura slowly flew from his wings. This light particle purifies the radiation rain and purifies the devastated land. The originally scorched ruins are filled with unprecedented vitality. Everything is being repaired. Dead animals and plants are also resurrected again. What is the greatest miracle in the world? Resurrection from the dead is the greatest miracle in the world. And such a miracle. At the moment it is happening in batches. Hill Agent felt a ray of light flying towards her from far away. She felt that her exhausted body was filled with unprecedented vitality. Hill Agent feels unprecedentedly relaxed, not only physically, mentally and energetically, but also the hidden wounds left over from her time as an agent have been completely self-healed. Such power! Hill Agent looked at the colleagues who also exclaimed, could not suppress the throbbing in their hearts, and shouted that this was a miracle. Really, Angel? Hill Agent also had the urge to kneel down and worship. The figure standing in the distance was like an angel sent by God to the world. Those who have received His grace will want to offer their faith and praise loudly from the bottom of their hearts. After all, Hill is a top agent. She suppressed the excitement in her heart and became confused. Hill, don't be bewitched. That figure you saw, it's probably just a supernatural creature that emits a special bewitching aura. Inside the communicator, Nick Fury received the video sent back by Hill. After watching it, he couldn't help but feel the urge to praise the other person. For the average person, maybe it's just an emotion. But for Nick Fury, the agent leader, he had to make the worst guess. This is a supernatural being that can even convey temptation through images. It looks like Angel in the human Bible, maybe it was just intentional by the other person. Who knows how ugly Angel is underneath his appearance. Nick Fury judged this. However, I think, maybe this is more than just deception. Hill Agent personally saw a dead elk come to life before his eyes, and started running with life again. She also saw lush vegetation growing out of the withered earth. It's not just bewitchment that can do it. If you think this way, you have been deceived. Nick Fury secretly said something bad, he just felt that he might lose an excellent top agent. Director, I am very clear-headed, and I also know that the other party must have a special aura that can affect people's spirits, but this does not affect my judgment. Everything that happened in front of me was not fake. Also, everyone in New York saw that burning skull, right? Hill looked at the angel figure shrouded in holy light in the distance. The combination of these two things makes me wonder if there could be such a creature as a burning skeleton in this world. Then Angel's existence. Why not? It's like reporting. It's like trying to convince myself. Hill understands that such an idea is crazy. She could just see clearly in the distance that the figure in the sky was exactly the same as the angel described in the Bible, God's messenger walking on earth. The only difference is that it seems to have more wings. Are you dead? At the moment, Chumu in the cloud did not know that the agents were watching him, and among them was his most capable secretary lurking in the hole of his newspaper office preparing to collect information about him. Chumu was just paying attention to Ghost Rider's situation. He flew down from the cloud and took a look at Ghost Rider, whose flames had been extinguished. Don't be too careful. Homelander's card has been depleted due to his faith value. Although it has lost its effect, he does not feel any weak in his body. It's a completely different feeling than when I cancelled my Homelander card. Chumu even felt that he was physically stronger than his ancestors in human form. More than just flying. Call. Chumu reached out his hand after landing. The divine sword constructed of holy light was generated out of thin air. Yes, he seemed to have the means to create things out of thin air. And all this, all stem from the power that emerged from the previous Heaven's Gate tattoo. At the moment, this power filled Chumu's whole body. He only felt the vastness and greatness, as if crushing the world was a very simple thing. Definitely, this is definitely an illusion. Simply because of the illusion brought about by powerful power. However, some feelings are illusions, and some feelings are very intuitive. In this state, Chumu can feel the holy light everywhere in this world. The light rejoices. The holy light is jumping for joy. Especially those lingering around his body, as if they had been waiting for thousands of years to finally usher in their master. I feel like I am the true God who is superior to all living beings. The sword of holy light in Chumu's hand pointed at the Ghost Rider who was still lying on the ground. The black smoke-filled knight was not really dead. Although it suffered a nuclear explosion and was indeed seriously injured, as a spirit of hell, he could still recover. Only, this takes time. It didn't take long. Suddenly, just as Chumu's holy sword was pointing at his back and he was still feeling the holy light, Ghost Rider's originally extinguished flame started to light up again after a sudden burst of black smoke. Burning, the whole head was quickly ignited again. I said, you can't escape judgment. Ghost Rider suddenly slapped the ground, jumped up, and directly grabbed Chumu, who was close at hand, with both hands. Under the gaze of Chumu, who had calm eyes and no trace of panic, his empty burning eyes finally looked at Chumu. Burn your sins, Ghost Rider's low, hoarse voice roared. In his eyes, the flames formed a vortex, as if to absorb Chumu entirely. However, Chumu's eyes and emotions remained calm as he looked at her. How can this be? Ghost Rider couldn't believe the scene before him. He activated Eye of Judgment, but as a result, he was unable to judge the annoying guy in front of him. There is still a nasty smell all over his body. This guy in front of me, who obviously has a soul and was very afraid of his Eye of Judgment before, why can he suddenly ignore his Eye of Judgment? Ghost Rider's limited intelligence makes it difficult to understand what is happening in front of him. This was completely beyond his knowledge. Eye of Judgment. Isn't it the nemesis of all souls? That's a rule set by God. That's God. Who has the power to break this rule? Why protect the sinful soul in front of you? Ghost Rider was so confused that he almost lost control of his body, letting Johnny's will take over. Johnny, no, you should be the vengeful spirit now. Some people say you are a fallen angel, and some people say you are a fallen angel. You are an ancient demon. Quote, but it doesn't matter anymore. It seems like you can't judge my crime. Chumu had naturally expected this situation. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for him to look at Ghost Rider so carelessly. He knows this guy's ability to pretend to be dead better than many people. The reason why I dare to get close. It's all because of being confident. The power within you. Naturally, we understand how to use that power. The flames on Ghost Rider's head were more active than ever before. It was obvious that the failure of the Eye of Judgment was a great shock to him. What happened? I remember you said you wanted me to kneel down and beg for mercy. Chumu stepped on Ghost Rider's back. He didn't answer Ghost Rider's previous words. To be honest, because of the power surging in my body now, I have been affected a little bit, and I really don't like what you said to me. What rose in Chumu's eyes was no longer a crimson red light, but a holy and majestic golden color, rendering the entire eyes into the color of holy light. At least for this moment, I am the master of billions of rays of light. Chumu's holy sword was raised directly, the glorious wings behind it bloomed, and the sacred white flame attached to the holy sword composed of holy light. How dare you ask me to kneel down and worship you, a broken body made of bones? The holy sword fell and inserted directly into Ghost Rider's body. Ghost Rider roared in pain. The red flame on his body began to dim, and his whole body was quickly covered by the white holy fire. Ghost Rider, in my opinion, is a dead knight. Now let me see if the dead soul can die again. As Chumu's words fell, the white holy flames, following the golden holy sword, began to pour into Ghost Rider's body crazily. The holy flame burned the original hellfire, and even burned the soul of the vengeful spirit. This soul that existed since ancient times roared. Ah, there was no pain at all. Ghost Rider, who had no fear of pain, was now roaring in extreme pain. It wanted to resist, roared loudly, and grabbed the holy sword with its palm. But it was burned even more seriously, and the red flames on his hands were completely covered and extinguished. There wasn't much red hellfire left, only a few wisps of soul fire left in his eyes, swaying like candles in the wind. My immortality was given to me by God. Why can you do this to me? The spirit of revenge roared crazily in Johnny's body. Although it is crazy, it does not mean that it has no thinking. Now it feels that its own will and its thinking are being erased. The spirit of vengeance roared in terror. It always thought God was on its side. But, now, how can there be a person who cannot obey the iron law of God? I'll be back. After the mad spirit of revenge roared, it disappeared and was completely annihilated. It still insisted that it would be resurrected by God. No, you won't. Chumu looked at the air that had dissipated. The golden eyes were so calm that one could even call them indifferent. Very different from the madness in Homelander state. Johnny. Chumu suddenly lowered his head and looked at the fiery motorcyclist who had regained his human body after being destroyed by the spirit of vengeance. His whole body was charred and only one breath was left. Quote. Johnny only felt his soul falling. He knew he was going to die. It's not time to die yet, in order to atone for your sins. Chumu's voice fell into Johnny's ears like holy words. A stamp of thought was imprinted on his soul. As the white flames on the Chumu holy sword all penetrated into Johnny's body, they penetrated into every crevice of Johnny's body and soul little by little. From now on, you are my war guard Shin. After the whispers lingering in the soul. The Ghost Rider with white flames was born. The evil spirit stood in front of Chumu. He knelt down and worshipped his lord. Just when Chumu, transformed, Ghost Rider, thousands of miles away. An old man with a noble posture and a majestic look was originally in a cafe, waiting for his knight to complete the task he assigned. Kid, I can feel that you are short of money. How about you? Are you interested in doing a money transaction with me? Mephisto likes to cast his net casually to deceive those ignorant humans. Even while drinking coffee, he wanted to sign an order casually. Have to say, sure enough, it is different when the boss goes into battle in person. He is not foolhardy at all about his own business, and it is absolutely impossible to fish for fish. Is it some kind of loan shark? The waiter standing in front of Mephisto is a blonde girl, the typical sweetheart image in the eyes of people in the great free country. She has a beautiful face, slender thighs, and, with such poor academic qualifications, he could only be reduced to working in a coffee shop. Definitely, kid, I can do that kind of evil deal. Mephisto could feel the desire for money in the young woman in front of him. Worshipping money and vanity. Someone in your family is sick. Or you owe a high loan amount. Mephisto doesn't care about any of this. He only knew that the woman in front of him had desires for money, and this kind of people were the easiest group for him to gain fresh souls. Mephisto just likes to collect souls. He is the same as Dormammu. They all have their own dimensional world. And his dimensional world is a world similar to hell. Perhaps it can be said to be a fragmented world split from the real hell. Although it can be called hell, the hell owned by Mephisto is still very different from the complete hell that many people imagine can breed all kinds of demons. He is the only hell leader who controls the fragments of hell and owns one dimension. This also means that the power of the area he owns is not perfect, but it can still support Mephisto's powerful power. After all, even in pieces, that is also an extremely complete world. Mephisto is the overlord of it, and naturally has a strength that is only slightly inferior to Dormammu. Dormammu likes to devour planets and life, which is also Mephisto's hobby. His hell is similar to the hell in the popular impression. They are places where souls are specially imprisoned, and these souls will be tortured here. But it is different from Dormammu's forcible devouring. Although most of the souls in Mephisto's domain do not want to come in by themselves, but are captured by Mephisto, in fact, they have basically all been with Mephisto. Sign the agreement. Selling soul to Mephisto. Yes, in Mephisto's hell, there are many souls who have signed contracts with him, and he collects souls. He doesn't like Dormammu's arrogant way very much. Too untechnical, too ungraceful. Mephisto likes the voluntary kind of person. Definitely, in Mephisto's area, there are also powerful lives that he has created and controlled over the years. It's like the witch heart demon, just like a lot of Ghost Riders, but most of them are humans who are restricted by his contract and have to join his dimension. There are even celebrities among human beings, outstanding human beings such as Hitler and Mozart. Definitely, an ordinary soul is better than nothing to him. They are all the food of hell. There's no harm in having a little more. What do I need to pay? Come home with you. The blonde beauty looked at the old man in front of her who was old but worth a lot of money. She was slightly wary. If she was willing to sacrifice her body, she would have gone to Hollywood long ago, and even if she sacrificed, she couldn't sleep with such an old man. Boring. Boring in every sense of the word. Definitely not. As you can see, I am just an old man who is about to die. All I want is for you to pay a little price. Mephisto had just planned to be seductive and lead the other party into the trap step by step. However, after he picked up the valuable coffee and took a sip, he was about to finish talking and continue to speak. The shortcoming suddenly appeared. Some induction. My knight. Mephisto suddenly looked up at the sky in the distance. Expression of disbelief. What knight? The blonde beauty, who was still waiting for the old man to say something else, was slightly startled. For this old man who was talking nonsense, her expectations were lowered a lot. No, Mephisto is no longer in the mood to deal with the small business in front of him. He felt that his connection with Ghost Rider had disappeared, which was an unexpected and huge loss for him. True, Mephisto has more than one Ghost Rider, and the loss of one or two Ghost Riders is not a big problem for him. But it was Johnny Blaze who lost this time. This is the Ghost Rider that he values the most. The vengeful spirit in Johnny Blaze's body is completely different from other vengeful spirits in value. That vengeful spirit, but the soul of the fallen angel. And the soul of the fallen angel also contains part of the power of the ancient demon Zatanos. This may be the reason why Angel's soul fell. It doesn't matter what the truth is to Mephisto. What he values is the particularity of this vengeful spirit and the powerful combat power brought by the power of Zatanos. Such a vengeful spirit, combined with the metal of strength, protects the descendants of the family. In Mephisto's opinion, he should be able to walk sideways in the world. However, now, Mephisto cannot perceive the other party's existence. Night, my night, who did it? Mephisto became angrier as he thought about it. His expression was extremely ugly. He roared extremely unwillingly. And with the wrath of the devil. Bang bang bang. In a coffee shop, all the light bulbs exploded at the same time, and the originally bright store suddenly became dark. The clerks, including the blonde beauty, were shocked by the sudden change. They squatted on the ground holding their heads. The broken light bulbs on the ceiling, there were a few sparks. Bray, the fuse is blown again, right? I told you not to buy your brother's inferior goods. A middle-aged woman who was probably the owner of the coffee shop shouted loudly. I didn't, a black man retorted loudly. He stood up and was about to check the fuse, but he saw Mephisto sitting not far away with a gloomy expression. In the dark, the black man seemed to see the old man's face transform into the face of a demon. Monsters. There are monsters. The black man was so frightened that he almost fell to the ground, screamed loudly and ran outside, stumbling and knocking over many tables and utensils. Bray, you're fired. The cafe owner thought his employees were looking for an excuse to run away. However, the blonde beauty who was deceived by Mephisto just now also saw Mephisto's ferocious face revealed in the darkness because of his anger. She let out an extremely violent scream. He passed out immediately, and then a flash of thunder and lightning outside revealed Mephisto's face, which frightened the owner and other employees of the store and screamed in horror. Several people fled in a panic. If it were any other time, Mephisto may be interested in playing with these ordinary people, tasting human fears, and enjoying the most delicious meals in the world. However, at the moment, feeling that his knight has lost contact, he knows that his knight may have been destroyed in the hands of the mysterious man just like the inner demon. Mephisto obviously no longer wants to play games, and only endless anger remains in his heart. He didn't understand how anyone in the world would dare to challenge him like this. Quote. Lightning surged wildly outside the already deserted cafe. Mephisto's face was hideous and terrifying, with endless black mist surging in his eyes. Everything around seemed to be dyed red and turned scarlet. The substance like boiling blood began to gradually wrap him in it. This is waging war on me. Mephisto disappeared into the cafe. He suspected that this matter was caused by the Ancient One. Currently, the Ancient One is the only one on Earth with such powerful combat power. How to say? It can only be said that the Ancient One sat at home and the pot came from the sky. But according to Ancient One's attitude, she might also be happy to take the blame. The outskirts of New York. Chumu still doesn't know how much Mephisto hates him. He was observing his new subordinates in front of him. Today's Ghost Rider. They look no different from before. They all have the appearance of a skeleton as the main body, and their bodies are burning with flames that don't seem to go out. But, in fact, it is quite different. As the source of Ghost Rider's power, the spirit of vengeance has obviously been completely annihilated. Therefore, the flames on Ghost Rider's body have changed from the previous fire of hell to the sacred flames from heaven, and the source of power has changed to heaven. Strictly speaking, it's the paradise that the tattoo on the back of Chumu's hand leads to. This is definitely the essence of Ghost Rider. From the knight played by the evil spirit at the beginning, he has truly become a knight certified by heaven to hunt down evil spirits. In terms of ability, it's still all about ability. It's just that it's equivalent to being listed as a job before, but now it can be called a serious civil servant in heaven. Anyway, now this new Ghost Rider's restraint on demons has not only not weakened, but will become even more powerful because of the blessing of the power of heaven. How do demonic powers stand up to the holy light of heaven? Holy light has the property of absolute restraint for any creature in hell. As long as the difference in strength is not too large, no demon can resist the baptism of the holy light, let alone the burning of the sacred fire of hell. Look at it from this point. Ghost Rider has also been enhanced to an epic level. Definitely, it's not just that. The most critical thing is Ghost Rider's consciousness. Ghost Rider's consciousness will no longer be in the chaotic state it was before. There is only one consciousness in his body that controls his body. Johnny Blaze. Definitely, it is a powerful force that has been newly acquired by Chumu and stamped with ideological stamp. Believers in heaven call this the oracle that cannot be violated. In fact, it all means the same thing, brainwashing. Control thoughts. This change will not change a person's nature, but will have a thought control effect on a person, just like Chumu. The kind of ideological stamp imprinted by the system is almost the same. I can't say it's exactly the same. The Heaven's Gate status on the back of the hand is definitely not as high as Chumu's system status. After all, the Heaven's Gate is just an unlimited fishing from the system card pool. Therefore, the Heaven's Gate. The effect of the ideological stamp is definitely incomparable to the systematic ideological stamp. The effect will be slightly worse than hundreds of millions of duty. Johnny's will awakens inside a new evil body. He recalled everything before. My heart is filled with horror and fear. Mephisto came to him and asked him to bring a human to Mephisto. This has been Johnny's nightmare, a fate he can't get rid of. However, he didn't expect that he would become the devil's lackey for the first time. It fell directly into the hands of the mission target. Was the power given by the devil too weak? No, Johnny can recall how powerful he was when he was controlled by a certain will. It's not that he can't. But the mission goal, it's too fierce. Are you angel? What did you do to me? Although he couldn't help the respect in his heart and solemnly knelt down to Chumu, he still asked a difficult and shocking question. Look, this is the gap. It is different from the ideological stamp imprinted by Chumu's system that will not be noticed, will not feel wrong, and will not feel strange at all. Although Johnny surrendered because of his ideological seal, he respected Chumu in his heart. But he could also sense that something was wrong with this state. This may not be a problem that everyone can detect, but it is obvious that Johnny is special and perceives that something is wrong with his condition. As the most special Ghost Rider, his will is naturally extraordinary. I said, from now on, you are my soldier. Chumu stood in front of the Ghost Rider, with a 12-winged angel-like posture, which made the originally ferocious Ghost Rider. The soldiers also looked a little weak and helpless, which was an epic feeling caused by the swaying of holy light. In the eyes of Johnny, who was becoming more and more awake, the image of Chumu was even more tall. He saw the radiance radiating, and the person in front of him was like a god walking on earth. And who are you? Unable to suppress the awe in his heart, Johnny Blaze knelt down on the ground. He covered his head with one hand, and his whole skull kept shaking. I have too many identities, a billionaire, a frequent guest in Time magazine. You probably just need to remember that I am your future boss. Chumu gently stretched out his hand to help Ghost Rider up. Probably the crisis had been lifted at the moment, and the holy light surging in his body slowly faded away. It started to flow back to the tattoo on the back of my hand. After a moment of effort, the wings behind his back are gone, there are no 50 or 60 small goals, and the magnificent special effects that cannot be created are gone. Chumu has returned to his weak state, well, not. It can be said that he is really weak, but he is at least dozens of times stronger than Captain America. Just compared to the invincible feeling just now. At the moment after the power flowed back to the tattoo on the back of his hand, he couldn't help but feel a little empty in his heart. Johnny Blaze was obviously speechless about Chumu's answer. Although Chumu at the moment no longer shines, in his eyes, the person in front of him still possesses a majesty that is difficult for him to resist. This mysterious, terrifying, powerful existence that even the Devil's Knight from Hell dares to claim as his own, actually lists a series of ordinary and incomparable identities here. You just answer me that you are Angel, the incarnation of God walking on earth. Combined with your appearance just now, I definitely chose to believe it without even thinking about it. What a billionaire. What Time magazine. What are these and what? What I'm asking is, why are you so naughty? When did New York's plutocrats get involved to this extent? Be a Chable. Do you need to be able to transform into Angel? Do you still have to be able to beat the devil? Oh my God. Is the world crazy? A person with this kind of power introduces himself as a Chable. Is it possible that in a big city, you can't be a Chable without some mysterious ability? Regarding the endless confusion in Johnny Blaze's heart, Chumu is unknown. He looked at the knight in front of him. Very satisfied. Welcome to the new family. I believe you will find out soon that I am much easier to talk to than your last boss. Chumu helped Johnny up in Ghost Rider state. He even kindly helped Johnny pat the dust and dirt off his body. That caring gesture. Can't tell at all. It was the guy who had just hammered himself, and even seemingly pulled out a nuclear bomb. Johnny was still confused, and he remembered that the Angel in front of him had also thrown a nuclear bomb at him. What is this? Nuclear peace, Angel. Johnny was very confused after being helped up by Chumu. Because there was no need to fight anymore, the flames on his head began to slowly dim. When the flames were extinguished and flesh and blood grew, he returned to his human form. Johnny touched his face in shock. Being able to feel wrinkled skin again, it feels so good. Am I coming out of a den of thieves, and then falling into another den of thieves? Johnny was a little unsteady and held on to his Harley motorcycle next to him. He looked at the person in front of him with complicated eyes. As Ghost Rider's only consciousness now, he could naturally feel that the person in front of him had the means to control him. It's no different from that Mephisto. Even the control is even stronger. If the other party opens his mouth, he will not be able to refuse the other party's request. If you think about it on the bright side, you are turning your back on the dark side. At least I won't be as intrusive and cruel as a boss like you. Chumu looked at the back of his hand and knew that now was not the time to study new powers. The most important thing was to calm the emotions of the new subordinates in front of him. Johnny Blaze, not counting Ghost Rider's combat power. Just by being the most popular stunt driver today, Chu has a lot of benefits. He can at least maintain one page of news in the newspaper. And this kind of exciting sport of stunt motorcycles has a strong appeal to fans, which is a potential source of belief value. I don't think there is any difference between you. Johnny smiled bitterly. Definitely, even so. But following someone with the power of holy light is definitely more reassuring than following a devil, but he really feels uncomfortable being controlled by others. Don't make me sound like a shady boss. Go and ask around. Which of my employees can't afford a house or a car? Let's just say that the cleaner at my newspaper office bought a Mercedes-Benz last month. Chumu defended his conscience seriously. Did your last boss pay you a salary? Definitely not. These words spoke to Johnny's heart. Did Mephisto pay him a salary? Strictly speaking, there is. After all, he cured his father's terminal illness. But it was like paying his salary and then taking it back. It just made him a little happy. The other party still took his father away a few days later. There was no difference between being paid and not being paid. It was said that he had spent 20 years in vain. He would definitely be fine. The devil is the kind of thing that likes free money, but I am different. I am happy to share. Chumu's words are not some false and empty chicken soup. Money. What does it mean in the Marvel Universe? It's enough. What he values more is faith value. This is his foundation. For employees who can bring him faith value, Chumu doesn't mind paying a lot of money at all, and it's definitely okay to provide some other help. Do you think I'm short of money? Johnny gestured with his hands. Show yourself from top to bottom. Really, as the most famous stunt driver, although he is not as good as those billionaires, he is certainly not a street fighter who is short of money. For such employees, Chumu has always had other persuasive skills. He is not a person who likes to use force to oppress others. It is only a last resort. Convincing people with reason is the philosophy that Waymu believes in. You are not short of money, but you are short of opportunities for revenge. Don't you hate Mephisto in your heart? Chumu said with a smile, looking at the man in front of him. Feel the new power in your body, do it with me, you will have a chance to take revenge on him, and you will have a chance to take off Mephisto's head and play it as a ball. Have to say, these words definitely spoke to Johnny's heart. Sounds like good advice. His eyes twinkled slightly. He could completely feel the surging sacred fire in his body, which was definitely the nemesis of all demons. Although Mephisto is an extremely powerful demon. But looking at the posture of the new boss in front of him, it seems that he is not afraid of the cunning monster at all. Not just not afraid. The new boss even feels a little disdainful. Unknowingly, Johnny has actually accepted the fact that Chumu is his new boss. It has something to do with Chumu's words, and it also has something to do with the ideological stamp. In any case, Johnny is obviously no longer so resistant in his heart. Can I have my own life here with you? Johnny is most concerned about his personal problems. He was forced to lose everything by Mephisto back then. Are you talking about getting married and having children? Definitely, I'm not a slave owner. You can have your own life, pursue your love, give birth to a big fat boy and raise him up. Support him to go to college, and then let him work for me. No, it's to pursue the life he wants. Chumu almost spilled the beans. Fortunately, Johnny was immersed in the beautiful scene he constructed. I didn't even notice it. You described it very beautifully, and I'm very grateful that you can describe such a beautiful future to me. After all, I don't have the right to refuse your orders, do I? Johnny smiled. Smiling is complicated, but he accepted his fate. That's what you said. Then, Knight, your first mission is here. Chumu walked to the front of the Harley motorcycle and sat down on the seat behind it. Send your new boss back to the city. It was impossible to walk. Now that he has a free ride, Chumu will definitely not continue his road trip relying on his legs. After all, female Thor's trio had already traveled far. Johnny was stunned for a moment. Obviously not expected. Just now, Chumu, who was full of personality and in the form of an angel, actually needed him to drive around the city on a motorcycle. This is not mystical at all. My new boss. Don't you have that thing? As he spoke, Johnny gestured with his hands in the direction behind him. Or so he said. Chumu has wings. Why doesn't she fly back by herself? With a face like Nicolas Cage's, Johnny's gestures are really hilarious. Although I won't be hurt, I don't want to be shot down by anti-aircraft guns. Chumu knew that it was only a matter of time before his identity was exposed. Because of this, he definitely did not want the photo of himself flying in the sky and then being bombarded to become an indelible black history of his life. Besides, the use of any power cannot be without cost. Although Chumu felt that he was the only one who needed it and could use the power on his back at any time, he still didn't want to use it at will until he figured out the reason. Who knows what the group of Angels of Apocalypse inside were fighting for? Idea. Look, was it fun just now? Please open the door. I have a bigger baby for you. I'm not a bad person. Just open the door, even just a crack. Can you let me breathe some fresh air? The back of Chumu's hand was vibrating at the moment. Under his observation, I also discovered that I was the only one who could hear the voice of the little girl behind the door. After the power flowed back to the gate of heaven, the voice of the little girl appeared again. Obviously, the strength just now must have a lot to do with this guy. Although after this power returned to the gate of heaven, Chumu could still feel that he could use it at will. But he couldn't figure out what the other party was thinking. Perhaps another conspiracy to lure him to open the door and then bring about the end of the world apocalypse. Chumu decided to go back and read the relevant books before he could judge the degree of danger of the other party and whether he could communicate with him. Before this, it's better to remain vigilant and pretend not to hear. Chumu is actually curious too. If the power I had just now really came from that little girl's voice. What level of angel is it to have 12 glorious wings? Definitely, the 12 glorious wings may only be a small part of the opponent's power. If this is the case, the voice of the little girl behind the door is definitely more dangerous. No one knows better than Chumu what it feels like to have that power. Homelander is very strong, and that power is even more powerful than Homelander's. Much more powerful. Even, it can be said that it is not on the same level at all. Homelander is just physically fierce. That power obviously carries a higher level of rule power, and has the power to influence and change reality. Even if that was just the full power of the little girl's voice behind the door, it was already extremely terrifying, and perhaps not even the Earth in the Marvel Universe could stop it. If it's just a part of the opponent's power. Hiss, I don't dare to think too much, I don't dare to think too much, the possibility of this guess is not very high. After all, no one has ever heard of a certain being lending all of its power to another person, or only part of it. No, maybe this shouldn't be called borrowing, but giving. It has become my power, and the other party can give this kind of gift casually. Chumu only felt horrified to think about it. And just when he was immersed in his thoughts. Boss, boss, Johnny's screams became more and more fluent. He looked at Chumu sitting on his Harley motorcycle and was suddenly stunned. He couldn't help but feel confused again. Who can suddenly fall into a daze while talking to others? Are you talking to Heavenly Father? Johnny felt that Chumu might be a messenger of God walking on Earth, so he began to make a bold guess that Chumu was probably reporting the situation to God. Follow a boss who can talk to God. My future should be bright too. Johnny couldn't help but feel a little excited inside. It's okay. I thought about it for a while. You can ride a bike. It's all right. It's almost dawn. Chumu came to his senses. I looked at the horizon. The sun had raised its head slightly. Okay, sit tight. Johnny now suddenly had the motivation to fight. He turned over and rode on his beloved motorcycle. He hit the accelerator and the motorcycle quickly flew away. Sitting in the back, Chumu also felt the feeling of lightning speed. He raised his buttocks, took out a helmet and put it on himself. How to say, although even if the car is destroyed, he will definitely not be killed, but wearing a helmet when riding in a car is still a very necessary habit. You can't teach those kids you see on the roadside bad. Hurry up, I have to go to work in my company later. Chumu only felt that Johnny's speed was not as fast as when he was driving a sports car. Johnny didn't know how to answer. A plutocrat. Moreover, a being who has just performed a miracle and possesses powerful angel power actually considers whether to be late for work or not. Oh, don't talk about extraordinary or not, just talk about Chable. Going to work on time, will it really not bring disgrace to the term Chable? Capitalists are working so hard. Then shouldn't workers take root directly in the company, treat the company as a warm home, and regard work as the only joy in life? Johnny is glad that he did not give up his motorcycle and go out to work. Boom! The motorcycle increased its fuel supply and roared past. The scenery along the way receded rapidly. Johnny drove Chumu all the way towards New York. Was there a car accident there? After a while, both Chumu and Johnny saw several off-road vehicles rolled over on the side of the road. A group of gray-faced people are sitting in the wasteland, some are talking on the phone, some are playing on the computer. The caller, Chumu, felt a little familiar. Hill. It went by in a flash. Chumu saw clearly the appearance of the caller. He suddenly understood. There is nothing surprising or not. If you think about it for a moment, you will know that Hill, who was at the newspaper office, will appear here. S.H.I.E.L.D. must have discovered the movement he just made in the wild. Maybe it was because of insufficient manpower, or maybe it was for other reasons. In short, S.H.I.E.L.D. sent Hill with a group of agents to check the situation. It's just that I don't know what happened, and they all turned over. The agent's driving skills aren't very good either. Chumu sighed slightly and touched the helmet on his head. He felt that his appearance should not be seen. It's not a matter of revealing one's identity or not. Mainly nuclear bombs. This is not easy to explain. It can't be said that Stark gave it to him at a banquet, right? Stark is missing. But he can't just pass the blame like this. Chumu was not worried about being exposed, but he was worried about being discovered for dropping the nuclear bomb. Think about it. I was still too impulsive at the time. Although he later repaired the damage, playing with nuclear bombs might attract more than just S.H.I.E.L.D. The military, the council, it's all trouble just thinking about it. Chumu was sitting on Johnny's motorcycle and soon lost sight of the group of agents behind her. Mom, today is definitely a bad day. There are abnormal situations everywhere. I also led the team out. I won't be able to go to your side for a while. However, I have arranged for relevant personnel to go to your side. You should stay where you are and wait for them to join you. Hill, are you listening to me? Hill was standing on the side of the road, holding the shield communicator. It's not that she was distracted, but that she just saw an unexpected person, and she was quite sure that the other party also saw her. Quote. Hill touched her face. Although it was covered with dust and mud, she didn't even wear a mask. I might be in a little trouble. What was it like running into the boss of the company you were working as an undercover agent on? Hill is in a very complicated mood right now. She wasn't sure if the other party had seen her sidearm. If she saw it, it would be very troublesome. Can she go back to work? No, I should go back to undercover force. Chumu definitely saw Hill's sidearm. Only, because he had known for a long time that this undercover agent and the Black Widow Natasha Romanoff were also undercover agents, Chumu was not surprised or confused at all. It must be said that Hill's anxiety is completely unnecessary. Because in Chumu's eyes, her and Natasha Romanoff's undercover mission was like a confession bureau with no secrets. I can actually find time to work as an agent in the middle of my job. Wow. Chumu's only thought was that maybe the job she arranged for Hill wasn't risky enough. How to say, Hill's bad premonition can't be said to be completely wrong, but this trouble is obviously completely different from the trouble she expected when the mission fails. Mission failed. It is definitely impossible for them to fail their mission. Such useful workers are not easy to find. Even if Chumu pretends to be shrouded in a halo of intelligence, it is impossible for her most capable employee to fail her mission. Well, Chumu has always been a boss who is willing to dedicate himself to shining a light on his subordinates. Boss, is this fast enough? As a stunt motorcycle rider, Johnny is most dissatisfied when others say his car is not fast enough. So he just pushed the accelerator all the way. A motorcycle. It was a surprise that it ran at a speed that even Ferrari could not match. After all, it is a Harley that has been modified in the past. Even though it has been restored to its original appearance, it is actually completely different from the previous motorcycles. Just like the horse that hides in a church in the wilderness and is also the gravekeeper of Ghost Rider. Can a normal horse live 150 years? Not bad, not bad, we can get to New York before dawn. It was also the first time for Chumu to ride a motorcycle. The experience was indeed completely different from that of a car. No wonder there are so many motorcycle riders who ride motorcycles crazily even if they risk their lives. After the successive battles, Zhang Chumu felt a little tired. He wants to go back to New York now, see if the nuclear explosion caused chaos in New York, and then go to the company to have a delicious breakfast. What? Why do you have to go back to the company? It is definitely because the company has a SHIELD high-level agent, who must have received professional chef training, and is no weaker than a 3-star Michelin chef. Cooking for Chumu, the owner, is not only more delicious, but also better than on the street. Any restaurant is much cleaner and more hygienic. In Chumu's view, the series of battles has finally come to an end. However, he didn't know. The battle is over though. But it doesn't mean that the Witch Heart Demon, Ghost Rider, and Heaven's Gate have appeared one after another, and the changes caused by this world have also come to an end. Yes, it's not really over, even putting aside Mephisto's grudge. Just like a butterfly flapping its wings, it may cause a tsunami in the Pacific Ocean, Chumu has brought more than a little impact to the world. And this time, such huge amounts of misfortune. The chain reaction produced will naturally not be small. It still appears quietly, only. It just happened somewhere that Chumu didn't know about. It was probably a few hundred miles away from the area where Chumu is now. That is to say, Chumu had been there before, and outside the ruins of the bar where the Witch Heart Demon died, something that shouldn't have happened because of Chumu. Dee, it's raining again in this area. Fortunately, Chumu has already purified the radiation. Otherwise, the rain this time will definitely be radiation rain. On the muddy ground, a man wearing a khaki windbreaker was lying unconscious on the ground in front of the ruins. It seemed like 5 or 6 minutes had passed. His fingers moved slightly, and his body began to tremble. Finally, when he regained consciousness, the man struggled to support his body. Hangover. Where have I been? The man felt pain all over his body. After he stood up, he held on to a tree and looked around. It's the devil's bad smell again. The man frowned slightly as he looked at the ruins in front of him. He sniffed his nose and showed a look of disgust. At this time, in the distance, a woman wearing a yellow robe slowly walked over. She had a hood on her head. The raindrops fell on her robe, but they were not able to soak in. They just dripped along the robe and fell to the ground. Nice raincoat. Are you a monk near here? The man in the windbreaker leaned against the big tree and asked with confusion. Not really. The woman in the robe shook her head slightly. She stood opposite the man in the trench coat and said with a concerned expression, "You look like you need help." The man in the trench coat looked up at the woman in the robe in front of him. "Honey, there's nothing you can do to help me." He took out a pack of wet cigarettes from his trouser pocket, and then took out a metal lighter. Click, flint friction, disturbed a small wisp of fire. The man in the trench coat found a cigarette that was not completely destroyed, put it in his mouth, lit it, and took a deep breath. "You're in a bad state." The woman in the robe asked again, "I've never seen you before. You must not be from here, right?" Her voice had a soft questioning tone, and also contained a bit of unconcealed doubt. "How many people have you seen?" The man in the trench coat chuckled. He took a deep breath again, and when the smoke was filled, he took out a playing card. "But you were right. I'm not from here, but you don't need to suspect that I'm a wanted criminal. I'm a policeman." The man in the trench coat handed the playing cards to the woman in front of him. He felt that it would be more advantageous for him to forge a convincing identity. He would not let the other party think that he was a suspicious guy, so the playing card turned into a police card as he thought. There is no need to worry about being seen changing the playing cards. All this changes. Ordinary people can't find it at all. Constantine, who has used this item to commit countless frauds, knows this very well. Yes, the man in the trench coat is named Constantine. He is a necromancer who specializes in hunting down demons in an attempt to redeem his soul. He can use magic from various factions, but has no faith at all. From the Christian summoning circle to the most evil black magic in Europe, as well as the shamanistic sacrificial magic that makes people feel scalp numb at the sight of it. As a martial artist with extremely high abilities, Constantine is very proficient in everything. Definitely, proficiency does not mean mastery. He is proficient in everything but not at the top of everything. Can only say, this may have a lot to do with his lack of faith. It also has a lot to do with the fact that the magic he knows has a heavy price and cannot be used easily. Constantine, he is not the person who should appear in this world, so. His magic. There is a big difference between nature and the magic in the Marvel Universe. The cost of his magic is very, very high, and every time it is cast it is a gamble. No one can tell what kind of heavy price will be paid. It may be just a few days of poor mental health, or it may be just a few drops of unnecessary blood. It depends on whether the magician, the owner of the power, is a talkative guy. If you meet an old silver coin, you can only ask for luck. Nice trick. The woman in the robe looked through the documents and did not raise any suspicion. The compliment she spoke softly surprised Constantine. But, before Constantine could react, "So, police officer, can you tell me why you are here?" The woman in the robe then asked Constantine a question. The question he couldn't answer. Constantine only remembered that he had been drinking before, drinking a lot, trying to numb his painful soul with alcohol. Then, open your eyes again. It has already appeared in this wilderness. This didn't surprise Constantine, who even played pay-to-play games with 6 men while drunk. Your question is indeed about me. If I said that I was tracking a terrible criminal, would you believe what I said? Constantine shrugged. Definitely. The robed woman nodded. Okay, in return for your trust in me, I would like to kindly remind you. Constantine looked at the destroyed bar. The devil's smell made even his favorite Marlboro no longer smell good. It's very dangerous here. If I were you, I would leave here as soon as possible. This is indeed a kind reminder. Move around where the devil is. No one can guarantee the safety of an ordinary person. Well, the premise is that the woman in the robe is indeed an ordinary human being. If you are referring to those demons, then I think you don't need to be too nervous. They have been solved. Gu blinked. Yes, the person who came here was none other than Ancient One. Although she decided not to interfere with Chumu. But picking up a confused magician from another universe made her think it was time to take this trip. Constantine looked at the woman in front of him in surprise. He actually knows the devil. It seems that he is not an ordinary monk. Maybe a little bit capable. My dear, it seems that you know a lot of things, but you may not understand a cruel fact. No one can really kill the devil. Constantine spoke confidently. He is very confident in what he knows. Yeah, Ancient One looked puzzled. Yes, Constantine nodded decisively. He did not relax his inner vigilance against the devil just because the other party said that the devil had been eliminated. In fact, don't look at him talking to the Ancient One. He is actually very wary of the Ancient One. Feel. In the wilderness, it is very unusual for such a monk to appear. The other person may be the devil in disguise. Or he may be a believer bewitched by the devil. Maybe you're right. Ancient One did not speak to tell the truth about how many demons she had killed. She looked at the magician in front of her and sensed the weakening of his vitality. Maybe we can find another place to talk. She suddenly looked not far away. Someone wearing a police uniform was approaching, so she waved her hand and everything around her changed. It's like a mirror turning over. The Ancient One brings Constantine to the mirror space. Constantine sensed something was wrong. What kind of magic is this? He looked at the Ancient One in front of him in shock. From the other person's wave action just now, he didn't feel any different or at all. However, but the other party did bring him into a strange space. A little trick. The Ancient One raised his hand again, and a table and chairs appeared in this mirror space. The method of creating things out of thin air made Constantine's eyes widen. Perhaps we can communicate and see how different our magic is. Ancient One took the lead in sitting on the chair. Mina. I didn't see her take any action. The teapot on the table flew up automatically, and 2 cups of tea were poured and placed on the table. When Constantine came back to her senses, she was shocked to find that she didn't know it. At that time, he was already sitting opposite Ancient One. As a master of magic, how could Constantine not realize that he had actually been enchanted by the other party's special magic without even knowing it? You were hit without even noticing it. What kind of strength is this? Constantine couldn't help but feel extremely unbelievable in her heart. This is not the end. What the Ancient One said the next moment. It really made him feel frightened and in disbelief. A guest from another universe, I have a strong thirst for knowledge, so I am very curious about the characteristics of magic in your world. Not just this place, because Chumu set off a butterfly effect of change. On the coast of Long Island, New York. Shield. In fact, abnormal situations were also monitored. Their Sky aircraft carrier is now staying in this area and has detected abnormal conditions outside the atmosphere. Meteorite, or alien spacecraft. Nick Fury only feels that the work of the past 10 years has not been as hard as one night now. The flaming skull again. What kind of nuclear explosion? On Hill's side, Angel even got out. He also just led a team to capture a weird man in tights who seemed to have special abilities. This is just back. Something outrageous happened again. It does not make sense. Can't it make people relax for a while? Detected. Life form. There was a technical agent who checked the astronomical parameters on the complicated instruments. He immediately exclaimed, his face full of disbelief. The other agents also stared with incredulous expressions. Living things are traveling through the atmosphere. What life? How can you withstand such a terrible encounter? Is today the end of the world? Don't tell me. What kind of monster is this? Nick Fury roared, spittle flying everywhere. Maybe an alien chick. In the special cage behind him, a lowly voice sounded, and a guy covered in tights and wearing a mask was imprisoned inside. However, even though he became a prisoner, this person was not worried at all. He even had the time to join in the conversation between Nick Fury and the agent. Shut up, you, Nick. Fury turned around with an ugly expression and yelled. You are the pervert. Your whole family is perverts. I have a name. Call me Uncle Deadpool. The man in tights grabbed the iron railing and yelled. Yes, he is the Marvel signature Deadpool who possesses powerful self-healing ability, and was even cursed by the goddess of death for immortality and possesses psychotic traits. You're done. Braised Eggman. You don't know who you provoked. I just set up a stall on the roadside. I didn't violate any federal laws. Deadpool clamored for a lawyer, so he asked the blind man to defend him. Yes, it's not illegal to set up a stall. But no one would set up a stall to sell their own internal organs. You pervert. Nick Fury felt like veins were popping up on his forehead. My own internal organs. I can sell them however I want. This is free America. You can't arrest me for selling my own kidneys. Deadpool is still protesting. Nick Fury was so criticized that he called him. He saw it for the first time. There are people with super abilities who use super abilities in such strange places. Before he could reply, he suddenly received a response from his subordinates. Entering the atmosphere, the target is falling towards the predetermined trajectory. On high-end instruments, displays high-definition close-up pictures. Oh my god, that's a person, a woman wearing tights too. Why use the word yeah? It must be because these agents just caught a pervert in a tights with Nick Fury. One thing to say, they now have a bit of a psychological shadow over people wearing tight clothes. God knows where the guy who calls himself Deadpool came from, not just selling all kinds of bloody human organs on the street. And they also provide a paid replacement service for that thing. Can you do whatever you want if you have super ability? If you don't agree, you will take out your penis and cut it off. The director called that guy a pervert, which is a bit euphemistic. I'm afraid it's the real pervert. When I come, I say I can't stand it. Why are there always such weirdly dressed people popping up? Her whole body is on fire and it hasn't melted yet. Is she another guy whose physical fitness is so exaggerated that it's scarier than steel? Nick Fury at the moment, looking at the surveillance screen, even though the object was falling at a high speed, it was still clearly visible that it was a human figure. All he wanted to do was shout Maha fake 100 times in a row. Having a Superman is not enough. Are you going to get a second equally exaggerated guy for him? This world, destroy it quickly. It's all fake. S.H.I.E.L.D. is fake. Superman is fake. This angry woman is fake too. By the way, the pager in my trouser pocket is also fake. In my original training as an agent, I was never taught how to deal with these supernatural events. And it also involves Angel, a supernatural being who is extremely terrifying in a religious sense. S.H.I.E.L.D., it's really a bit overwhelming. What are they all about? Although Nick Fury's mentality was a little explosive at the moment, he was still a well-trained agent, so he didn't really start to mess up like that. Definitely, it's not that he has a bad mentality. God knows how many times he wanted to press the pager in his pants pocket. If he hadn't had strong self-control, he would have called S.H.I.E.L.D. for final rescue. Look, I guessed it right. It's really an alien girl. Deadpool, who was locked in the iron cage, was excited. He constantly shook the guardrails of the iron cage, making a crackling sound, and shouted loudly to Nick Fury outside with an extremely surprised voice. Braised Eggman, let Uncle Deadpool out. Uncle Deadpool is going to see if the alien girl has 7 heart-beating organs. Deadpool yelled, 16. At the same time, he was trying to squeeze out from the narrow gap between the iron bars. Obviously, he is doing useless work. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D. pulls his hips, he will definitely not make such a stupid mistake. It is absolutely impossible to put a prisoner in a cell that he can sneak out of. Shut up. If you keep yelling at me, I'll send you to be a test subject right away. Nick Fury was upset by the noise made by Deadpool. Okay, I have experience. Senior experimental subjects. The kind with certificates. Deadpool didn't know where he pulled out a certificate that looked fake. Expert level experimental subject. I have sufficient experimental subject experience. I can not only help researchers provide ideas, but also conduct experiments on myself to achieve the level of automation industry that meets the scientific level of the 21st century. Good guy. There are actually people who make such certificates. Nick Fury was once again shocked by the pervert in tights in front of him. However, he also knew that now was not the time to complain about this guy. Compared to a pervert with a bad mouth and self-castration, it is obvious that the life flying in from outside the Earth is what he needs to pay most attention to now. The other party is friend or foe? Or is it the vanguard of some cosmic civilization? These are unknown things. Just in case. What a scout for cosmic civilization. Then the Earth is really going to be in trouble. Nick Fury remembers that Captain Marvel went to an alien planet, so he is very aware of the existence of aliens. This universe, humanity is not alone. And between civilizations, it is definitely difficult to build trust in unfamiliar relationships. Nick Fury's favorite work is The Three Body Problem, which comes from the serialized story that the problematic newspaper owner once published in the newspaper. He very much agreed with a law that the newspaper owner mentioned in the three-body problem. The work once mentioned a law of universe survival. Dark Forest Law. This law believes that the universe is a dark forest and every civilization is a hunter with a gun. If the two civilizations did not come into contact and discover each other, then the two hunters would seem to be hiding in the darkness, each developing and evolving independently. However, one day A discovers the existence of B. A cannot tell whether B is kind or malicious. Similarly, it is impossible to determine whether B will attack itself. Therefore, A will take the lead in attacking B he finds for his own safety, thereby ensuring his own survival. This is a very cruel and real possibility. It also means that once a certain cosmic civilization is discovered, it will inevitably be attacked by other cosmic civilizations. At first, when I saw this theory, Nick Fury was a big shock. Even because of this theory, I was anxious for a long time and stopped a study on cosmic energy block. He was afraid that the cosmic energy block would cause the aliens to lock their coordinates. Then, just like what was written in the book written by the newspaper owner, launching an attack on the Earth that the Earth cannot cope with. It is precisely because Nick Fury deeply agrees with this theory that when he first discovered that something was wrong with the newspaper owner, he would directly send it there. A general. Not only because of the mysterious grocery store of the other party, it definitely has something to do with it, or the two actually have a certain connection. Nick Fury suspects that the boy named Chumu, unbeknownst to S.H.I.E.L.D., once entered the universe and owned a spaceship. In the opinion of Nick Fury, those high-tech products in the grocery store are probably the products brought back from the universe by the newspaper owner named Chumu. Yes, Nick Fury has such a rich imagination. Why did he stop the research on Tesseract? Or maybe he was frightened by the two-way foil copied from Chumu's article. He was convinced in his heart that Chumu must have been to the universe. I think Chumu must have seen this kind of weapon called two-way foil in the universe. At least he must have heard of it, otherwise, how could a child who was only in his teens at the time imagine such a terrifying weapon? Alien. Nick Fury sighed quietly. I want you to accurately estimate where this suspected human life form will fall to. He didn't know the situation of the visitor from outside, and he couldn't guess whether the visitor was good or evil, so he could only make the worst plan. If the other party is not kind, the only option is to bite the bullet and go up. And he must also block the relevant areas before the other party reaches the surface of the Earth to minimize possible losses. Those funds from the World Security Council are not free from corruption. Still have to make a contribution. Otherwise, not only will I no longer be greedy, I am afraid that human beings will either become extinct or become slaves. Fury, as a black man, knows very well the law of the jungle. After all, his ancestors once proved this to him with actual cases. Yes, the technicians began to locate quickly. Nick Fury also contacted S.H.I.E.L.D.'s ground mobile troops. Someone said that the manpower for 10 nights was really not enough. As for whether S.H.I.E.L.D. can fight against this guy who can survive in outer space, fall directly into the atmosphere physically, and looks more powerful than the previous Superman, then it depends on whether God will bless us or not. Nick Fury was holding the last trump card, his palms were constantly sweating, and Captain Marvel on the other end of the pager didn't know if he could do it. Director, there is no need to locate. The technician's answer was a bit helpless and a bit panicky. Because she's right there. Before Nick Fury could curse, the technician stood up blankly and looked at the bright sky outside the glass window of the Sky aircraft carrier. Nick Fury quickly looked out. I saw. There was a burning figure falling in the sky at high speed. It was not big. It was the woman in tight clothes they detected in the atmosphere. She fell like a meteorite. With a bang, he fell into the ocean, still near the beach on the coastline. Hurry over. Seal the scene. Enter special combat readiness. Nick Fury immediately shouted the order and got on a Black Hawk helicopter. He quickly flew in the direction of the target's fall, praying to God constantly in his heart. Don't be some evil alien. Well, let's not be some alien intelligent life that blocks Earth's technology and causes the evolution of Earthlings. Boom. Black Hawk helicopters were flying in the sky. Those mobile units that had been waiting near the coast for a long time responded fastest. The area where the mysterious figure fell was immediately sealed off. Fortunately it was morning now, and there were no citizens playing on the New York beach at 6 in the morning. Follow up. Keep up. Be ready to fire at any time. Oh my God. Is that a girl? A woman fell from the sky. Noisy sounds filled my ears. In the sea water. The blonde girl stood up. She looked about 16 or 17 years old and was well developed. She walked to the beach in a daze. Wow, the girl's clothes were not soaked by the seawater. She didn't know what kind of material it was made of, but the waves constantly hit her body and only slowly faded away. No matter how big the wave is. But he couldn't shake this girl even a little bit. Where am I? The girl felt herself being enveloped by a burst of bright light. She subconsciously raised her hands to cover her eyes, but she soon realized that the bright light could not cause any harm to her. Do not move. Kid, stand there. Stop. I'll tell you one last time. Stand where you are. Loud scolding sounded. The girl frowned subconsciously. Her mind was a little messy now, as if she had just woken up and hadn't yet figured out what happened. She just subconsciously didn't want to soak in the seawater and wanted to walk to the shore. She also began to try hard to remember what happened to her. Because they didn't stop where they were as the mobile unit said. The mobile unit decisively chose to shoot without showing any pity for the underage girl. How to say, although they are agents, they are also armed personnel of greater freedom. For them, your own safety is the most important thing. This is the case when dealing with citizens, let alone when dealing with life from aliens. This is an alien whose danger level is completely unknown. This series of bullets roared wildly. However, it fell on the girl. The girl didn't even dodge, but these bullets were not able to harm the girl at all. Don't say you were injured. Not even a feeling. The blue tights she was wearing had no traces of bullet holes at all. The girl seemed to be stunned by the sudden attack. She paused slightly at first. Immediately, a red light subconsciously lit up in the eyes, making all the mobile troops couldn't help but feel the shuddering fear. Sorry, I'm a little dizzy. The girl came back to her senses, and the red light in her eyes immediately went out. She hurriedly explained in a hurry, like a student who had done something wrong. The girl didn't care at all about the mobile unit's attack, nor did she show any dissatisfaction. Well, is this Kai Guo's ignorance? But a group of armed personnel armed with modern equipment only felt a deep sense of frustration. What the hell happened to her? Did I see it wrong? Bullets. The bullets caused sparks on her body. Oh my God, what are we facing? The well-trained personnel couldn't help but collapse a little. They couldn't believe what they saw. It simply subverted their previous understanding of the world. Even if they were SHIELD agents, not everyone knew about the supernatural thing. I'm not a bad guy. As you can see, I'm a female Superman. I just, probably, maybe, lost my way. I was actually hunting down a very vicious criminal. The girl probably knew that she had scared these people. She introduced herself to everyone, but found that all of them had blank expressions. Who is the female Superman? I don't know, but she looks like she thinks she's famous. I feel like she's not in any danger. Although most of these voices were mumbling to themselves, or whispering to their companions, they were almost drowned in the sound of the waves. But the girl still heard it very clearly. She was a little embarrassed and frustrated. It turned out that her fame was still incomparable with her cousins. This seems to be New York. People in New York have never heard of her name. Hey, we still need to keep working hard, the girl encouraged herself in her heart. Boom. At this time, Black Hawk helicopters have arrived in the area. Nick Fury slides off the plane. Landed in front of the mobile unit. Looking at the perfect figure and exquisite face in front of me. A seemingly harmless girl, Nick Fury hesitated and said those words. Hello, welcome to Earth, alien friends. This was the opening statement that he had waited and prepared for a long time on the helicopter. Through the real-time monitoring just now, he knew that the other party could speak the voice of the Earth. As for, why do you think the other party must be an alien and not an Earthling? Serious Earthlings, who can fall from the universe? Hello, I'm not an alien, The girl's face was a little red, and she was about to make a few excuses to cover up her identity. However, because her consciousness was fully awake and she probably recalled the process of her appearance in the sea, Her expression could not help but change slightly. Did I fall from outside the earth? The girl spoke in disbelief. But Nick, Fury was stunned for a moment. Don't you know it yourself? That's right, madam, that's why we're here. Can you tell us your specific purpose? Nick, Fury still didn't complain. The girl heard this answer. His expression was a little flustered. She closed her eyes as if listening to something. After a while, the girl opened her eyes, her face filled with incredible and unspeakable complexity. Oops, I think I'm in real trouble. Shield in action. Chumu, who finally returned to the city after going through thousands of difficulties and dangers, was enjoying a brunch carefully prepared for him by the company's chef. The top quality ingredients selected from different regions often need to be handled by the most experienced chefs before they can be formed into applauding dishes. Bob, I didn't expect you to make Chinese food so delicious. Chumu ate the minced tofu made from top-grade Wagyu beef, and a certain men's football team's favorite roasted sea cucumber with green onion, and sincerely praised the leader of his company. The cooking skills have indeed reached a very delicious level. It's not the kind of dishes made to cater to the tastes of the great free country, but pure Chinese flavor, even better than most Chinese restaurants. It is indeed extraordinary. Shield agent is indeed extraordinary. As long as the boss is satisfied, just ask me to cook whatever you want to eat. The chef named Bob looked happy. He swore in front of Chumu and made a promise in a tone full of confidence. How should I put it? There may not be a chef in the world who can boast that he can make any cuisine in Haikou, but there is a whole team of chefs behind him. The agent is different. Chefs from all over the world are in this team. Each one has their own special skills, and they are not afraid of failing to fulfill Chumu's requirements. Do you think Bob made this minced tofu and sea cucumbers roasted with green onions? You are so wrong. The chef who handled it was actually a state banquet chef hired from China. This identity. Can the Chinese cuisine be authentic? Since he can become a Chinese state banquet chef, he must have a very deep understanding of Chinese cuisine. And, to know, Shield is well aware of how complex Chinese cuisine is, so the Chinese chefs in this chef team include 8 state banquet level masters. I can tell, Chumu likes to eat Chinese food. Shield's investigation is very clear. Therefore, one chef from each of the 8 major cuisines was hired. Not bad. Chumu was very satisfied with the meal. There is a kind of wisdom called pretending not to understand anything. Why is he so tolerant of these Shield agents? It's not because he can enjoy the services of a group of top people in the industry for just one person's salary. What could make capitalists more ecstatic than this? Definitely not. I want to eat Syrian food tomorrow. Chumu still occasionally gives these Shield agents some problems. No, seeing the subtle change in Bob's face, Chumu understood that among the team of chefs behind Bob, there should be no Syrian chef. But that's okay. He believes in the professionalism of Shield. Although it is not available now, when he eats tomorrow, he will definitely be able to eat delicious food prepared by professional Syrian chefs. Guaranteed to satisfy the boss. Look, Bob has confidently agreed. Watching his learned and talented chef leave, Chumu's face was filled with a happy smile. Sometimes his happiness came so simply. Boss, regarding the news about the explosion in the suburbs this morning, I learned some inside information through my friends in the FBI. Dressed in business attire, the seductive Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, dressed like an intellectual female employee, came to the office with a document. I don't know if Bob has reported anything to her. This other top agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. now wants to rely on ability to get Chumu's attention. Definitely. If beauty can work, it will be an unexpected surprise for Natasha Romanoff, but judging from the boss's appearance, she feels that it is unlikely. Any more inside information? It seems like you have very good connections. Chumu gave the high-level agent from S.H.I.E.L.D. a thoughtful look in front of her. FBI friend. Could there be any of your friends in the FBI that you impersonate every day? Isn't it the news I got from S.H.I.E.L.D.? It took the FBI 8 lifetimes of bad luck to get involved with an organization like yours. Chumu complained in her heart, but on the surface she was still very surprised. He has no control over the feud between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the FBI. When Natasha Romanoff tells him that the news is from Hydra, he can pretend not to hear it. Yes, because my father was a senior official in the FBI, I know a few of them. It seems that this is the persona of Natasha Romanoff's undercover identity this time. Don't even say it. This identity is indeed very popular with media companies. Natasha Romanoff smiled at Chumu, with a slightly teasing smile. This is her special skill. As a new employee who wants to make progress, it is not incomprehensible to try to seduce the boss. Is that so? It seems that our company has recruited another talent. I remember you are the new reporter. Your previous news reports were good. Chumu looked at the beauty in the eyes of many people in front of him and smiled lightly. He definitely knew that the woman in front of him had the intention to seduce him. Although Natasha Romanoff was indeed good-looking, she still had no interest in the old lady Chumu. Even though Natasha Romanoff is young and beautiful. But you must know that this is a woman born in Stalingrad, the former Soviet Union in 1928. Because he was trained as an agent by former Soviet agents since he was a child, his body was transformed by the former Soviet government, which greatly slowed down his aging rate. That transformation, giving Natasha Romanoff's body a boost in immune system and fighting ability. Plus many years of physical and mental training. That's why Natasha Romanoff also became the Black Widow, like a deadly poisonous spider, but later betrayed the former Soviet agent organization, Red Room, for some reasons and joined S.H.I.E.L.D. He is only 10 years younger than Captain America. Chumu is still a child and cannot bear the weight of an old woman, so he naturally has to ignore Natasha Romanoff's teasing. Work hard, our company will never let down any outstanding talent. Although Chumu did not want to have an abnormal relationship with Natasha Romanoff. But that doesn't mean he doesn't want to use S.H.I.E.L.D., the company behind Natasha Romanoff, to dig out more news for the New York Times that can attract people's attention. This is Chumu encouraging Natasha Romanoff. Come on, come out with more breaking news. Sooner or later I can get you a promotion and a salary increase and you can successfully sneak into my side. The pie painting is very tempting. To get the job done as an agent, Natasha Romanoff certainly doesn't mince words. I will definitely work hard. I have longed to be a reporter since I was a child. I have always felt that we are the best supervisory force for government organizations. It is precisely because of our existence that corrupt elements in the government do not dare to treat them too arrogantly. People. The state of Natasha Romanoff's psychology is unknown. At least she was very excited on the surface, pretending to be inspired by Chumu. Most agents have better acting skills than actors. As a top agent, Natasha Romanoff's acting skills are naturally superb. Faced with other people, no one would have felt anything unusual. However, she met Chumu. In fact, she already knew the identity of her and a lot of S.H.I.E.L.D. employees, as long as I have been acting with them all the time. Even now, yes, we are the last backing of the people. We are a sword chosen over the heads of those officials, so that those officials must force themselves to restrain themselves. Our reporters are actually the real superheroes. Chumu clenched his fist and made a powerful swing. The voice is impassioned and full of a sacred sense of responsibility and mission, and the acting skills are not inferior to those shared by Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff was stunned when she saw it. Troublesome guy. As an official, I naturally hate people like Chumu who like to get to the bottom of things and present those unstable truths to the world. However, now he is on an undercover mission. Natasha Romanoff can't show her true feelings either. I can only sigh secretly in my heart, but still have to show empathy on the surface. You were right, it seems that you have the same sense of mission as me. I'm so lucky to be able to work under a responsible person like you. Use the most excited tone to express yourself if you don't mean it. Natasha Romanoff showed a look of adoration. This is indeed an outstanding agent with perfect acting skills. In fact, she is also one of S.H.I.E.L.D's rare real talents. Natasha Romanoff can even have the ability to quickly process multiple information streams like Captain America, such as assessing the chain reaction that an event will trigger, and then making rapid responses to deal with possible changing tactical situations. She is undoubtedly a tactical expert and a very efficient strategist, and not only has the talents of an ordinary agent. In some parallel universe, she even led S.H.I.E.L.D. once. Let's all work together. Okay. Now let me see what kind of inside information you got. Such a big thing happened in New York, and there was a fire skull and a huge explosion. We definitely need to get a report this afternoon. Urgent journal. Chumu picked up the information Natasha Romanoff brought in and looked at it. Don't even say it. S.H.I.E.L.D. really gave something. Other newspapers probably only dared to suspect that it was a nuclear explosion, but the information in Chumu's hands now is enough to really confirm last night's explosion. This is definitely not insider information available to other newspapers. It seems that your father's connections are indeed very powerful. Chumu clicked his tongue in surprise. The so-called father. I'm afraid it's the one-eyed dragon from Ludantu. Father-daughter games. S.H.I.E.L.D. can play. My father has always liked to support the younger generations. Many people are grateful to him, so they are also willing to help me. Natasha Romanoff's answer is spotless. In the great free country, this type of transaction is common. It cannot be said whether it is illegal or not. This material of yours can be released directly as a finished product. Your personal ability is also worthy of commendation. After sorting it out, you can publish it directly. Before you get off work, go to the finance department to get $500. This is our newspaper's long-standing tradition. Chumu handed the information in his hand back to Natasha Romanoff. There was nothing to review. This material has indeed reached a high level of content. In fact, if you think about it, you will understand. Even the chefs have a dedicated team of chefs, and there is definitely a dedicated team of article writers behind Natasha Romanoff. In the entire newspaper office, no, in the entire New York Times S.H.I.E.L.D. branch, I am afraid that the only honest person who does everything personally is Hill. Working as an assistant, a secretary, and doing the work of the editor-in-chief. Just think about it and you will realize how rich the blessings are. Thank you, boss. Natasha Romanoff made a happy face. She was about to leave Chumu's office when she suddenly remembered something. I want to ask, why didn't I see editor-in-chief Hill today? Well, this is Natasha Romanoff's reaction to test Chumu for Hill. After all, Hill bumped into Chumu in the morning and was afraid that Chu would notice something was wrong, so he entrusted Natasha Romanoff to investigate the situation. She must be on vacation today. I met her in the suburbs in the morning. She seemed to be camping with friends or something. Chumu answered naturally. As mentioned earlier, Hill is such an outstanding talent, and he doesn't want to just give up. Therefore, he is willing to be a blind man for the sake of the other party. Well, that's it. What kind of off-road vehicle rolled over? It was clearly Exner and his group who were using car exhaust to grill a barbecue. Camping. Is that so? Natasha Romanoff thought of many answers, but she didn't expect Chumu to give such a calm answer. She didn't know how to answer the question for a while. Didn't Hill say that there is a high probability of exposure? She had already thought of a way to defend Hill. But it looked like the boss didn't notice anything was wrong at all. One thing to say, Natasha Romanoff was a little confused. I don't know whether to suspect that something is wrong with Chumu, or whether to suspect that Hill exaggerated the actual situation when he called her. What do you want from her? Chumu showed a slightly curious expression at the right time. Ah, that's the case. Editor-in-chief Hill asked me to find her today to arrange for me to officially become a full-time employee, so I wanted to find her. Natasha Romanoff reacted quickly, and found a very reasonable excuse. Oh, that's it. There's no need to delay her vacation for this kind of thing. You can go directly to the HR department and tell them that I asked you to go find them. Chumu smiled softly. An outstanding talent like Natasha Romanoff must be hired as soon as possible so that she can shine more for the newspaper. What, is anyone else a top agent? Afraid of a hammer? It's not like there are no top agent newspapers. These are better quality workers. Whether the faith value can hit a new high next month depends on these outstanding talents. Okay, thank you, boss. Natasha Romanoff showed a happy expression again. She was very dedicated in her performance, just like a young girl who was recognized for the first time and got a formal job opportunity for the first time. If there is nothing else to do, just hurry up and type the news. Time is also particularly important for our industry. Chumu is almost unable to continue acting. Can you imagine a woman who knows she is 70 years old, pretending to be a little daughter in front of you? It's really hard to treat everyone equally. Okay. Natasha Romanoff hurriedly picked up the materials, and then exited Chumu's office. After she left the office, she put the materials at the top of the list. Then, Chumu saw the female agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. through the computer surveillance screen, took out a mobile phone and walked into the toilet. There is definitely no surveillance in the toilet. Chumu is not that perverted yet, and it is actually easy to guess why Natasha Romanoff went to the toilet. Make sure you find a safe place to contact Hill or S.H.I.E.L.D. The bathroom is such a magical place. Chumu looked at the closed toilet door on the surveillance screen and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. He felt that this was probably the case in all the worlds. Whether it is the evil god fool of the old days, agents in the Marvel Universe all have a strong preference for toilets, as if toilets are some kind of holy place. People, as long as you want to do something shameful, the first best place that comes to mind is probably the toilet. I wonder if this is an instinct written in genes. Chapter 61. Natasha Romanoff was unaware of her actions. In fact, it was already under Chumu's watch. After all, although she has received scientific professional agent training, she knows nothing about K-Shui's power. She will definitely not be able to detect the monitoring equipment in K-Shui's world. In fact, after the first S.H.I.E.L.D. agent infiltrated the entire building, Chumu had used K-Shui world's equipment to monitor most places. This is something only Chumu and the K-Shui world trio know. Your identity has probably not been exposed yet, but I always feel that something is wrong with this boss, but I can't tell what is wrong. Natasha Romanoff sent Hill a message. Soon, she received a reply from Hill. Don't you suspect that he is related to the supernatural human code-named Superman? Maybe it's because of this that you think there's something wrong with him. Hill's answer was this sentence. Natasha Romanoff did not reply. Maybe that's true, Natasha Romanoff murmured to herself. He deleted the conversation information very skillfully. Subsequently, just left the women's restroom. Not long after Natasha Romanoff returned to her desk. At some point, Hill, who had cleaned himself up and taken a physical examination, appeared in the newspaper building. Don't you have a day off today? After Chumu saw Hill, he showed a stunned expression and said, I also saw you and your friends playing car barbecue in the suburbs. Now Chumu is not worried about his identity being exposed. Therefore, before the S.H.I.E.L.D. showdown, he doesn't need to consider whether his performance is reasonable or not. Anyway, he must not let these agents feel that the mission has failed and they need to evacuate. Half of the hot news in the newspaper relies on the efforts of Mr. Chin. The remaining half depends on these people's conscientious efforts to leak state secrets. If they leave, then who will be a good migrant worker for Chumu? What are you talking about? Boss, do you have a problem with your eyes or lack common sense? Our discerning people will know that there was a car accident at a glance, okay. After all, Hill did not dare to echo Chumu's outrageous remarks. She looked slightly annoyed, and patted her chest as if she was scared. Car accident. Chumu also seemed slightly stunned. Immediately, he showed a caring attitude and asked, How are you? Are you injured? Is it serious? He looked very sincere, but also had the feeling of being a perfunctory scumbag. The image was so strong that Hill's temples couldn't help but beat twice. Sure enough. Capitalists are all in love. Fake love and false intentions. I was injured but not injured. It was all because of the explosion. Oh my God, I thought it was the end of the world. My friends and I were very scared. Hill looked shocked. At the same time, she was also secretly observing Chumu, mainly the motorcycle Chumu was riding on when she came back, which seemed a little bit familiar to her. Some look like the one the Flame Skull rides. For agents, there are almost no coincidences in this world. Therefore, Hill has reasonable grounds to suspect that Chumu is also related to the Flaming Skull. Why use the word Yia? Mainly because of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s investigation, it was discovered that many recent supernatural events seemed to be related to the billionaire in front of him. If one or two of them happened, it could be said to be an accident, but if every one of them happened like this, it would obviously be abnormal. Hill's return this time was actually quite risky. Only, she carries orders from Nick Fury. Working with Natasha Romanoff to find out the truth about Chumu, she had to take the risk and come back. One thing to say, Hill's mood is actually very complicated. My body has just been repaired by the power of mysterious supernatural events, and I feel the beauty of youth again. Now we have to return to this magical cave where people may die. Be happy and in pain. Although hard work, But those bonuses are really comfortable to hold. She is expected to be able to buy a house in New York by the end of this year, something she has never been able to accomplish with Lou Dantu. Ahem. I'm not complaining about SHIELD's treatment, yes, no, really not. I've also heard about this. Hey, it's simply appalling. This kind of thing must have been done by the Russians. Yes, it must have been done by the Russians. Chumu was unaware of Hill's psychological activities. He just followed Hill's words just now and sighed with emotion in a tone of excitement and strong criticism. It was as if this matter really had nothing to do with him. Chumu's performance was flawless, and he righteously accused Mao Zedong, the enemy of the Great Free State. Something like a pot. Get rid of Mao Zedong. A very reasonable argument in a large free country. Even if this is not the case, there's nothing wrong with showing some political correctness. Everyone understands. People in the great free country love this kind of rhetoric. Look, Hill has no doubts about Chumu. Even, she nodded in agreement, indeed BGEC, it's probably them. Recently there have been many underground people from there active in New York. Probably because S.H.I.E.L.D. had some information channels, Hill had some very necessary misunderstandings. Chumu is very grateful to those active underground personnel in Russia. Then it must be them. Condemn. Strong condemnation. Chumu is not worried that this will trigger World War III. The background of the Marvel Universe and the world he lived in before are actually not exactly the same. Although the structures of some countries are similar, and Russia does not have to deal with the Great Free State, both parties are members of the World Security Council. This organization is much more powerful than the United Nations. As long as it is not confirmed that the nuclear bomb comes from Russia, there will not even be much conflict. That's just for everyone to have a good time. Is there any real evidence? Obviously there is no way. After all, the real culprit is still here to condemn. We should not get involved in disputes that the country only sees, and there should not be misleading guidance in the news. After all, we are the country's leading media. Hill was the first to say this. Chumu was waiting for her to stand up and persuade him, rationally. Therefore, indeed, our newspaper cannot have the same bottom line as the Daily Bugle, so let's just publish that this is an attack from an unknown terrorist organization. Chumu is very good at finding steps. No, on the contrary, Hill felt that he had persuaded the radical newspaper owner. I was very pleased. By the way, has your car been insured? Chumu suddenly asked Hill. Hill, who was still immersed in the serious topic of nuclear bombs, was slightly stunned for a moment. Not yet. Hill definitely couldn't say that if the S.H.I.E.L.D. car was scrapped, all he had to do was ask Nick Fury to buy another one. He could only shake his head after coming to his senses. Anyway, you have to go to the insurance company and then help me insure my 2 cars. I've been really unlucky recently. Chumu complained as he took out the insurance certificates for his 2 sports cars. He is indeed rich. Don't care about the loss of 2 sports cars. However, this does not mean that he was taken advantage of. Since the sports car was insured and had an accident, why did he give the money to the insurance company? Hill is unavailable. He can also ask the driver to run with vodka. No, now he should be an upper-class elite vodka who announced his intention to participate in the next presidential election as a well-known lawyer. 2 cars, then you were indeed quite unlucky. Hill didn't find it troublesome, because she also had people at her disposal. It's tiring enough that she has to do everything herself in the newspaper office, but she still has to instruct her subordinates to do such trivial matters. Otherwise, what's the point of being a high-level agent? Well, I can rest assured that you will do the work. Chumu nodded with satisfaction. S.H.I.E.L.D. went to apply for insurance and he was really relieved. If the insurance company dares not to pay, S.H.I.E.L.D. will probably be able to pull out the tax bureau's ID in a minute. 2 cars. What did you do? You're not so desperate. Hill wanted to use this topic to test Chumu a little. During the Burning Man incident, Chumu had already known about the loss of a car, and she also received news about the car that was lost in the suburbs of New York when she arrived. Anyway, appeared at the scene of 2 major events one after another. This makes Chumu in Hill's eyes even more unusual. This is definitely not an owner who only owns a magical grocery store. Just how unusual it is what Hill and Natasha Romanoff need to find out, and how involved Chumu is in several incidents. I'm not the kind of young man who likes racing, and you just had a car accident. It's too dangerous to drive out these days. Chumu just came out with emotion. Not only that. Before Hill could give him any other guidance, he took the initiative. After a slight pause, he took the lead and said, concernedly, to Hill, Hill, think about it, if you were working overtime at the company this morning, what would you do? Wouldn't there be a car accident? A good one who is mainly anti-customer. Well, if you work overtime, you won't get into a car accident. Hill felt speechless for a moment, not knowing how to refute Chumu's fallacy. She began to have a very bad feeling in her heart. As expected, as this premonition becomes stronger and stronger. As your boss, I have to reflect on myself. I shouldn't have been lazy last night and forgot to assign overtime tasks to you, otherwise you wouldn't have encountered this kind of thing. I am partly responsible for your car accident this time. I didn't arrange enough overtime for you, otherwise how could something like this happen? Chumu looked serious and caring. Sincere love. Very sincere. When Hill listened to Chumu's words, her expression couldn't help but change slightly. This top agent's intuition had already foreseen her tragic future. Wasn't the previous overtime hours enough? Depending on the situation, this shady boss will give her more overtime. It's good for her, but she still can't stand up in order to complete the task. Are these New York capitalists even more inhumane than Nick Fury? Hill only felt that his eyes were getting dark, and his future life seemed to be full of darkness. Sure enough, she shouldn't have come back to this devil's cave. Work overtime. Work overtime. It is estimated that after this mission is over, she will have a conditional reaction to these two words. Urgent news from newspapers. Released quickly. The printed journals appeared in the hands of various newsstands and newsboys in the afternoon. Not only that, the New York Times, the official website of the online platform, also carried out simultaneous broadcasts. Even the elderly and children are regarded as very important audiences. I don't even know how Natasha Romanoff communicated with Lou Dantu. She even became a special reporter reported live on the official website of the New York Times. It can be considered an exclusive live broadcast. A large number of people with FBI logos have already cordoned off the scene and refused any media interviews. Many people have uploaded the video on the internet. Although the image is not clear, there are many people and the popularity is ridiculously high now. Anyway, I probably can't hide it if I want to. You might as well let me take advantage of it and gain the attention of the newspaper boss. Natasha Romanoff entered the scene with her camera boy. She made an exclusive report on the place where a nuclear explosion occurred and was repaired, with the tone of mysterious, supernatural, and what did the government hide from us? There is a saying that not only the ordinary people with a salary of 3,000 yuan love to watch this, but also the high-income earners in the great free country are also very concerned about this kind of live news broadcast. Plus unique reporting by Natasha Romanoff. Immediately after the incident happened, the exclusive reporter infiltrated the place where the incident occurred. Therefore, not surprisingly, her news broke. With more than 100 million people watching online, it was so popular that Chumu, who got the news, was so happy that he said that this wave of income would be at least hundreds of faith points. Give her a bonus. Give her a bonus. Chumu is very satisfied with Natasha Romanoff's ambition. Not stingy either. A reward of $2,000 was directly distributed, $2,500 was gained in one day. In this era, it is not a small amount of money. When the news broadcast ends. After returning to the company. Hold the stacked Franklin. Natasha Romanoff somewhat understands why Hill has bought real estate in New York after working here for a while, and the income is really coming in quick succession. Used to it. Hill smiled hard at Natasha Romanoff. She has a lot of overtime tasks tonight, and she probably won't have time to sleep all night again. Definitely, overtime pay is indeed very generous. But I am a SHIELD agent, why do I need overtime pay? I have already earned 10 houses with you. Phil Coulson would love it here. Natasha Romanoff doesn't have much need for money, but she still pocketed the bonus. She needs to work overtime with Hill tonight. On the surface, I am sorting out today's information. Secretly, it must be an open exchange of information and discussions on how to cooperate, so that we can find out Chumu's background. Normal means will not work on him. He has extremely strong anti-reconnaissance means. Conventional eavesdropping and trickery methods will have no effect on him. Hill began to tell Natasha Romanoff about the information he knew. They were the only ones in the office. Other employees. I have already gone out for a celebration banquet with Chumu. Today's New York Times is so beautiful that it is naturally something worth celebrating. Definitely. Some are happy and some are sad. Chumu and the people at Chumu newspaper are quite happy. Just their peers. It's obviously impossible to have sympathy with them, especially the Daily Bugle. Jonah Jameson, the owner of the Daily Bugle, is a very petty person. Now that he found out that the New York Times was so prestigious, he was jealous and found it difficult to understand. Where did he get the news? Can he get this kind of inside information? Can he also go into the scene to conduct live interviews? Is the FBI run by his family? Mr. Chin hasn't been found yet. Why is there another reporter with such energy? Where did these little devils find them? Jonah Jameson was puzzled. The only option is to lose your temper in the office. He probably never dreamed that Chumu's subordinates were ordinary reporters, but in fact they were a combination of agents and gangsters. Such conditions. How could his Daily Bugle possibly compare? It's not a collusion between government and business, but a collusion between bandits and businessmen. How can his trumpet newspaper be compared with? In a clean and upscale restaurant. All the employees of the New York Times headquarters were gathered here by Chumu, eating wildly and tasting the high-end cuisine that they rarely get to eat on weekdays. Everyone, relax, eat as much as you can. Chumu looked around the entire restaurant. Among the hundreds of people, there were at least a dozen S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. They were all hard-working and model employees. It's much easier to manage than ordinary employees. The question of what has been penetrated and whether it has been penetrated does not exist at all in Chumu. Not to mention the money earned by the company, Chumu didn't take any less. Even if the money was embezzled by S.H.I.E.L.D., he was happy just taking the faith points. Definitely. If that happens, Chumu will definitely not mind going to Ludantu to talk about whether he knows how to spell the English word, ancestor. Fortunately, S.H.I.E.L.D. is not interested in money, so at least in Chumu's opinion, the diligent work attitude of these S.H.I.E.L.D. agents is commendable. I smell food, can you bring me a bowl of rice? Suddenly, the back of his hand shook slightly. Probably because I tried hard for a long time but failed to get a response from Chumu. The little girl's voice across from the gate of heaven was silent for a long time. Never thought about it. Suddenly, he knocked on the door again. Said it was delivering food. But actually, it still means that Chumu wants to open the door, but it's just a tactful expression. After all, if you want to pass the rice over, you must at least open a crack, right? Chumu still chose to ignore the little girl's bewitchment. He can't blindly regard the other person as a good person just because the other person gives him power. Earth, but I cannot bear the baptism of revelation. Eat more of this abalone. The merchant just shipped it from abroad this morning. Tisk tisk, 8 in one bite. Brother, you have the ability. Chumu mingle with the employees. No matter it is an ordinary employee. Those employees who were disguised as S.H.I.E.L.D. were all treated equally by him. The atmosphere is very lively. After everyone had eaten and drank, Chumu settled the bill and made a casual phone call to find a newly hired driver to take him home. Don't drive if you drink. Don't drink while driving. Regardless of whether alcohol has any effect on Chumu, he just wants to show off his positive energy and set an example for countless car drivers. You should know where my home is, right? Chumu sat in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce and looked at the driver's seat in front, where a man in a leather jacket wearing sunglasses was sitting. Boss, I didn't expect that my new job would be like this. The man turned around, and it was none other than Ghost Rider Johnny Blaze. His expression was full of distress and helplessness. I am a knight, a professional motorcyclist. Driving a four-wheeled vehicle is not my specialty. Today, Johnny Blaze has been through too much. Except for being suddenly recruited by Mephisto, and then changing bosses immediately afterwards. The surging power in his body has also undergone fundamental changes. This morning, after sending Chumu off to the downstairs of the New York Times, he was so excited that he went directly to the TV station to make an affectionate confession to his ex-girlfriend. Before, he felt that he was the one chosen by the devil and would bring misfortune to the people around him. Therefore, Johnny Blaze did not dare to implicate his beloved. But it's obviously different now. He changed bosses. In his opinion, he was mixed up with heaven. In this way, he definitely didn't have to worry about the devil's plans or what would bring misfortune to people. So Johnny went to find his ex-girlfriend. The process of getting back together was a bit tortuous, but in the end, the other girl still had him in her heart. This man and woman have not seen each other for many years, but they still love each other. Under the fire, there should have been an earth-shattering battle tonight. Never thought about it. After more than 2 hours of foreplay, I just took off my clothes. Johnny received instructions from his new boss that he needed to be a driver. True, Johnny felt a little uncomfortable being interrupted from what he loved to do, but what made him most uncomfortable was that Chumu asked him to pick up a Rolls-Royce. This is indeed a top-notch luxury car. A top-notch luxury car that countless drivers want to touch the steering wheel of. But the problem is, he is strong and Blazer is not a serious driver. He is a knight. Johnny, Ghost Rider. I want to ride my big Harley. I want my 2 tires to roll over. Hello, knight. How can you call yourself a knight when you drive a car with 4 wheels? Boss, is it because my motorcycle is uncomfortable to sit on? Johnny Blazer was driving a Rolls-Royce, but he didn't feel comfortable enough no matter how he drove it. It's the same. Next time you come on a motorcycle, the weather forecast says it's going to rain. I don't want to be a drowned rat. Chumu just finished speaking. It's coincidental enough. It started to rain slowly outside, and then the raindrops became more and more dense. Many pedestrians on the road were soon soaked in the rain. New York at night. It's especially embarrassing in the night. But Chumu, who was sitting in the limousine, was admiring the rainstorm. Compared with those passers-by who didn't read the weather forecast and became drowned, it can only be said that people's joys and sorrows are not the same. Johnny originally wanted to say something, but when he saw that it was really raining heavily, he also swallowed back what he was about to praise the superiority of motorcycles. His Harley did not have a rainproof function. Could it be that the boss deliberately let the people above rain? Johnny was a little suspicious that such a sudden heavy rain was caused by Chumu just now. Just to shut his mouth. Such a statement may seem like fantasy to ordinary people, and maybe a psychotic attack. But Johnny, who knows well Chumu's background, firmly believes that Chumu has such ability. There is someone in heaven. Isn't it easy when it rains? Definitely. Although he muttered in his heart and was a little surprised, he still didn't say it directly. He just sighed in his heart that the boss was really respected by heaven. Because he once signed a contract with the devil, there are many mysterious books at home. Johnny is quite knowledgeable about religious knowledge. Those who are favored by God can be called the Lord's warriors. But there are limits to that kind of favor. Johnny estimated how favored Chumu was. Maybe he could be called the biological son of God. Johnny was thinking wildly in his mind. Chumu sat in the back seat, looked at the time on her watch, and counted silently in her mind. The time soon passed 12 o'clock in the morning. In fact, he has been waiting for a long time. Waiting for the new faith value to arrive. No, time passed. Chumu immediately checked the system panel. Host, Chumu. Free count today, 1. Belief, 3117. Own card pool, Detective Conan World, Harry Potter World, Black Robe World. In the previous battle with Ghost Rider, Chumu had indeed become a pauper and could no longer use the power of Homelander. But, with the arrival of 12 o'clock in the morning, quarterly faith value provided by the film and television company run by Belmode, the account arrived as expected. This quarter. It seems that Belmode has also worked very hard, otherwise he would not have contributed more than 3,000 faith points, because he must have sold a lot of movies and TV shows. I can fill money again. Chumu feels like she can stand up again. He estimated that he only needed to digest it a few more times before he could initially control Homelander's full power. Definitely, you can't just wear the card casually just for digestion. It is best to wait until you need it before activating the Ancestors card. Actually, after discovering that there is power available in Heaven's Gate, Chumu's faith value was cleared, so he was not particularly nervous or urgent. Although the power in Heaven's Gate is a bit more dangerous. But after all, the gate of heaven belongs to Chumu, and the power flowing out from it will certainly not be able to harm Chumu. The only thing to worry about. Only this power comes from the angel behind the door. If the angel inside is no longer given, he may directly lose the right to use this power. Therefore, the best choice is to attribute great power to oneself. Chumu looked at the free fishing opportunities, and today's free bait has arrived. One thing to say, there is nothing in the card pool of the black robe pickets that can attract Chumu. He is still more interested in those with super abilities. But it is not an easy matter to catch characters. In case of bad luck, even if Chumu smashes all the more than 3,000 points, he may not be able to catch a single character. Or maybe the person caught is not necessarily a powerful person. In fact, there are only a handful of valuable super ability people in the black-robed world. If we catch a superhero from the deep sea, will it be considered a loss or a profit? This guy's only role is to be sent to film a movie about the integration of humans and animals. Chumu thought of the scene of sleeping with an octopus in the deep sea in the world of black robes. I couldn't help but feel a chill, and quickly put the images in my mind behind me. As a medium world, no matter what, this pool is definitely more valuable than the other two pools, and it's not bad to draw some super abilities. Chumu finally decided to go fishing in the black robe world. Definitely, it's not too late to start fishing now, wait until you are at home. Free fishing. Moreover, he basically got what he wanted in the card pool, so Chumu was naturally not as anxious as before. He opened the panel mainly to see if the faith value was in his account. More than 3,000 faith points, this is very comfortable. Chumu looked out the window and was in a good mood. She couldn't help but think of her previous 3 unlimited fishing harvests. Apart from the Gate of Heaven, which may have a deep pit, both the design drawings of the strong breeding armor and the whole box of perfect number 5 compound are both good. Now that he has returned to New York, he naturally wants to start preparing for a new company as soon as possible. After all, start researching early. The results will come out sooner in the future. Chumu couldn't wait to see how powerful he could be in his ancestors' form when he put on the armor of colonization. Think of this. Chumu couldn't help but start thinking about the new company. First, the new company needs a name. Johnny. Chumu suddenly spoke. He looked at Johnny in the driver's seat in front of him, who didn't know whether he was concentrating on driving or distracted, and decided to refer to his subordinate's opinion. I'm going to start a new company. Do you have any good suggestions on the company name? Chumu is a veteran who is incompetent in naming. Probably at the same level as the yellow flashing wave Fung Minato in Naruto. Everyone who understands understands. Johnny obviously didn't expect to receive such a question. He was stunned for a moment, and after coming back to his senses, he smiled helplessly. Boss, I'm just a motorcyclist. Shouldn't you refer to the opinions of professionals when it comes to naming your company? Johnny emphasized his profession again in his words. I can tell, he is not happy driving a 4-wheeled luxury car. For reference, let's brainstorm and find the most suitable name. Chumu said with a chuckle. He really just wanted to refer to it. It depends on what kind of business the boss's new company is doing. Johnny rushed to put the duck on the shelf and started to think about it. Maybe invent some black technology products and protect the world. Chumu definitely trusts subordinates like Johnny who have the ideological stamp of slavery. Only, regarding the forced colonization armor and compound number 5, he would definitely not be able to explain it to Johnny clearly for a while. This was not something that others could understand in just a few words. There's simply nothing like it in the Marvel universe. If you want to explain clearly, it will take Chumu an hour or 2 at least. Therefore, he could only give a rough idea of the company's development direction. It's true, if the strong breed armor and No. 5 compound can be mass-produced, then all Superboy's Avengers team will be his younger brother. Chumu can directly mass-produce them. Produced superhero. By the time, if the strong colonization armor and number 5 compound can be applied on a large scale, this new company will have a wide range of business like the Vought company in the black robe world. Therefore, no matter what the real purpose is, that must be all for the sake of protecting the world. What else can mass-produce superheroes do besides protect the world? Chumu feels that he is definitely a good young man with such passion. Protect the world. Johnny heard something unusual from Chumu's words. Yes, due to some special reasons, disasters will occur frequently on the Earth in the future. My new company is designed to protect the Earth in such a world. Chumu's tone is generous and passionate, and her blood is surging. I see. Johnny looked understanding. He thought to himself, no wonder his boss was chosen by God to walk on Earth. The future crisis revealed by the boss now must be the biggest reason. It's connected. All the situations are connected. Johnny felt like he understood everything. Obviously. He started thinking again. He didn't know that he would be burned into a skeleton after his transformation. Why are you so good at making up your mind? Is it possible that becoming a ghost rider means you have no brains, so you like to imagine things so much? Is it to make up for the burned out brains? You understand. Chumu was a little confused. He didn't understand what Johnny knew. Could it be that Ghost Rider also had the ability to predict the future and knew that the next era would be Marvel's chaotic era? I haven't read any books. I learned motorcycle skills from my father when I was very young. So, if you ask me, the name should be more straightforward. Johnny turned the Rolls-Royce around a corner. For example. Chumu spoke expectantly. Umbrella. Johnny gave a decisive answer. It's called Umbrella Company. You'll know what it does as soon as you hear it. It's simple and easy to remember. Good guy. A good one is called an umbrella company. Hear Johnny's dreamy advice. Chumu's eyes widened. He stared at Johnny carefully for a long time. It made Johnny look creepy. One thing to say. Chumu suspected that Johnny might be an undercover agent sent by hell. A protective umbrella. This name. Are you Johnny Blaze serious? Do you know what the last company that dared to call this name did to the Earth? Johnny was stunned by Chumu's look. Boss, even if you think my name is bad, you won't look at me like that. I haven't done anything unforgivable. Johnny regretted his suggestion. No, it's a good name. Chumu suddenly spoke, leaving Johnny a little confused as to whether he really felt good about his new boss. If it is good, why were you looking at him with that look just now? The protective umbrella. If it can really reach the scale of becoming the world's protective umbrella, wouldn't it be considered a beautiful meaning? How to say, names are guiltless. Although he knew how much harm the protective umbrella caused in biology, Chumu was still a little wary of the name. The technology he extracted from the system is not as dangerous as virus research in the biochemical world. If it can really become the protective umbrella of the Marvel Universe. It's interesting to think about it. Moreover, whether it is the strong breathing armor or the number 5 compound, it should be in the category of biotechnology, so the name, umbrella, is quite appropriate. As long as it's not like that protective umbrella that turns the Earth into a blur, then it's perfect. Chumu quickly made a decision in her mind. Just call it that. Chumu is going to call him later and ask Vodka to take some time to set up a few more companies. By the way, Jin and Belmode will come to him to receive an injection of compound No. 5. Don't talk about him every day. Chumu is a shady boss who only exploits his employees. Will those truly evil bosses give their employees super abilities? As long as the boss likes it. Johnny observed for a moment and found that Chumu seemed to really like him. After he breathed a sigh of relief, he was also very happy that he actually had such literary talent. As expected of you, Johnny, he praised himself in his heart. As a person who has not read many books, to be able to name a company that may become a salvation organization in the future, I have to say that Johnny feels a sense of accomplishment. Because of those previous assumptions, in Johnny's opinion, the company Chumu wants to start as a salvation organization just like the previous sects created by Jesus. It's just that it has evolved with the times and turned into a company. I have to say that Johnny Blaze may have excellent potential to become a screenwriter in Hollywood. This is a brain-filling ability, tisk tisk. Boss, is this the right place? After driving for more than an hour, Johnny sent Chumu to a villa in the suburbs and watched Chumu enter the villa. He did not choose to stay here. After all, there is a girlfriend who has already washed herself and is looking forward to it. Johnny naturally wanted to respond to his girlfriend's expectations. He had been holding back for so many years, and he wanted to release whatever he wanted tonight. Shoo shoo. As Johnny whistled, a burning motorcycle flew from the horizon. He turned over and sat on it, transforming directly into the Ghost Rider. Yes, in order to quickly play sports that require payment to watch. Johnny is also anxious enough. Can he imagine that tomorrow's news may be skeletons blazing white fire? I don't know, maybe he and the red flaming skull from yesterday will still be regarded as brothers. All I can say is that this will probably become an urban legend in New York. Johnny transformed into Ghost Rider, rode his flame motorcycle, and disappeared on the suburban roads. He didn't find any Rolls-Royce interesting at all. Motorcycles are still cool. Night's joy. The average person cannot feel it. Chumu returned home. First, more than 20 surveillance equipment were casually dismantled. Immediately, he washed his hands and started fishing. A fishing rod that only he could see appeared in his hand. At the same time, as Chumu sat on the sofa, the black hole of the card pool appeared in the field of vision in front of him. The fishhook with the free bait was skillfully thrown into the black hole of the card pool. 1 minute, 2 minutes, about half an hour has passed. As a senior fisherman, Chumu is very calm. After probably knocking off the 5th bag of melon seeds, he felt a slight movement in the fishing rod, because he immediately pulled up the hook. Fortunately, it turned out to be a blue quality item. Free fishing opportunities to catch blue quality items are obviously not a loss. After all, blue quality items are relatively rare items. I saw, as Chumu stretched out his hand, the light ball gradually turned into an object in Chumu's hand, and it was also a skill card, with a pattern of a woman who looked very scheming engraved on it. Wearing heavy makeup and a gloomy face, he is full of the sinister temperament of a politician. Victoria, headshot. This is what Chumu gained from this free fishing. Another super ability in the black robe world. It can be regarded as a relatively good super ability. Victoria. In the black robe world, she is known as the Headshot Girl. Her actual identity is a female congresswoman. Headshot Girl's ability is quite terrifying. She can explode other people's heads. She doesn't need to touch the other person or cast a spell. As long as she can see the other person, Headshot Girl can complete the headshot with her eyes. This ability is simply for assassination. And born. Definitely. The reason why it is just relatively good, not very powerful, is entirely because although this ability is hidden and has characteristics that make people hard to detect, it is actually not without its shortcomings. This headshot skill is exactly the same as the King's pesticide Lee keeping a promise. High burst, but you need to prepare to swing forward and use your eyes to charge up and aim. If a fast person wants to be on guard, he can definitely avoid it. And, even if the user is blindfolded, this ability night cannot be used, but this is not the only shortcoming that can be easily circumvented. The most critical thing is the issue of power. It is different from self-healing ability. As an ability that requires killing others, if you have an ordinary person's physique, you don't need to worry about it. The ability of the Headshot Girl can kill ordinary people in an instant. For example, some superheroes in the Black Robe World Superhero 7 have super abilities, but their physiques are relatively ordinary. Then the Headshot Girl can also kill them in the head, but only limited to targets with insufficient physical fitness. For example, the Deep Sea can control fish, the locomotive can move at high speed, and the lamplighter can control flames. Although these people have their own unique super abilities, they are unable to defend or perceive danger, and they can easily be headshot. Assassination. But for some people with super abilities, Headshot Girl's ability is of little use, such as Homelander, Storm, Queen Maeve and other superheroes with relatively strong comprehensive abilities. One thing they all have in common is their extremely high physical fitness. In front of such a super ability person, the ability of Headshot will be a bit useless, which may be the reason why it is only a blue skill. Better than nothing. Confinement is better than nothing. Chumu didn't feel any regrets. After all, it was just a catch from free fishing. Super ability skills are much more useful than Starlight's bare underpants, right? Chumu crushed the card and felt the little bits of light integrating into her body. Next moment, he then noticed that a new ability had emerged. Does the headshot have anything to do with mental strength? Chumu felt the new ability and was a little surprised. He had obtained this ability, and naturally he also knew the mystery of this ability. The higher his mental power, the better the headshot ability can be. A skill with such growth potential is somewhat unexpected. Definitely, improving mental power is not a simple matter, just like Chumu's current mental power is only more than 10 times stronger than that of ordinary people. Even if you wear the Homelander card, there won't be much increase. If you wear it, your mental power will be dozens of times stronger than that of ordinary people. There is no comparison with those magicians. After all, magicians rely on mental power to make a living. If Ancient One had this ability, he would definitely be able to directly explode the heads of most opponents. In my current situation, although it is impossible to kill Thanos, but the explosion team will definitely be fine. Chumu probably also understands how powerful the new ability he has obtained is. Again, better than nothing. Although it may not greatly improve your strength, it is still a relatively cool ability. It is not easy to get such a harvest from free fishing. Just be handsome and that's it. Chumu finished the free fishing and had no urge to continue filling money fishing. The card pool of the Black Robe Pickets no longer had any appeal to him. Now, what Chumu wants to do is to save a wave of faith points, and then open a brand new card pool to fish for. It is best to draw the kind of world in which the comedy series is located. Chimu's world, Dragon Maid's world, he doesn't choose. Chumu looked at the panel and knew that the next period of time would definitely be a long time of accumulating faith points. If there are no accidents, he wants to open a new card pool. It takes more than half a year to accumulate faith points. This is without consumption during the period. If the Homelander card is used frequently, this time may be extended indefinitely. I don't know if there are any new channels to obtain faith value. Chumu knew that when his new short video companies began to exert their influence, he would definitely have a new source of income, but these would eventually be that's a harvest of about 1 or 2,000. And it also requires a period of at least 1 month for accumulation. If Chumu wants to open a card pool in a medium world, it will take a long time to accumulate, but what if he wants to open a high-level world? Therefore, he feels that the system should not always be so inefficient. There should be new ways to obtain faith value, but he hasn't discovered it yet. When the right time comes, try to show yourself to others to see if it will really work. As for how to gain faith points efficiently, in fact, Chumu has already speculated and thought about it. Combined with the name of this faith value, it is not difficult to see how it was born. Therefore, appearing in front of others may be the best way to obtain it. It's just that Chumu was relatively weak in the past, and the consequence of appearing wholly in front of others was probably to be arrested and become a corpse on an organization's test bed. Therefore, the cautious Chumu did not act and only showed that he was slightly unusual. Grocery store. After all, those things in the grocery store. At most, it means that he has black technology or alien channels. It's not like being pushed onto the research platform and sliced into pieces for experimental specimens. Over at Wanshiwu, the number of customers is really limited, and Sky has always been in charge. It is basically impossible for any faith value to be born. It's not like Chumu has never received faith points from Wanshiwu, but every time it's about 10 points, and the settlement time is no shorter than that of the film and television company. In fact, it can be completely ignored. Definitely, this actually explains some problems and proves that Chumu's guess is not wrong. As long as people have faith, and firmly believe in his words, then they will be able to gain faith value, and even the Wanshiwu will be able to produce something. This way, appear wholly in front of people. There is a high probability that there is a way to get a lot of faith points. Well, if you start a superhero company, as long as those superheroes continue to promote the company that represents Chumu, then the faith points will also be obtained by Chumu. This is why Chumu is willing to protect the Earth's reason. Wait for the prologue to begin. Chumu is not weak now. At least on Earth, he is the type who can walk sideways. In this situation, naturally, he no longer needs to try hard to hide. What is waiting is for the real prologue of Marvel to begin, and then he can become the god of the past. Don't think too far ahead. The latest incident should be the Iron Man incident. I don't know when Tony Stark will come back. Chumu looked in the direction of Afghanistan. He definitely couldn't see that far away, but he was just looking forward to the Marvel chapter opened by Iron Man in his heart. OJAJAJ. Suddenly, Chumu's cell phone rang, and he slowly came to his senses. He picked up the phone and looked at it. The caller was Mr. Chin, this is not a subordinate who will contact him easily. Jin, what's the matter? Chumu answered the phone and asked in a calm voice. He leaned back on the sofa, picked up a glass of bourbon, and took a sip. Kinpin's gang has been very active recently, and I found out a bit about his whereabouts. Jin knew very well what news his boss cared about most. Really? Kingpin? Chumu's eyes narrowed slightly. To say that what he wants to do most now is to kill this underworld king as soon as possible. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was a giant, but in front of him now, it was just an ant that was very capable of hiding. Just in time, bring your information and vodka to meet me. I have something to talk to you about. Chumu tapped the armrest of the sofa. He naturally wants to know about Jin Bin. At the same time, the matter of injecting the number 5 compound into the loyal subordinates can also be discussed after the two of them come here. I'm not in New York right now. I can arrive there at the earliest tomorrow afternoon. Jin was not very curious and did not ask Chumu what was going on. No matter what the boss wants them to do, they just have to obey the boss's orders anyway. This is the simple and unpretentious thinking of Jin, a model worker in the enterprise. Okay, it will probably take some time for Belmod to come back. Chumu nodded, not in a hurry. After all, these 3 most loyal subordinates couldn't fly. Is that woman coming too? Jin actually dislikes Belmod. You are all companions. The advantage is that everyone must get the reign and do equally. Chumu chuckled and replied to Ginju. This benefit of his. It aroused Jin's curiosity. But Jin still didn't ask any more questions, and after a cold he hung up the communication with Chumu, and then Chumu called Vodka and Belmod again. Vodka is naturally easy to talk to, so when Chumu called, he immediately nodded and agreed. However, Belmod complained a little bit about being in a hurry. But after Chumu revealed that they would be given super ability, Bermod immediately expressed surprise that she would give up the 2 flowering movie co-produced by the United States and India and take the nearest flight back to New York. She is really a woman who has no profit and cannot afford to be early. Chumu shook her head and put down her phone. Suddenly, he heard movement in the yard outside. Rustling, rustling. Not loud, but for Chumu, who has extraordinary hearing, it is also very clear that it is the sound of someone moving in front of him. Is there anyone? Chumu was still thinking about the truth and lies in Belmod's words, "Boss, I love you, boss, you are so great," before hanging up the phone. Never thought about it. He could not help but frown slightly when he heard noise coming from his courtyard. In the great free country, private property was protected by law. There is absolutely no way any ant would dare to use the yard to perform square dancing without permission just because the yard is too big. The landowner can directly kill these intruders. In this case, the owner of the house chooses to kill directly without taking any responsibility at all. If you find a better lawyer, you can let the person who was shot to death use his inheritance or family property to compensate the homeowner for his losses. What? Decedent is bigger, non-existent. The law has no mercy. This is the law of capitalism. Therefore, absolutely no one would dare to break into other people's houses and courtyards without permission. If they did, it would usually be an intrusion with bad intentions. Maybe it's to steal, or maybe it's to do some shady hookups. My security system didn't call the police. These people look very professional. Chumu squinted slightly, not worried at all. He was just guessing whether the person coming was a SHIELD agent or Hydra. It shouldn't be SHIELD, because SHIELD would only choose to invade when he was not at home and install some listening devices that he would take down as soon as he returned home. The two parties have actually developed a certain tacit understanding. So, the highest probability is Hydra. Chumu thought that the noise he made today might indeed be discovered by Snake and SHIELD. Therefore, then Hydra invaded his home. It would make sense to then attempt to carry out some unspeakable actions against him, such as kidnapping or body tissue sampling. Are you sure this is here? The blonde man and a group of people skillfully bypassed the security measures without shying away from anything, and walked swaggering through the courtyard of Chumu's villa. They have no respect for the possibility that the owner of the house may fight back with a gun and the so-called castle law. The purpose of bypassing the security guard was to prevent the police from coming upon hearing the news. It should be right here. I hacked into the surveillance system of the police. Only this guy's car passed by the place where Lois and the others took drugs. A man with a heavy back swore and promised. That's the kind of rhetoric again. This is already the 7th time. If we make another mistake this time, I will chop off your head and serve it with wine. The blonde man glared at the man with a sullen expression. The other people who followed also looked unhappy. It was obvious that they had a strong disbelief in what the man with the big back hair said. Hey, don't be like this. Even if you find the wrong one, it's still a delicious meal, isn't it? Do you still remember how delicious the blood of that pure virgin last night was? The man with the big back quickly changed the subject with a smile. From his toothy smile, you can see a pair of sharp fangs that do not belong to humans. That's true, virgin blood is always the most intoxicating. The blonde man's expression relaxed a little. He seemed to be reminiscing. But the owner of this family is a man, and he is also a rich man. There is absolutely no chance that there will be any virgins in the family. Suddenly, a young man wearing a nose ring interrupted the blonde man's intoxication. The expression of the blonde man suddenly changed again, and he looked at the man with a very unkind look, who was quite afraid of this blonde man. Looking on the bright side, if we find the right one this time, we will know where Lion and the others have gone. The man with the big back continued to sneer. What if it's wrong again? The blonde man's eyes were a little scarlet, with a bloodthirsty taste. He showed his teeth slightly, and his mouth was full of sharp fangs. This is a billionaire's home. If we just plunder it, it will keep us entertained for a long time. Maybe we can even go to Mexico and buy hundreds of virgins. The man with the big back hair began to paint the blonde man's cake. Billionaire, well, I like to enjoy the way this kind of person keeps begging for mercy before he dies. The blonde man nodded with slight satisfaction. Other vampires. However, I was also attracted by the so-called hundreds of virgins, all of whom were eager to try and extremely excited. You think my wealth can only buy a few hundred virgins in Mexico? Is this your imagination? A slightly contemptuous voice suddenly came. The vampires looked over immediately. They saw a handsome young man, whom all the handsome men and beautiful women were jealous of, standing at the door of the villa, looking at them with a calm gaze. It turns out to be a vampire. Chumu originally thought that the person who broke into the house was Hydra, but he never thought that it was a group of vampires who wanted to beat him up. Sure enough, it is really difficult for an ordinary person to die in the Marvel world. Fortunately, I'm not an ordinary person. Chumu looked at the group of vampires in front of him with a calm expression. He probably recalled it. The guy named Lois in the mouth of these vampires must be a vampire he killed in the suburbs before. Human. You are calm. The blonde man looked at Chumu with a playful expression. He slowly approached with a bunch of vampires, and was not in a hurry to take action immediately. Should I panic and scream for help, saying someone has broken into my home and wants to take my property for themselves? Chumu simply responded with a rhetorical question. This attitude. The blonde man, who wanted to admire Chumu's fear, frowned fiercely. I don't like your attitude. The blonde man's hoarse voice was filled with dissatisfaction. You should be afraid. Facing a group of us who are completely invincible to you, you should show your most extreme fear. Finished. The blonde man suddenly opened his mouth wide, revealing his sharp fangs, trying to scare Chumu to the point of peeing with his terrifying image. However, it doesn't look like you have a personal dentist. Chumu, however, remained calm and even made some provocations. The blonde man couldn't help but be stunned, and his expression became extremely gloomy. Boy, it seems you are completely unaware of the problem. Do you think the pistol hidden in your trouser pocket is enough to deal with us? Obviously, he thought that the reason why Chumu was so indifferent was because of the firearms. Is this what you're talking about? Chumu took out a bunch of melon seeds from his bulging trouser pocket. This was most of the pack of snacks that he had not finished when he was fishing just now. Kakaka. After Chumu took out the melon seeds, he started eating them again. Are you kidding us? The blonde young man was furious. Is this kid an imbecile? How dare he ignore us, our noble people? This group of vampires also started shouting. They all showed their fangs to Chumu, and they waited for the blonde man's order. I will drain your blood. Watch you die in pain. The blonde man planned to take action himself, but disappeared like an afterimage. Too slow. Chumu punched the area in front of him directly. He just punched out. The blonde man appeared at the landing point of Chumu's fist as if he had hit him directly. The blow hit him firmly in the face. Paw! All the sharp teeth in the blonde man's mouth were broken, and his whole body was like a kite with its string broken, drawing an extremely embarrassing arc in midair. His body was like a fired cannonball, directly punching through several walls in the courtyard. Chumu could clearly see through his eyesight that this guy had multiple broken bones and serious internal injuries. The vampire's my body is really too weak. He couldn't even catch his casual punch. Boom. The blonde man fell heavily to the ground in the distance. Although Chumu didn't use much force, the level was still beyond the limit that the blonde man could bear. He vomited blood in large mouthfuls. He struggled to get up, but felt dizzy again. It turned out that his brains had been beaten out. Kill him all for me. The blonde man shouted while self-healing. At the moment, he was horrified. He had always been strong, but he was knocked away with just one photo. He felt the terror of Chumu. This boy is as strong as a monster. Not an ordinary human being at all. Okay, boss. How dare you attack our boss? You little brat is really brave. A werewolf, or a modified person, no matter who you are. You have to pay the price for what you have done. How dare you take action against the noble Prince Charma? Although this group of vampires saw the blonde man being hammered away by Chumu, to be honest, they didn't really feel how powerful Chumu was like the blonde vampires did. They thought they had encountered the same supernatural life, and became even more excited, roaring and flying towards Chumu. However, before these vampires could get close, pa bang bang, the crisp cracking sounds sounded one after another for a while. The heads of these vampires all exploded, like watermelons that have been smashed open, with blood and flesh flying everywhere, and brains flying everywhere. Their bodies suddenly stopped moving, and only vague flesh and blood remained on their necks. A complete head cannot be seen at all. You suspect that I use firearms. The efficiency of firearms is too low, so I don't even use them. Chumu naturally used the super ability of headshots. The effect from the first use is really good. This large number of vampires were easily killed instantly. Although these vampires have powerful self-healing abilities and have ghost-like speeds, in fact, bullets can penetrate their bodies, so it is naturally impossible to resist them. Chumu's headshot. Don't look at these vampires acting like they are the only ones in the world. It's just that the dead vampires can't be dragged away. Under the law of survivors, the living vampires still don't know how humble they actually live. Call yourself noble. How can you be so noble when you are so weak? Chumu slowly approached the frightened blonde man, who had a look of horror on his face and was trembling all over. The invincible person is actually me. Chumu saw the blonde man trying to run, but a heat ray shot through the blonde man's legs. He did not use the Homelander card, but after the last performance and use, his own heat ray already had considerable power. Although it cannot reach at the level of Homelander, it cannot melt steel, but it is an extremely terrifying attack on the flesh and blood of a vampire. No, what kind of monster are you? The blonde man fell to the grass and roared crazily. He didn't have much perception of pain. Now he only had the fear of Chumu in his heart. I and others, what kind of guy did I provoke? Your body seems a little weird. You were not killed by me like your companions. Chumu didn't want to torture the blonde vampire. But his headshot ability was not able to kill the blonde vampire. No, I used it on the blonde vampire alone, but the vampire just hugged his head. The entire neck was twisted at an exaggerated angle. The nosebleeds continued to flow out, but his head did not really explode. Relying on the vampire's self-repair, he returned to normal in a short time. As for breaking crooked necks, the blonde man straightened his neck first, and with a sound of sparse bones interlacing, he had twisted his neck back to its normal state, and then he started to again. Shaking his body regularly, looking a bit like an epileptic patient, the injury was completely repaired quickly. Such trauma, recover in such a short time. Even among vampires who pride themselves on their self-healing ability, they are definitely rare. Perhaps even a broken heart cannot truly kill this kind of vampire. No, the blonde man's legs could stand up and walk again. Knowing that his speed was not as good as the opponent's attack, he could only kneel down on the ground and beg frantically for mercy. No matter how strong the repair power is. He felt that the other party was playing tricks on him, and that the other party had the ability to completely send him into the abyss of death. Spare me, you can't kill me. My father is the original blood clan and is a direct relative of Lord Dracula. You don't want to be an enemy of Lord Dracula. I know you are strong, and I apologize for my rudeness. I am a noble in the blood clan, you can't kill me like this. The blonde man saw the scarlet in Chumu's eyes, and his heart was filled with infinite fear. He didn't want to feel that blazing light for a second time. Dracula, is that name again, his grandson. Chumu was very dissatisfied with the blonde man's attitude that was half begging for mercy and half threatening. I thought it was such an amazing identity, but it turned out that I was just a little loser. Do you think I would be afraid of a little Dracula? The heat ray in Chumu's eyes suddenly shot out again. After burning off the limbs of the blonde man turned directly into a human stick. This vampire let out a cry of extreme pain, and his body still wanted to recover quickly, but Chumu didn't intend to continue chatting with this guy. I would like to see if the legendary ancestor of vampires has the courage to come to me. Chumu directly grabbed the blonde man on the ground from an overlooking angle. His hands suddenly exerted force. Then he tore the blonde man's head off. He threw his head to the ground and crushed it with an expressionless expression, just like crushing an ordinary rubber ball. Since you can't blow the opponent's head, then use physical means to blow it. Truth is unpretentious. Chumu was not afraid of Dracula before. Of course I'm not afraid now. Say something unpleasant. Who are vampires in this world? The number of capable people in this world is beyond imagination. The vampire race is completely unworthy of carrying shoes in front of those strong men. After all, maybe not even humans can compare, because humans have huge amounts of base, all kinds of guys with black technology, and the existence of those superheroes. On the other hand, vampires. In addition to the basic physical fitness being slightly higher than that of humans, what else is there? Is there another ancestor? Just ridiculous. Here to me, not being able to die is the greatest cruelty to it. The gate of heaven on the back of Chumu's hand was slightly shining at the moment. In front of the holy light. Dark creatures. How can they feel better? Dirty my yard, a bunch of smelly guys. Just when Chumu was about to call Vodka and ask him to bring tools to clean up the garbage, suddenly the street lights in the courtyard flickered a few times. Wow, there was a flash of lightning that lit up the sky for a brief moment. Subsequently, pa bang bang, suddenly there was applause in the darkness. Chumu looked towards the direction where the sound came from, and saw an old man standing there. So at the same time, everything around him began to change rapidly, as if time was going backwards, space was being replaced, and the area where Chumu Villa was located turned into a large open space in the blink of an eye. There is still a road in the distance. But there are no longer beautiful vegetation on both sides of the road, but rows of houses built of fired bricks, the most stylish ones in the 1940s and 1950s. With red brick walls, red chimneys, and a few rising smoke, this area seems to have stepped back in time 70 or 80 years. There is even a shabby mailbox in front of each house, and the roads paved with stone slabs are full of the cultural atmosphere of the past of the Great Free State. Oh, this method is interesting. Chumu feels like she has traveled back to the 1970s and 1980s. This is definitely not the filming location for a Hollywood historical movie. After all, he was still in his own valuable villa just now. Could this be a ghost trying to break a wall? Chumu did not panic, but looked around with interest. Oh, when you say that, I can't say that it's completely wrong. I am indeed. A cold and deep voice sounded from all directions. I am the devil in hell, the lord of demons. And the father of the demon you killed. Along with this sound echoed between heaven and earth. The originally calm weather began to blow with strong winds, and in just a few seconds, the night sky with bright moon and sparse stars turned as scarlet as if it was covered with blood. The style of the entire scene has changed drastically. There are thick red liquid dripping in the sky, with a fishy smell, and the unique smell of sulfur. Those people who were cooking, chatting and joking in the brick house, at the moment, seemed not to notice anything unusual at all. Still going on with their normal lives. Although these people have expressions on their faces and communicate with other people, in each house, their behavior and expressions are indescribably weird. It's like they are puppets being manipulated. This is my favorite era. People are very simple. I can easily earn countless souls. The black-red liquid slipped from the sky and formed a human shape on the ground. When the liquid solidified, Mephisto walked out of the liquid with the crystal cane. Mephisto. Chumu recognized the identity of the person immediately. Even if you put aside the image of the other party, it is not difficult to analyze the truth from the other party's words. There were only a few demons he killed. Among them, the only demon that his father chased after him was a prince of hell like Wu Shenmo. Did not expect Mephisto would mobilize forces like this for the evil spirit. Deep love between father and son. You actually know that I exist. Mephisto was a little surprised, but quickly regained his composure. The king of hell, with a thunderous reputation. Chumu's face was relaxed, but in fact, he had secretly held the Homelander card. At the same time, also be ready to use the power within the gate of heaven at any time. Dong dong dong. The back of my hand vibrated twice more. Open the door. Open the door. I'll help you fight. The little girl's voice tried to persuade Chumu again. She kept knocking on the door of heaven, but failed to receive a reply from Chumu. How stingy. The little girl's voice muttered, but she did not take back the power given to Chumu, and she didn't know what her intention was. Mephisto obviously couldn't hear the voice of this angel, either. He looked at Chumu. The human who killed my son. It seems that you have provoked an ancient existence again. Aren't you afraid that you will make too many enemies? Mephisto gently touched the crystal scepter in his hand and stood in the middle of the street. Behind him a black light shone upon him. Why should I be afraid? Those who can threaten me are called enemies, and you can only be called annoying flies at most. Chumu decided to launch a preemptive attack on Mephisto. How to say, if Mephisto in his prime were here, he would definitely use the power of heaven without a second thought. Then think about whether you can beat it. However, under the rule that devils cannot enter the human world, the Mephisto in front of him is at most a small force. Chumu feels that he can still pull his arm. I saw. The ground beneath Chumu's feet exploded, and his whole body ejected like a cannonball. The raised fist also carried extremely terrifying power. Nice body. Mephisto's eyes flashed with surprise. He did not move. Chumu's fist with terrifying power seemed to hit the phantom. But with such power alone, he should still be an unkillable son. Mephisto did not fight back. He was still waiting calmly. Waiting for Chumu to show him what means he used to destroy his son. The majesty of the king of hell flows through Mephisto. As you wish. Chumu's eyes were scarlet red, with extremely hot rays. Sweeping in all directions, he knew that he could not attack Mephisto who was so close. But, destroy the world built by Mephisto. That was equivalent to attacking Mephisto, and countless exquisite brick buildings were shattered and scattered. All the human beings living in it were burned to ashes. Burn it. Let me also see what a beautiful sea of fire can be ignited in this world of the king of hell, and what a helpless roar can rise. Chumu laughed loudly. Yes, he started acting crazy. One thing to say, Chumu has never used Homelander's power so unscrupulously, and perhaps Homelander himself has never experienced such a worry-free feeling. Whether it was glass bricks, gravel, metal, or tall buildings, they would all be reduced to ashes under the scarlet rays. Countless buildings and human beings were destroyed and turned into dust and debris scattered all over the sky. Chumu smiled like a Homelander enjoying human milk. Trail, XX, smart kid. Mephisto watched the surrounding environment collapse, and his face began to distort slightly. It was not that he was angry, but that his muscles and bones were shrinking. In the world, there's only so much power he can use. And even with such emotions, when he uses a little bit of his strength, his body will not be able to bear it as long as he encounters some relatively large resistance. Your body seems to be very suitable for me. And your soul is also full of wonderful fragrance. You need to compensate for the losses you have caused me. Therefore, give your body to me, and then your soul will stay here forever. Mephisto jerked his cane. Immediately, the whole world began to flip. The earth and the sky were twisted together, and the screams of various souls appeared along with the collapse of reality. The aura of darkness circulated surgingly in this chaos, like a wave, swallowing up Chumu, who was trying his best to break free. Don't struggle, this is your destiny. Mephisto simply transformed into a ferocious giant face, and his voice resounded throughout the world, making Chuemu's eardrums feel a little raw. Yes, Homelander's weakness is his ears. Mephisto's current roar has reached a decibel level that is enough to kill a large number of people. I hate your disgusting smell. The heat ray in Chuemu's eyes kept spraying, scattering the darkness that tried to get close to him, but soon more darkness swept over. Do you hate this smell? Mephisto huge amounts of face, showing a bit of sarcasm. I'm sorry to tell you that your soul will probably stay in this disgusting place forever. All of a sudden, darkness surges. A more violent wave was about to slam Chumu into the boundless darkness. Chumu tried his best to escape in the darkness, and the back of his hand bloomed with a golden light, directly dispelling all the darkness around him. It's not just that. The power to destroy evil spirits even pierced this tiny world. Suddenly, Mephisto's face shattered along with the dark world. It was like a mirror dropped to the ground. It seems that offending the king of hell is not too troublesome. Chumu returned to reality and looked at the old man with a dilapidated face in front of him. What did you do? My power. How did my power disappear? Mephisto stroked the withered muscles on his face. His voice was filled with extreme disbelief. There was also a trace of imperceptible panic. It was obvious that he didn't know what happened just now. It seems that you also have some problems with your eyes. Have you considered wearing a pair of glasses? Chumu chuckled, without any idea of dispelling the devil in front of him. Are you provoking me? Mephisto's tone was full of anger, and his devil face also appeared on his face, with scarlet devil pupils in his eyes warning of danger. You just used some despicable means to disperse my domain. Do you really think you are qualified to provoke an ancient god like me? Mephisto is completely angry. His current incarnation is about to decline, all because the guy in front of him defeated and eliminated his power. Ancient. Speaking of ancient, Chumu looked at the back of her hand. The tattoo of Heaven's Gate was lighting up and then extinguishing rhythmically, like breathing. I would like to see who is older in terms of your power and that little girl inside. Chumu felt curious. Then, just do it. A thought came to my mind. The power in the gate of heaven flowed to him again. The 12 glorious wings bloomed behind Chumu. The whole night, illuminated by the dazzling yet gentle holy light. Mephisto was illuminated by this light curtain and felt that his whole body began to decay, and the fragments of his soul in this body began to be ignited. It seems you are still a little behind. Chuemu's mood is very complicated now. Even Mephisto is afraid of the holy light. The source of this power may be at a higher level than imagined. Definitely, now is not the time to think about this. An ancient god, you are indeed, so I want to see. The death of the god. Chumu raised his hand, and the holy sword flowing with the sacred fire quickly formed. You are a lackey of heaven. A warrior of God. Mephisto felt the vast majesty of heaven, and also felt the will behind the holy light that made him tremble. He was extremely frightened, and also filled with uncertainty and anger. He wanted to stare at the figure in front of him, but he felt that his eyes were also being burned. In severe pain, he saw the figure sitting on the throne. Countless angels were kneeling and worshipping, countless creatures were singing praises, and even the demons in hell were prostrate. No, how is this possible? You are not a warrior of God. You are Dawn. Mephisto screamed in fear. His eyes completely turned into a coke-like shape. There were still traces of being burned by the holy fire, and the whole person began to seem to melt in the light. This is a trap. This is a trap. Bad paradise. I must make you repay my losses twice as much. Mephisto felt Chumu swinging his sword at him. He could only lift up his crystal crutch suddenly and touch it hard to the ground. His whole body was directly swallowed by a wave of darkness. Disappeared in front of Chumu, leaving only a faint breath of hell behind. That's right, this is more than just running away. Instead, he was frightened back to hell. Well, according to a relatively high emotional intelligence perspective, Mephisto has always been such a cautious devil. He felt the power of heaven, and for some unknown reason, he was so frightened that he chose to retreat before his incarnation was dissolved. He returned to his base camp, hell, with his soul fragments. Definitely, In Mephisto's own opinion, this is definitely not a coward, it is just a strategic retreat, and he will definitely not make a comeback. After all, he was careless. It was plotted by Chumu. You can't let the guys in heaven take advantage of you and lose a soul fragment for nothing. Even a smart devil won't accept it. No wonder you can kill my son. No wonder you dare to challenge an ancient god like me. That human is actually the chosen dawn. Mephisto was still a little shaken when he returned to hell. He was calm for a long time. Only then did he whisper with lingering fear. Mephisto would naturally not be willing to go through hell like this in such a dejected manner. If he wanted to return to the world, he would have to pay a heavy price. My son on earth, it's time to use him. Morpheus looked up and stared at the world. In his heart, he remembered his plan many years ago. He only needed to use the deal he had made with a woman and the child born from that woman's belly to use his true power, carried into that body. The layout of more than 10 years ago was recalled in Mephisto's mind. The power of the devil cannot really touch the human world, which is why he is tied up in the human world and can only rely on Ghost Rider to do things. But it's completely different once you have a body that can carry strength. By the time, he will then be able to bring his complete power and descend to the earth in the most powerful posture, becoming the master of the dimension that will bring the human world into his rule. By the time, when the hell dimension and the earth merge into one, Mephisto will gain truly powerful power and crush everything, let alone those messy heavens. He is confident. That's when God returns. There is no way to stop him from ruling the world and ruling all sentient beings. And the guy who killed his son and destroyed his knight, who was protected by heaven, will also know how stupid it is to offend him. No one can live well after Mephisto has offended him. He has deceived all the ancient elemental demons who are not inferior to him, leaving only their remnant souls. Did he also use Ghost Rider to enslave the remaining soul for a while? Mephisto is such a cautious person, he will not let go of anyone who offends him, even it is the dawn chosen by God himself. You can't become the new god. I won't give you that time. Mephisto's roar rippled throughout the hell dimension. It must be said that Chumu felt a little regretful that she could not completely leave behind this piece of Mephisto's soul fragment. He also wanted to see if the soul fragment of Mephisto could provide unlimited fishing opportunities. The result was nothing gained at all. It's a pity that he actually ran away. Chumu looked at Mephisto's disappearance and the puddle of black substance left on the spot with dismay. As his son, Wu Shinmo can offer 3 unlimited fishing opportunities, so as my father, Mephisto will definitely be able to get more generous rewards. Although what I just said was just a duplication of Mephisto. But after all, he is the lord of a dimensional world, and even if he is just a soul fragment, his status is definitely not low. It is not necessary to get 10 or 8 unlimited fishing opportunities, but 5 or 6 times is not bad. If not, 2 or 3 times is acceptable. It can only be said that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Chumu failed to keep Mephisto, and the opportunity for unlimited fishing naturally disappeared. Just wait, I will kill your real body sooner or later and use it for my fishing. Chumu's eyes flickered slightly. Sooner or later, he would have a head-on confrontation with Mephisto. Anyone who is familiar with Marvel knows how small-minded this devil is. Even if Chumu doesn't go to him, he will do everything possible to take revenge on Forbidden Mew. Definitely, Chumu is not afraid of this. He even wants to exchange the entire Mephisto for fishing, and then directly exhaust the card pool. Bang bang bang, the tattoo on the back of my hand began to vibrate again. Open the door, I will take you to the devil's lair and kill him. When the time comes, we will kill you. You will be responsible for the killing and I will be responsible for the killing. The little girl's voice came out from the tattoo again. The tone was full of excitement, and Chumu must have habitually ignored the other party's messages. And, in my heart, I felt even more dangerous about this little girl's voice. Oh, this angel finally showed his murderous little chicken feet. Normal angel, where can one be so excited about killing? AJ. Just after Chumu returned the sacred power to the tattoo, a cell phone's ringtone suddenly rang. It's not Chumu's mobile phone. But among the corpses covered with debris on the floor, in the pocket of a certain vampire, there was a latest big pair mobile phone. Chumu had no intention of paying attention to him at first. He just wanted to wait for Vodka to arrive and let Vodka secretly dispose of all the corpses of these vampires. After all, Vodka is a professional at doing this kind of work. But the vampire's cell phone kept ringing. Obviously there are people who have been calling persistently. There is no way. Chumu was already in a bad mood, and suddenly his mood became even worse. He could only take out the big pair phone with gloves on among a pile of minced meat. As soon as the call was connected, a very angry voice came from the other side. "Marshall, where are you people? Don't tell me that you took that prince to take drugs again. The ceremony to worship the ancestor is about to begin." The roar on the phone came from a woman. Chumu held the receiver a little further and still felt the extremely high decibel roar. "Don't worry, Marshall and the prince you call me will never be able to take medicine again in this life." Chumu looked around the messy house. The remains of vampires are scattered all over the ground. It is obvious that these guys can no longer jump around. There is a high probability that there will be no washing powder in the world after death. "You're not Marshall. Who are you?" The voice on the other side suddenly became alert, with a hint of sullenness in his voice. "Before you inquire about other people's names, shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" Chumu knew that these vampires were a group. He was curious about where this force was hovering in New York. S.H.I.E.L.D. had to take care of everything, so how could these restless elements be allowed to exist? "Kid, don't pry if you shouldn't pry." The voice on the other end of the phone was extremely tough. "Now, I want you to tell me where the owner of this phone is." Perhaps Chumu is regarded as the vampire named Marshall, a kind of younger brother in normal human society. This commanding tone, "Tisk tisk. I don't know where they are, but I can send you to see them." Chumu's tone was full of gentleness. Just helpless. Maybe the other party doesn't like this style. "I don't want to say it a second time." The woman's voice began to turn cold. "Tell Marshall that I will meet him at the Red Mary Bar in half an hour." This woman probably never dreamed that Chumu was not Marshall's younger brother at all, so she actually told Chumu an address directly. Definitely, this may also have something to do with women's arrogance. Even if Chumu is an enemy, she is not worried about exposing her position. Half an hour? No, it doesn't take half an hour. Chumu felt that these vampires were just like flies. He had no intention of paying attention to them at first, but now that he had the opportunity to destroy the flies' nest, he naturally didn't mind getting rid of them once and for all, of solving problems. The next moment, Chumu flew directly into the sky, leaving only a string of air waves generated by the sonic boom on the earth. "We will meet soon, ma'am." After Chumu finished speaking, he crushed the phone in his hand. The vampire on the other end of the phone had some bad premonitions. However, "Lucia, have you found Marshall and the others?" A girl with a charming face wearing an evening dress asked the woman on the phone. "I don't know what Marshall is doing. His cell phone fell into the hands of a strange guy." The female vampire named Lucia frowned slightly. "Marshall may not come, but the prince cannot be late. In order to hook up with him today, I have been preparing for half a month." The girl in the evening dress. She didn't care about Lucia's words at all. She was more concerned about the direct descendant of the ancestor of the vampire. Obviously, in the vampire class society, there are also dreamers who dream of being high-level vampires, thus directly realizing class leap. The prince will not miss this sacrificial banquet. After all, the great Dracula is his biological grandfather. At this point, the female vampire named Lucia gradually lost her uneasiness. She just regarded the guy on the phone as he's taking drugs and talking nonsense. With the existence of that prince, how could anything happen? You know, the prince's speed has reached supersonic speed. Even the strength and reaction speed are far superior to ordinary vampires. Not to mention ordinary firearms, even rocket launchers cannot really kill the prince. In the heart of the female vampire Lucia, this was already considered unimaginably powerful, so she smiled at the granddaughter in front of her. "As long as you can attract the prince's attention, our family will become truly prosperous." The frog in the well. How can we know what true strength is? At the moment, tens of thousands of meters above the ground, Chumu was floating quietly above the clouds, his eyes staring at the brightly lit city below him. The moon is behind him, and the moonlight shines on him. This is not the first time Chumu has admired the cities on the earth from such an angle. No matter how many times you admire it, this beautiful scenery is always intoxicating. Chumu stands above the clouds and can clearly see every corner of the city. In addition to being unable to absorb sunlight to strengthen itself, Homelander's abilities in all aspects are actually similar to the real Superman. The same goes for this supervision. Chumu can clearly see everything on the earth. His super eyesight can even allow him to see a couple kissing on the street. Is this the truth about Homelander's crescent moon? Can you see every real live performance in the city and see every couple's playful poses? Chumu all of a sudden. I just felt like I might have discovered some great secret. He was actually curious more than once. The character of Homelander is crazy, so what could be more crazy than the famous crescent moon clashing in the sky? If I were to reach the crescent moon once, is it possible to complete the digestion immediately and stop wearing the Chinese character cards? One thing to say, this is definitely a very tempting guess, but after all, Chumu is still a thin-skinned person, and his psychology is not as strong as Homelander. Even though no one would see it, he didn't have the courage. Not to mention, there are still unreasonable voyeurs like Ancient One (BGCF) in this world. The third generation of Hokages in the Naruto world, in front of the Ancient One, are willing to be inferior in terms of peeping skills because they can ignore time and repeatedly pee. Don't feel like no one sees you while you're doing it. Use the time gem to go back in time. I'm afraid you can even count how many times you guided the tube. Absolutely terrible. Chumu put away his thoughts and concentrated on finding his target, supervision, which not only has the ability to be called a satellite camera. It also has a function similar to satellite positioning. It is Chumu's strength that can see what he wants to see through layers of obstacles. In the world of black robes, Homelander also used this ability, but Homelander had a brain problem and only used this ability to spy on others breastfeeding. Chumu's pattern is obviously not that low. Although he glanced a few more times at the Mandarin ducks who had with each other, he quickly found his target. Scarlet Mary Bar, a bar with a name that sounds quite unlucky. Originating from a ghost story called Scarlet Mary, the decoration of the bar also has a strange atmosphere. This is not a bar for humans to have fun. Naturally, there is no need to consider human aesthetics, the decoration is full of all kinds of bloody violence. Chumu's eyes penetrated the bricks and saw the horrifying scene inside the bar, handsome and enchanting men and women writhing on the dance floor. The red wine glasses that these men and women shook were not filled with mellow wine, but cups with a dark color of blood. Not just in the wine glass, there is blood everywhere. There is even a fountain in the center of the bar, and the surging water in this fountain is also extremely bright red. I can tell. The water inside is also blood. The blood spurting out of the fountain will pour on the passionate men and women in the bar from time to time. Some of them opened their mouths in response to the blood, showing intoxicated and ferocious faces, licking their lips, and swallowing the blood in big mouthfuls. For vampires, blood is not only their food, but also a substance that excites them. The passionate kissing dance floor gradually turns into a beast-like one. Carnival. They bared their sharp fangs and were bathed in blood. Some people who were led in his playthings screamed in fear, but they could not escape the attacks of this group of hunters. Vampires embrace the lost lambs. Enjoy this feast. For them, this place is an unparalleled paradise of happiness, but for those lambs, this place is undoubtedly a real hell. It seems I didn't make a mistake. Chumu locked the location of this bar. He was curious about where these vampires got so much blood for their carnival. There are not many men and women among those who were deceived. If you want to create a fountain of blood, it will require the dedication of at least hundreds of people. If so many people were missing in New York at once, there would have been overwhelming news, but Chumu couldn't remember a similar situation. Chumu's eyes glanced around the bar, and he discovered something unusual. There was a blood donation station not far from the bar. Paid blood donation. There is a huge sign at the door of the blood donation station. Even though it is already midnight, there are still many people lining up waiting to donate blood. Most of them are homeless people, including some drug addicts and some poor people who are short of money. Now the source of the blood has been found. These vampires are pretty smart. Chumu praised. In a capitalist world like a free country, paid blood donation is not illegal, and many private hospitals even organize similar activities. Used to collect fresh blood that is supplied to rich people who are seriously ill. What? Why do we need to specifically emphasize that it is supplied to rich people? The main reason is that people without money cannot afford blood transfusion in private hospitals. The blood collected by others at a high price will naturally be sold at an even higher price. Because many private hospitals are engaged in similar activities, it is indeed smart for vampires to obtain a large amount of blood in this way. Just as he was about to land at the Scarlet Mary bar, Chumu suddenly saw two out-of-place figures in the queue of homeless drug addicts. One of the, still an old acquaintance of Chumu. Gwen. Yes. Chumu was shocked to find that in this long queue, Spider-Gwen was also queuing up. Although this girl was wearing a peaked cap and was queuing up with another girl. But Chumu was still in the sky and recognized Gwen's identity at a glance. What's she doing in a place like this? Chumu was a little puzzled. Gwen's family doesn't look like one that is short of money. Her father is the police chief. Although this chief is indeed relatively clean, based on salary alone, it is definitely considered an upper middle level income. As the only daughter of this family, will Gwen be short of money? Besides, if Gwen becomes Spider-Gwen, she won't be so arrogant about exposing her genes, right? It's quite interesting. Chumu saw the girl next to Gwen. Although he had never met her a few times, he recognized her. This girl was also his high school classmate, Jessica Jones. She is a beautiful girl who, although she is still an ordinary girl, is destined to become a superhero and have a tragic life. Marvel's two rare superhero girls. Unexpectedly, we became friends at this time. And they all came to such an inappropriate place. Gwen was dressed relatively conservatively, while Jessica was completely dressed like a young girl. For those of you who don't know, you couldn't tell that she was still a high school student. In fact, even Gwen's outfit looks quite avant-garde. Come to think of it, these two girls also planned to go to that bar to hang out after donating blood. I didn't expect them to be such girls. Chumu chuckled lightly, without looking any further, locked onto the bar in front of the blood donation station, and fell down like a human cannon. Chumu appeared and fell in the sky of New York, so it was impossible not to cause shock. After all, there was a nuclear explosion in the suburbs of New York last night. Both the military and SHIELD were on high alert at the moment. They were all afraid that another nuclear bomb would come out and land directly in New York City. Nuclear explosions in the suburbs would make citizens panic. There was even small-scale chaos. Fortunately, the military stood up immediately and explained that the explosion was actually an experiment by their military. After some brainwashing, this calmed the people's hearts. But compared to the people who were easily fooled by just lying, the military and SHIELD knew very well that the nuclear explosion was not an experiment at all. Therefore, they have also entered an unprecedented state of high alert. That New York Times, if they hadn't exposed that it was a nuclear explosion, we wouldn't have had to do so much public relations. In the military headquarters, a man with a resolute face, supported by a group of soldiers with live ammunition, was arranging a series of military soldiers to detect terrorists inside and outside the city. Regarding the public relations activities in the morning, the military general was still quite critical. He really couldn't understand why the FBI leaked the information to a newspaper. That's stupid. The FBI is a bunch of idiots. The general complained again. It was obvious that the FBI was taking the blame for SHIELD. Just when the general was about to take a nap after arranging all the tasks. Beep, woo, drop, woo. Sudden, the prevention and control alarm sounded. The sound of the siren was like the sound of rushing water, rapid and harsh, which made the general suddenly startled. Could it be that another nuclear bomb was about to attack New York? He quickly jogged back to the base, walked into a monitoring room of huge amounts, and asked loudly to the busy workers. Who can come forward and tell me why the alarm sounded? The voice was a bit anxious. Sir, we have detected an unidentified flight object. It is very fast and is falling rapidly towards New York at supersonic speed. The monitor's report made the general feel even more panicked. Could it be that it was really an enemy attack? What the hell is this? The general pushed aside the people blocking him and walked to a huge amount of LCD screen. However, all that could be seen on the screen were layers of clouds torn apart by high-speed movement in the blurry night, and not even Chumu's figure was captured. This kind of speed. In fact, it has not reached the limit of Chumu. But the military still hasn't caught it. It is conceivable that the real high technology in the Marvel Universe obviously does not belong to the military of the Great Free State. Sir, its flight speed is too fast, we have lost its positioning. The technicians who were processing various data were even more embarrassed. You trash. My money is no less than what the Strategic Bureau of Homeland Defense spends. Look what junk you have bought. They can't even protect our airspace. The general was extremely angry. It let out a roar that was very visual, similar to the wrath of the head of state. How to say? All I can say is that the military's equipment is really annoying. In contrast, S.H.I.E.L.D., the activity signal codenamed Superman, has been detected again. The target position has been locked. The target position has been lost. At least Chumu was photographed in the clouds. Although Chumu's figure was lost in the end, it's not like the military gained nothing in the end. Jessica, maybe we shouldn't come to a place like this. Gwen, wearing a peaked cap, gently pushed the girl in front of her. What are these? Aren't they just some homeless people and drug addicts? Don't worry, as long as I'm here, they won't dare to touch you. Jessica behaved like a tomboy and said something carelessly. Then, she lowered her voice and spoke to Gwen behind her. Don't you want to investigate the disappearances around here these days? Believe me, it must be related to this blood donation station. Jessica spoke with a firm tone. Then there's no need for us to dress up like this, right? Gwen looked down at her outfit. Avant-garde clothing was something she had never experienced before. Although she didn't show any skin, she still didn't feel like a good student. Gwen was a little afraid that her father would see her dressed now when he went on a mission. I've already inquired about it. This blood donation station is also related to the bar over there. Jessica put her head next to Gwen's ear. The two beautiful girls were rubbing off on each other, but Jessica didn't take it seriously. Gwen's cheeks turned a little red, and she could clearly feel Jessica's body temperature. Gwen actually wanted to say that she had very good hearing, the kind of hearing that she could hear very clearly even if you were standing far away and whispering. It's just that I can't reveal my identity in front of my classmates. Gwen could only feel Jessica's whisper, and her ears felt itchy. Jessica had no idea how Gwen felt. She was still mumbling. Many homeless people came to donate blood, and then the staff invited them to the bar to drink for free on the grounds that they had won a lucky prize. Do you believe there are free meals in this world? Anyway, I don't believe it. Those homeless people who were taken away have never been seen again. Jessica's words. It's a clear indication that there's a big problem with the Scarlet Mary bar. Is this real? Gwen's attention was indeed attracted. She also felt something was wrong. How could a bar that looked like it was worth a lot of money receive dirty homeless people? Aren't you afraid that other customers inside will be angry? It's not that Gwen looks down on homeless people, but as the daughter of a police officer, she has a clearer understanding of the city than most people. That's why I said there was a problem. If you don't believe me, let me ask you. Jessica took out a $1 bill and found a homeless man who was also waiting in line. Hear Jessica's question. The skinny homeless man took the dollar bill and lowered his voice with some ecstasy. I've heard about what you're talking about. It's true that many homeless people and drug addicts have disappeared, but what's the point of this? It doesn't matter, it's not us who are missing anyway. It is indeed a way of thinking unique to the people of the great free country. Said. The homeless man also sighed with emotion. You know, they are willing to pay cash. No matter how many times you have sold it, they are willing to collect your blood. As long as you are willing to sell it, these people will accept anyone who comes, and the price is higher than what is available on the market. The prices at other blood donation centers are much higher. Jessica heard this. Thoughtful. Gwen frowned slightly. However, he did not continue to interrupt the tramp's gushing. This tramp had a desire to express himself at first glance. Maybe it was because he was facing two beautiful women. There are actually rumors in the community that these people buy our blood not to treat patients, but to perform rituals to summon devils. The tramp talked more and more mysteriously. Jessica just sneered. Don't scare us here, what is the devil or not, this is the 21st century, you know. Apparently, Jessica is an atheist. Haha, little girl, what do you know? Do you know about Angel last night? Just outside the suburbs, there appeared the angel sent by God to the world. The homeless man immediately retorted. I've also read this news. There's a photo of Angel in the New York Times. Although it's not clear, I can tell it's Angel's image. Gwen took over. Because she pays attention to Chumu, she never misses the New York Times every day. In addition, she also possesses supernatural abilities, so she naturally has more reason to believe in any reports of supernatural things than others. Where is the angel? If you ask me, it's that guy Chumu. It's a photoshopped photo just for a gimmick. Jessica also knew whose newspaper the New York Times belonged to, but she had little contact with Chumu at first, so she almost didn't remember Chumu's name. You can't say that, God will be angry. The homeless man seemed to be a religious believer and was quite angry at Jessica's remarks. There is no angel or God in the sky, there are only clouds, airplanes, and outer space. This is the fact that we should believe. Jessica argued with reason, pointing to the dark sky. Look, there is nothing, there is no one standing in the sky. These remarks, in the eyes of religious believers. Undoubtedly, these are treasonous words. The tramp glared at Jessica and said he no longer wanted to talk to these two beautiful girls. If you don't believe in God, no matter how beautiful you are, you will go to hell. I have nothing to say to you. The homeless man walked away, and at this time, a woman wearing a white coat and a mask walked over. You're next. The woman brought the homeless man into the blood donation station. It is a relatively formal medical room inside, with specialized personnel waiting to draw blood. Seeing new people coming in, the doctor picked up the information book. After filling out forms and drawing blood, the homeless man walked out happily holding a few franklins. Have the prices increased again today? Someone saw the money in the homeless man's hand. They said today is a holiday, so they gave me 100 yuan more than usual. The homeless man couldn't wait to buy a few bottles of good wine. What holiday? Oh, that's not important. What's important is that they added money. I must sell more today. The homeless people in the crowd started to get excited. Gwen and Jessica looked at each other in the crowd. Are you together? The nurse who came out before noticed the two girls who were different. Her nose flapped and she looked at the two girls with fiery eyes. Yes, we heard that if you donate blood here, you will have the opportunity to hang out in the bar for free. Jessica responded to the female nurse immediately. Underage? The female nurse asked, staring at the two people. This should have nothing to do with it, right? Jessica looked a little guilty. Gwen was also quite nervous. It definitely doesn't matter, I'm just asking casually. We don't discriminate against minors. You can also enjoy the happiness we provide. The female nurse stirred her nose twice more, feeling the delicious smell of the two underage girls. This is definitely the best meal for the Prince of Blood clan. Underage, virgin, my luck is so good today. For beautiful girls like you, there is no need to participate in the blood donation lottery. I make the decision, you can. To go directly to the bar over there. So all purchases are free tonight. The female nurse had a very good attitude and was extremely gentle. She kindly handed 2 cards to Gwen and Jessica. The 2 girls looked at each other. Entering that bar to investigate, this was the purpose of their visit, didn't they expect that they could achieve it so easily? Thanks. Jessica took the card. Gwen still had some hesitation, and her intuition told her that something was wrong, but looking at Jessica's eager expression and the nurse's eager eyes, the inexperienced girl. He still took the card and said thank you to the female nurse. You're welcome. It's my turn to thank you. Your arrival has added a lot of flavor to tonight's reception. Divertisement. The words of the female nurse. In fact, it should be understood literally. Just helpless. Neither girl knew that vampires existed in this world, but they simply thought that the female nurse's words were a sign of goodwill. Let me show you the way. The female nurse called another companion to deal with the problem of homeless drug addicts donating blood. Then he took Gwen and Jessica to the Scarlet Mary bar. This group of homeless people. They all looked at the backs of the 3 people leaving with envy. Free drinking, they were bleeding here, didn't they also want to have such an opportunity? Did not expect. After all, it's still a world of faces. Beautiful girls are treated differently and are directly received by the people here and go to that bar. Aren't your family members worried about coming out at night? The female nurse seemed to be chatting along the way to inquire about the situation. Absolutely not. My parents often go on business trips. Don't say I haven't come home. Even if I'm missing, it might take them 10 days and a half to find out. Jessica answered directly without any defensiveness. After hearing this, the woman dressed as a nurse nodded and smiled imperceptibly, which means you don't have anyone to contact in case of an emergency. This inquiry, that made Gwen a little wary. However, Jessica was still careless. Yes, not one. What a sincere child. The female nurse was very satisfied. She turned to look at Gwen. What about you? Facing the female nurse's seemingly casual chat, the alert Gwen already felt something was wrong, but Jessica was very nervous. She doesn't have to be afraid. Her father is the chief of police in New York. With just one phone call, 10 or 8 police officers can be summoned in minutes. Jessica thought this woman was reminding them that there were men with malicious intentions in the bar, so she answered Gwen's question first. Quote. The female nurse frowned slightly. However, after sensing the seductive aura on Gwen's body, she felt that it was okay to attract the attention of a police chief. As long as the prince is happy, she will be prosperous. That is indeed a good background. I hope you have a good time in our bar. The woman brought the 2 girls to the door of the bar. She exchanged glances with the bartender at the door of the bar. The bartender gave the 2 girls a meaningful look, took the card and put Gwen and Jessica in. Such a wonderful breath, pure virgin blood. The bartender looked at the backs of the 2 girls, a trace of desire flashing in his eyes. That's a meal prepared for the prince. Neither you nor I deserve to enjoy it. The female nurse gave the bartender a cold look and reminded her in a serious voice. I see. The bartender reluctantly withdrew his gaze. The door is closed. It was the first time for Gwen and Jessica to set foot in a place like this. They were all a little nervous and curious, but Gwen did not forget her purpose this time. She carefully led Jessica to the lobby of the bar. Just as they thought at first, there was loud heavy metal music, chaotic lights, and heads shaking everywhere. Men and women in thin clothes dancing crazily. Here, full of crazy flavor. That's blood. Gwen's attention was drawn to the fountain in the center of the bar. Her expression changed slightly, and the unique head of blood had penetrated into her nose for a long time. Before entering this bar, Gwen never expected. I will encounter such a strange scene. The fountain in the bar is actually human blood. Nothing wrong. Can't go wrong. The ability named Gwen's Super Smell by Gwen allows Gwen to clearly smell the unique smell of human blood. It had a fishy sweetness and a rusty feel. What was this if not human blood? A horrifying thought arose in Gwen's mind. Has all the blood collected at the blood donation stations been moved to this place to be used as a fountain? I have to say that this is a crazy idea. What kind of perversion? Would you use human blood to build a fountain? Before Gwen could figure it out. Look, this place is really more exciting than the night show. Jessica didn't have a super sense of smell, her focus was on the swaying dance floor. This kind of place is filled with hormones. It has great appeal to underage girls like Jessica. She felt extremely fresh and curious. Compared to sitting sullenly in college day after day, living a nerdy life from 9 to 5, what she saw in front of her really made Jessica feel a little distraught. It's not because of lust, but because she likes this feeling of freedom and no restraint. Completely let go of the messy restraints and distracting thoughts in your mind. Looking in the direction Jessica pointed, Gwen's face turned red. She was a girl who hadn't even watched those nighttime shows. For such visual stimulation, Gwen only felt red in the face. The men and women here are obviously more handsome and beautiful than in many TV series. They were either a man and a woman, or 2 women, or 2 men. In short, they were extremely politically correct, hugging each other, rubbing against each other and exchanging fluids in their mouths. The first batch of lambs had obviously been eaten by them and the corpses had been disposed of, so there were no limbs or corpses at the scene. There is only the strong smell of hormones in the air. This situation, for a well-behaved high school girl who has always been a good girl, at least a 16-year-old high school girl, this was so exciting that Jessica started shouting excitedly. That's how it feels. That's how it feels. I need a drink. Oh my God. I've never had a cocktail in a bar. Said. She pulled Gwen and rushed to the bar. Gwen came to her senses. She glanced at the blood-covered fountain with some uneasiness. She saw some men and women leaning on the fountain to drink. Drink human blood. What kind of perverted bar is this? Hey man, serve us a couple of your signature cocktails. Jessica imitated the tone of those Western cowboys in the TV series and greeted the bartender at the bar. "We don't have drinks for little girls here." The bartender smiled contemptuously. He sniffed. His eyes changed slightly. "We have money." Jessica took out a few Franklins and waved them in front of the bartender. However, the bartender was not interested in Franklin at all. He looked deeply at the two girls, his eyes a little fiery. He smiled strangely while shaking a glass of scarlet wine. Blood again. Gwen smelled human blood in the bartender's glass. She couldn't help but take a deep breath in her heart. Could these pale people all be suffering from porphyria? A moment and a half. Gwen still didn't connect the behavior of these people with vampires. Maybe it's because there's no Twilight or the Vampire Diaries in this world, so young girls don't know much about vampires. Gwen only knew about porphyria, a disease that makes patients look like vampires. People with the disease are afraid of the sun. Exposure to the sun will cause skin allergies, blisters, and pain and burning. Some patients also will fall in love with drinking cannibal blood because of this. Porphyrin is an intermediate product in the synthesis process of substances such as hemoglobin, myoglobin, peroxidase and cytochrome. Porphyria will increase this synthesis ability, causing a severe lack of hemoglobin and other substances in the patient's body. As a result, many patients will fall in love with drinking other people's blood. I thought it was a large human organ trafficking organization, but I didn't expect it to be a gathering of porphyria patients. Gwen only thought it was very ridiculous. Porphyria patients gather to drink human blood. Is such a situation really possible? Gwen looked at those crazy men and women and felt more and more uneasy in her heart. Oh, what a beautiful girl, Hanson, how could you treat them like this, giving each of them a glass of your best cocktail? Just put the bill on my head. Suddenly, a female voice sounded with a bit of surprise. Gwen and Jessica followed the sound and looked over, finding a graceful and wealthy woman approaching. She has the same skin color as the others present, very white, rimmed. However, the skin color cannot hide the nobility of this woman. Wearing a formal dress and looking graceful and generous, if it weren't for the fact that the great free country had no aristocratic system, the two girls would have thought that the visitor was a descendant of some great noble. The temperament of a young woman. It makes high school girls feel a little ashamed of themselves. Although they are also very beautiful, they are obviously not as eye-catching as the woman in front of them. Okay, Ms. Lucia, as you wish. The bartender's expression became respectful, and after a fancy operation, he handed twice as many rainbow-colored cocktails to the two girls. Thank you for your hospitality. Jessica quickly took the cocktail and thanked the young woman called Ms. Lucia. She couldn't wait to take a sip of the wine in her hand. Jessica's cheeks began to blush slightly. Asterisk. Gwen doesn't dare to drink the stuff here easily. She saw Jessica start drinking without saying a word. She pulled Jessica's clothes with some worry. No need to thank you, two sweethearts, your arrival has made our banquet more interesting. Lucia licked her lips gently. She also sensed that the two girls in front of her were virgins, which was rare, especially the smell of the vigilant girl was even more alluring. His Royal Highness likes drunken shrimp very much. I think he will also like such delicious food. Lucia looked at Jessica who had finished a glass of cocktail. She smiled happily. Gwen's hairs were slightly standing on end. She felt more and more that the current situation was beyond her knowledge. Why does Gwen Yijiling work? There is danger here. I wonder what the banquet you are talking about is about. Gwen's eyes flickered slightly as she looked at the elegant Lucia in front of her. Lucia took a deep look at Gwen and said, it is definitely a feast, a carnival, unique to the baptism of our blood clan. There is no intention of covering it up at all. Lucia was sure that the two girls could not escape. She loved to taste the fear of prey, and she loved the frightened expression on the young girl's face. What feast? Jessica drank a glass of wine, was a little drunk, and her reaction was very slow. Blood clan. Gwen's mind was still active. She caught the key point of Lucia's words and became a little confused. The two of them would not be so unlucky. Oh, among you humans, we are called vampires. Lucia introduced herself with a calm and elegant tone. Her words. Gwen felt as if a stone was weighing on her heart. She was really so unlucky. She really just wants to pursue cases involving human organs. Vampires. Why are they supernatural things again? Combined with the blood fountain on the dance floor, Gwen had no doubts about Lucia's words. Look, this woman showed her sharp fangs again, which confirmed the identity of this group of people as vampires. Gwen's throat couldn't help but beat twice. Suck, vampire. Jessica was startled by Lucia's exposed fangs. You are probably playing some kind of role-playing game. Are you wearing braces or something like that? Jessica, a materialist warrior, said she doesn't believe in ghosts and monsters. But at the moment, the music on the dance floor suddenly changed. I saw 5 or 6 objects suddenly hung down from the ceiling of the bar. All of them were young people hanging, and they were twisting their bodies in fear. Roar. The vampires on the dance floor were all extremely excited. He pounced on the hanging people and bit into their flesh and blood. Violent screams, excited roars, accompanied by heavy metal music. The scene suddenly seemed to have been transformed into a purgatory on Earth. Jessica was simply frightened. Her worldview collapsed in an instant, and she couldn't believe what was happening in front of her. Jessica completely believed this. These beast-like creatures in front of me are not Chumu patients who like role-playing at all. Oh my god, those living people were eaten. These guys were like beasts. Jessica, get behind me. Gwen noticed something was wrong with the bartender's eyes. He quickly protected Jessica, and the next moment, the bartender rushed out from the bar. Gwen's reaction time is very fast. She picked up the chair next to her and knocked the bartender away. She only felt a wave of fear. The opponent's speed is too fast. If she didn't have the ability of Gwen Yijiling, she might not be able to react. And the strength of the other party. It doesn't look like she is inferior to her at all. You know, she can lift a pickup truck. These vampires are so dangerous. Gwen, Jessica discovered something unusual about her little friend. A weak girl, talking about a chair that sent a strong man flying out. So, from the beginning, she was the only normal person. Jessica was trembling a little. Little girl, you look a little unusual, no wonder you smell so delicious. The female vampire named Lucia narrowed her eyes slightly. She looked at Gwen with some interest. Immediately, he looked at the bar with a cold expression after he was incited to fly out and smashed a table in embarrassment. Idiot, this is a delicacy reserved for the prince. You actually want to get involved in it. She scolded loudly, causing the bartender who wanted to get up to fight back to change his expression immediately. I don't know, sorry, Ms. Lucia. The bartender glanced at Gwen somewhat unwillingly, and then stepped aside respectfully. I don't want to be a prince's delicacy. You dirty vampires. Gwen wanted to rescue those who had not been bitten to death, but she was worried about her little friends. She tentatively tried to shoot some cobwebs in the direction of the dance floor with her wrist. However, that's not up to you, sweetheart. Lucia was obviously much stronger than the bartender. She disappeared and reappeared in front of Gwen. Stay there. As food, you should have this awareness. Something seemed to be emanating from Lucia's eyes. Gwen only felt dizzy, and next to her, Jessica had completely rolled her eyes, obviously affected by Lucia. Suffer it. Gwen felt that her body was getting weaker and weaker, and her will was becoming less and less clear. She realized that she was in unprecedented danger at the moment. However, no matter how much she tried to cheer up, under the influence of that mysterious power, she could only feel dizzy and dizzy. The vampire woman in front of me became somewhat ghostly. Gwen covered her head and leaned against the bar while shaking, becoming more and more anxious. Hold on, Gwen, you can't just fall here. Jessica is here too. Gwen felt more and more dizzy. She heard Lucia's voice, urging her not to resist. This was a glorious sacrifice. I don't want to devote myself to any vampire prince. Don't know why. In Gwen's mind, a figure flashed past. It was Chumu. Why do you think of him at this time? Is it because you haven't had time to confess to him yet? You have good willpower, but it's a pity. Lucia wanted to say something else, but as she slowly approached Gwen. Boom! There was a sudden loud noise. The whole bar seemed to be shaking. Lucia turned around and saw that 10 big holes had been smashed into the ceiling of the bar. Who is it? Lucia found a man standing under the big hole, with white smoke still coming out of his body. His expensive casual clothes were stained with dust and the blood of the vampires who were smashed to death, but it hit the ground, and the whole bar was already in a mess. A lot of vampires died tragically. It seems it's not too late for me to come. Chumu glanced at Gwen, who was holding the bar, and Jessica, who had fallen to the ground and rolled her eyes. His eyes turned to Lucia, who was just wearing an evening dress. Quote. Lucia also looked at Chumu with an extremely solemn expression. She felt unprecedented terrible pressure from this man who suddenly appeared. Because of her personal ability, Lucia is particularly sensitive to this, and she can perceive how much energy a certain creature possesses. It was precisely because of this ability that when facing Chu, she felt a sense of horror in her heart. The energy in this man was like a song of the sun. Hot, powerful, unbeatable. Lucia felt a deep fear, which did not come from reason, but from the heart. Lucia couldn't describe her feelings at the moment. She had only experienced this kind of invincible power when she first met her ancestor. How could this man compete with the great Dracula? Lucia only felt extremely incredible. Although she didn't want to admit it at all, her perception kept warning her crazily. No, it cannot be said to be a warning. To be precise, her perception was reminding her how weak and humble she was, and how majestic the man in front of her was. They are dust floating on the earth, and this man is like the sun above the clouds, like a god walking on earth. God among men. At the moment, Lucia's heart was filled with horror and fear. What kind of existence could make her feel like this? Gwen vaguely saw the figure falling from the sky, because Lucia was attracted to Chumu and did not continue to influence her thoughts. Therefore, her consciousness also began to gradually recover. Gwen looked at Chumu, who was like a god descending, and her mood was a little complicated. She was saved by Chumu again. Gwen, have you finished your homework today? Chumu didn't pay attention to a room full of vampires at all, and turned to Gwen and joked. Oh, and you, Jessica. He took another look at Jessica, who was wearing clothes and standing up in confusion, covering her head. Well, Lucia's power did not continue to affect her. Jessica, who was rolling her eyes, naturally stopped rolling her eyes, but slowly woke up in a daze. It is normal for future superheroes to have some body abnormalities. Although Jessica is an ordinary person now, her speed of waking up is not much slower than Gwen. Chumu. Jessica's mind was a little groggy. She saw Chumu not far away, blinked her eyes, and opened her mouth in disbelief. How could Chumu, who should have become a rich man, appear here? Wrong. Now it's time to focus on the fact that there are a bunch of vampires here. Then, what happens is that my best friend Gwen is not a human and gets into a fight with a group of vampires. Vampire. Chumu. Everyone there is a vampire. Come here. Jessica cut off the video, thinking that Chumu was a person who accidentally entered this bar like them. Seeing Chumu among a group of vampires, Jessica immediately shouted anxiously. Come here. Gwen is very good at fighting. Vampires can't beat her. Before Jessica broke the scene, she only saw Gwen coming and showing off her power. Therefore, she is very confident in her best friend who is no longer a human being. However, Jessica didn't know, my own words, but it gave Gwen the urge to cover her face and find a crack in the ground to crawl in. Stop talking, stop talking. Gwen pulled Jessica's clothes, trying to make Jessica understand the current situation. The vampires were simply intimidated by Chumu. Compared with Chumu, the power of her spider is too low. To this day, Gwen still doesn't know what animal Chumu was bitten by in her dream. Yes, Gwen still firmly believes that Chumu has the same experience as myself. What's wrong? Jessica was a little confused. Why does Gwen look like she wants to speak but doesn't want to speak? Do you think Chumu is a capitalist and don't want to protect Chumu? Thank you for your kindness, Jessica. In fact, vampires can't defeat me. Chumu blinked at Jessica and Gwen in the direction of the bar. Jessica was still confused. Gwen lowered her head in shame. At the moment, she felt like a child who had done something bad and was caught by her parents. Sir, we have done nothing but offend you and your friends, and I believe this was a misunderstanding. Please forgive our offense. Lucia discovered that Gwen and Jessica actually knew the terrifying man in front of her. Her expression changed drastically, and she chose to bow to Chumu without thinking. There is nothing embarrassing about being submissive in front of such a being as powerful as the sun. Lucia just wants to kick those guys to death for choosing blood food for them. I agreed to do a background check. Why did you bring two little girls here? Behind other people's backs, it's something they can't afford to offend. Misunderstand. Chumu chuckled lightly. He ignored those around him and kept roaring at himself, eager to try, but he didn't dare to attack him to get the vampire. Ma'am, I told you we would meet soon. Chumu took out a pile of fragments, which were the fragments of the previous communication phone. It's you. Lucia thought of the previous phone call. She was shocked and angry, realizing that the appearance of Chumu may not just be because of the two girls. Oh my God, Marshall, what kind of enemy have you brought into the family? This man, definitely not Marshall's little brother. Rather, Marshall has made a formidable enemy. How is this going? Jessica watched the female vampires succumb to Chumu, and those vampires seemed to be afraid of Chumu at the moment. Her eyes became more and more confused. Chu is not an ordinary person, he is much stronger than me. Gwen explained to Jessica in a low voice, and she took Jessica behind the bar. After hearing Gwen's words, Jessica not only did not suddenly realize, but her expression became even more confused. She raised her head and looked at the big hole in the ceiling above Chumu. Of all the ordinary people, I'm the only one. Joker is me. Jessica only felt that this world was countless times crazier than she imagined. Not only are there vampires, but even the friends are abnormal, and there is also a rich second generation who dropped out of high school, who turns out to be a Superman-like existence. Couldn't this ceiling have been smashed out by him? Jessica's heart was filled with unspeakable shock. Was her mortal body smashing against the steel and concrete? You wouldn't even dare to act like this in a fantasy drama. If I go to school tomorrow and find out that Peter Parker, that nerd, is also a Superman, I guess I won't be that surprised. Jessica's expression was unusually complicated. Gwen hesitated to speak. In the end, she did not choose to continue stimulating her little friend. After her inquiries over the past few days, she already had news about the genuine Spider-Man. I don't know if Jessica's mouth has been opened. Strong stranger, our family has no intention of becoming your enemy, and we are also willing to make due compensation to you for Marshall's rudeness. Lucia continued to show weakness. He is also willing to compensate Chumu. However, I look like someone who is short of money. Chumu was not moved at all. Although he was a little curious about the wealth of the vampire family, it did not mean that he would bypass these guys who feed on humans. It's one thing when you don't find it, but when you encounter it, it's definitely impossible to let it go. The citizens of New York are the source of Chumu's belief. Where can these guys be so excited? Chumu glanced at the exhausted corpses with distress. At least a dozen poor people had suffered here. I'm here to take you to meet that prince. I've always been honest and keep my word. Chumu raised his foot and took a step forward. You guy who is pretending to be a ghost. A vampire roared and rushed forward. His movements were very fast, but Chumu in his ancestor's human form seemed to be as slow as a snail. Ants should have the consciousness of ants. Why do they come out to steal the show? Chumu whispered. Immediately, I didn't see him take any action, just the sound of watermelons breaking one after another. The vampires surrounding him were all shot in the head. As for the vampire who wanted to attack Chumu, he fell from the air and was already a headless body when he landed on the ground. A circle around Chumu. Not a single vampire survived. The floor was littered with corpses of vampires whose heads had exploded. Jessica, a high school girl, immediately vomited. This scene was so bloody that it made her feel strong discomfort in her stomach. Definitely, she was not a virgin, and she had no sympathy for vampires, so while vomiting, she praised Gwen. Wow, now I know why you like him. A cold-blooded man. Cool. Those words made Gwen's face become extremely hot. She felt a little guilty. For fear of being heard by Chumu, she quickly stopped Jessica from continuing to speak. Can you keep your voice down? Said. Gwen glanced furtively at Chumu. Finding that Chumu was still confronting the female vampire named Lucia, she breathed a sigh of relief and then felt a little lost. How to say? Don't guess what a girl is thinking, it's just complicated anyway, so that's it. Lucia was frightened by Chumu's methods. Her expression kept changing from white to purple. She wanted to get angry but couldn't muster the courage. As for the surviving vampires, they are relatively far apart. Not being in Chumu's sight, they naturally didn't get a headshot. However, they were all frightened when they saw the tragic death of their companions. After just a few clicks, all the heads of the companions were blown off. The ability of the enemy in front of them made these vampires feel fear, and they did not dare to act rashly. Chumu brought them a terrible oppressive force that was extremely suffocating. All vampires. They are all afraid that they will be the next one to get their head shot. Although their self-healing ability is extraordinary. But they are not as good as those high-ranking blood clan. If their heads are exploded, they will die. On sight, there was silence. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. How dare you interrupt our sacrifice? Interrupt our banquet, and you dare to kill our people. The great ancient will never let you go. A female vampire wearing an evening dress, I don't know if she is brave, or if she is spoiled, I don't know what timidity is. When all the vampires were silent, she stood up and scolded Chumu. How should I put it, when Liang Jingru came, I was afraid that she would say that she could not give this girl such courage. No, the female vampire Lucia knows this very well. She saw the daughter she had always loved, but she couldn't recognize the situation in front of her and stood up. Suddenly, Lucia panicked. She just exclaimed. Bang! The watermelon-like explosion appears again. The woman in the evening dress fell down and was afraid that she would die. She did not expect that Chumu would take action against her. What gave you the courage to speak to me like this? Chu smiled brightly and spoke contemptuously to the body of the woman in the evening dress. Do not ask. The question is that Chumu is so arrogant just pretending to be an ancestor in order to complete the interpretation of the rampant special effects and gain digestion of the power of Homelander. Even though he was quite enjoying it, he didn't have any stupid idea of letting the other person go just because he was beautiful. Ancestors. What he wants is that whoever dares to make him unhappy, he will make it impossible for him to be happy again. No, my daughter. You killed my daughter. Lucia screamed in grief, and she roared viciously at Chumu. You are making war on our family. You are provoking the great ancestor. Another guy who tried to use Dracula to oppress Chumu. For such a person, Chumu always has nothing to say. So, bang, since he had nothing to say, there was no need to say anything at all. With a thought, he exploded the noble young woman's head. But, what is somewhat unexpected is that this lady may be of high rank. After her head was blown off, her neck was still squirming because of the removal of her head. In a short while, it actually grew a new head. This kind of self-healing ability is much more powerful than that prince. Chumu finds it quite magical. Great Dracula, save me. Maybe it's because this noble lady once had a relationship with Dracula. Her expression was filled with emotion when she called for help. No wonder you are different from other vampires. Chumu understood and looked in the direction of Lucia's call for help, which was the fountain in the center. I saw. As the lady called for help, the fountain seemed to have become conscious. Blood surges. A big and terrifying face formed in the entire hall. Lucia, because of me. A big face appears. All the remaining vampires were hunched over, worshipping fervently, since it is a sacrifice. There is naturally something containing Dracula's will in this place, but unexpectedly, it is naturally hidden in the fountain where blood gathers. It's a bit unexpected, but also seems to be reasonable. After all, the characteristic of their race is that they are closely related to blood. Great ancestor, this human has defiled your sacrifice, killed your descendants. Lucia did not know that the blonde vampire, the vampire prince, was dead. But this does not prevent her from wanting to use Dracula's power to avenge her daughter. She was full of hatred for Chumu, and with the coming of Dracula's will, her fear and fear of Chumu were temporarily dispelled. Is that Dracula? Oh my god, is that Dracula? Chumu can't beat him, right? Jessica and Gwen were hiding behind the bar. Jessica saw the ferocious face made of blood, and couldn't help but feel worried for Chumu. Gwen was also a little worried. Although she knew that Chumu was very strong, it was Dracula after all, a very famous existence in myths and legends. I'm going to help him. Although I know that I may not be of much use. But Gwen still decided to fight side by side with Chumu. How Li Nuo, she asked Jessica to hide herself. Immediately, he was about to jump out to support Chumu. At this moment, Dracula's big face looked in the direction of Chumu. Originally, Dracula didn't care about the other lives on the field. He perceived the existence of the descendants of the Blood Clan, and thought that Chumu and others were just preparing blood food. Never thought about it. This man turned out to be his own blasphemer. Dracula suddenly became furious, and his face made of blood roared towards Chumu. The ancestor lives forever. The first ancestor will win. The remaining vampires became anxious again. Not only them, Lucia, who had experienced the power of Chumu, also had unlimited confidence in Dracula. This is the ancestor of vampires, the ancient god. Blasphemer, pay the price for your blasphemy. Dracula actually doesn't care about direct descendants, he only cares about his majesty being compromised by the person in front of him. Because he must kill Chumu in front of him, the sucking king. To explain what Dracula's majesty is, no one on the entire earth dares to offend. It's just a wisp of will, but Chumu was already eager to give it a try. The back of his hand was glowing and the sacred wings were waving behind his back. No, holy light spreads. All vampires melt away. Even the special vampire Lucia, who turned into blood amidst the screams of horror and disbelief. Gwen and Jessica also felt this holy light, which was gentle and powerful. Gwen's original actions suddenly stopped. She looked not far away in disbelief. Full of divine aura, Chumu seems to illuminate everything, exuding fiery brilliance. What on earth bit him? This was the infinite doubt and shock in Gwen's heart. Oh my God, Gwen, your boyfriend is Angel. This was the dumbfounded exclamation of Jessica, who had a relatively simple mind. She swore that she would never forget this scene in her life. Her former high school classmates turned into light in front of her. Jessica's exclamation suddenly made Gwen wake up slightly from the shock. Shut up. Gwen's face was as red as a ripe apple at the moment. She quickly covered Jessica's mouth. Although I had talked with Jessica in private about her dream of being Chumu's girlfriend, how could such a dream come true in reality? And she even shouted it out in front of the person involved. Gwen only hoped that Chumu didn't hear Jessica's yelling. The weird-faced vampire is so vicious. He must be paying attention to the weird-faced vampire. Well, that's it. If he didn't hear it, he definitely didn't hear it. Gwen murmured a prayer. She pulled Jessica back behind the bar. As for whether Chumu heard it or not, anyway, Chumu's eyelids twitched in the distance. I don't know if he heard Jessica's yelling. And Gwen's not too loud mumbling. Let's put it this way, Chumu in this state can even hear the sounds of the entire New York. It seems that I am really capable of defeating you. The 12 wings behind Chumu swayed, and any place illuminated by the holy light was purified by the divine power. Those vampires couldn't resist such power, and they all turned into blood. Dracula's big face made of blood couldn't resist it either. Think about it. If dimension lords like Mephisto are like this, how can Dracula resist this light that purifies all evil? It's all the will of soul fragments coming. Dracula is weaker than Mephisto and darker than Mephisto, so he naturally belongs to the ranks of the purified too. No, Dracula let out a miserable roar, and his big face made of blood began to fester. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented terrifying power. Not to mention that this is just a small piece of soul fragment, even if the real body is here, it can only run away. How is it possible? What a bright power. What a majestic will. Why do you, a human being, have such power? Dracula's face roared in midair. He kept roaring, with unconcealable fear in his anger. Heaven, heaven shouldn't. Before he finished speaking, Dracula's face of huge amounts was directly disintegrated by the holy light, and he retreated equally quickly despite the menacing attack. The ferocious face disappeared. The blood that covered his face fell to the ground. In the blood, a black-red bead shimmered with a strange and scarlet luster. It seems that the reason why Dracula's will came to this place must be related to this black and red one. Chumu stepped forward and gently picked up the beads. Intercepted rechargeable currency, obtained dimension fragments, and started an unlimited fishing session. A prompt from the system suddenly appears when picking up beads. Chumu was stunned for a moment, and then felt a surprise. Unexpectedly, Dracula's wave actually gave him an opportunity for unlimited fishing. Although it was not as good as the 3 opportunities provided by Wu Shinmo before, Chumu was still a little overjoyed by such an unexpected surprise. After all, something is better than nothing. The gold content of unlimited fishing far exceeds the free gifts given by the system, and the opportunity to spend fill money to purchase it, and there is no telling what good things can be caught. The most important thing is that this wave made me sure that I can get system rewards by hunting these ancients. I don't know why. Chumu's biggest achievement is to truly demonstrate the system's ability. I don't know what the dimensional fragments mentioned by the system are. It can actually be used as the rechargeable currency of the system. Moreover, the dimensional fragments exploded by different enemies seem to have different values. The piece of Witch Heart Demon is worth 3 times of unlimited fishing, but the piece of Dracula can only be exchanged for 1 opportunity of unlimited fishing. Vampires are still pulling their crotch. I don't know how many opportunities Dracula's true form will give me. Chumu watched the beads in his hands lose some power, gradually dimmed, and then shattered like glass. He gently crushed the broken beads into powder. The power from behind Heaven's Gate was controlled by Chumu and flowed back to the tattoo on the back of his hand. The wings behind him and various special effects like light particles gradually disappeared. Soon, just after Chumu returned to his normal appearance. Cool, so cool. Jessica stuck her head out from behind the bar, and was pressed back by a white hand. Then, she shook off Gwen's hand and popped her head out. Chu, you are simply a god. Jessica's flushed face was full of amazement, and she gestured with her hands, oh my god. I have actually been a classmate with an angel for more than 2 years. You can tell. Jessica's transformation from an atheist to this Arkham Asylum without trial state was very natural and quick. Don't listen to her going crazy here. Chu, please leave quickly, the police will be here soon. Gwen was worried that the excited Jessica would reveal her secret BGEJ. She also quickly got out from behind the bar. Looking at the boy not far away, Gwen actually felt that what Jessica said just now was not wrong. She is as powerful as Chumu. What's the difference between her and a god? In comparison, her ability is simply unmatchable. Don't worry, the police are still 5 minutes away from here. Our country's security force has always been useless. Chumu chuckled and spoke. How did you know? Gwen was a little curious. She kicked away the chair in front of her, and the messy ground made walking a little difficult. There were obstacles all over the ground that needed to be cleared away. Definitely heard. Super hearing, you deserve it. Chumu pointed to his ears. Before he exited the state just now, he did hear where the police car was. Ah, I actually have super hearing, but I can't be as good as you. At most, I can only hear some people nearby talking. Gwen quickly opened her mouth to answer, a little incoherently, but overall the expression was clear. She once again felt the gap between Chumu and herself. It's simply amazing. Looking at Jessica next to her, Gwen resisted the urge to ask what bit Chumu. She thought it might really be a mythical creature. Definitely, maybe it was in a dream that Chumu was blessed by God. Gwen's mind was full of thoughts and super thinking, which allowed her to think very quickly. So, you two are both Superman types, right? Oh, my god, you are so envious of me. Why do you want me to know the cruel truth of this world? Jessica was a little depressed. Well, she was pretending to be depressed. She was just amazed that her best friend, who she spent time with day and night, was actually a superhero. The other classmate, whom I was not very familiar with but had met frequently before, was even more exaggerated and became an angel with wings. Be good. What level of angel must he be to have 10 Earthsong wings? Jessica's eyes couldn't help but want to glance at Chumu's back. Probably because he wanted to figure out where Chumu had put his wings. Could it be that he suddenly exposed them again when he was excited? Jessica's mind was also flooded with thoughts. By the way, the question I just asked is serious. Have you finished your homework? It's time for the entrance exam soon. Chumu stepped on the blood on the floor and walked to the front of the bar. Under the gaze of the two girls, he took down an incomplete bottle of wine from the pillar behind the bar. Although most of the wine here has been broken due to the battle just now, there is still some mellow wine inside. Definitely, we are all good girls. Jessica looked proud. Perhaps your description is correct when applied to Gwen, but you. Jessica, you are an expert at skipping classes. Don't think I can't remember it. Chumu was casually in a messy environment. He took out a cup and poured himself a cup. Do you want it? He asked the two girls in front of him. All the vampires present were wiped out, and they were the only ones left in the vast bar. Oh, there was also the noisy heavy metal music, but because the machine was partially damaged, it played intermittently. It's so noisy. Chumu's eyes shot two blazing rays, completely destroying the music equipment in the bar. Seeing this scene, Jessica became excited again. Oh my god, your eyes are so cool. Jessica seemed to have transformed into a little fangirl. It's okay, I can only say it's so-so. Chumu is not being modest, but in his normal state, although he can already emit powerful heat rays, compared to his ancestors' level, there are still a gap as not a small one. But, nowadays, it is possible to destroy large electronic devices, which is at least much better than before when it could only heat milk. I believe that after using the Homelander card a few more times, there will be a qualitative change. You have too many abilities. Gwen looked at the wine Chumu handed over. Hesitated for a moment, but did not answer. Oh, the things here. I don't dare to touch. Gwen shook her head in refusal. Joke. Who knows if these drinks contain wine or blood? She has a psychological shadow. Okay. I want it. I want it. Can you bless this glass of wine to make me young and beautiful forever? Jessica's eyes were full of hope. She seemed to really think of Chumu as angel, well, maybe as a universal wishing machine. The corners of Chumu's eyes twitched uncontrollably again. Are you also going to bless you with endless money to spend, a boyfriend who truly loves you, your dreams come true, and you can go straight to heaven smoothly after your death? Chumu looked at Jessica. Is this okay? Is this really okay? Jessica's eyes were so bright that she obviously took Chumu's words seriously. Go home and wash up and go to sleep. There is everything in your dreams. Chumu rolled his eyes angrily and drank the wine in his glass in one gulp. Is it because I don't believe in God? In fact, I can believe it too. Good guy, Jessica is still working hard. A good one can actually be trusted. If you really let God hear what you said, God will probably be pissed off by you. You will only believe in him if there is any benefit. Chumu said funny. That is. Gwen echoed. Okay, I said the wrong thing. I hope God doesn't blame me. Jessica prayed to the hole in the ceiling. This was probably the first time in her life that she prayed. Can't you go through the back door? What's the relationship between us? Help me go through the back door. Jessica's. His personality is indeed a bit too active. Think about it, Gwen and I are good friends, and you and Gwen. Before Jessica could finish her words, she heard a swipe sound. Her mouth was wrapped by the cobweb fired by Gwen, and she could only make a sound of woo woo woo. What I was originally planning to say came to an abrupt end. That's just the way she is, don't mind. Gwen said to Chumu with some embarrassment, and then fired a spider at Jessica who had taken off the spider web from her mouth. Silk. Woo. Jessica looked aggrieved. Re-up pointing arrow. Chumu's eyes stayed on Gwen's wrist. The bold idea from before came up again, but she was too embarrassed to ask. Oh, are you talking about the launch of Cobweb? Even after I gained ability, my body seemed to have undergone some changes. Gwen spoke sheepishly. It's actually pretty cool. Chumu praised loyally. Well, it would be cooler if the butt could also launch Cobweb. He did not express this idea. Do you really think so? Thank you. Gwen seemed well-meaning. Her face was flushed. She was originally worried that Chumu would look at her differently because of her physical mutation, but unexpectedly Chumu actually praised her directly. Definitely, the internet has given you this ability, you must make good use of it. Chumu encouraged Gwen, who may have a low self-esteem. When it comes to instilling chicken soup, he is definitely a professional. Yeah, I think so too, so I thought human organs were being resold here, so I brought Jessica here with me. I just didn't expect, Gwen said and suddenly became a little embarrassed. She thought about how she always ran into Chumu when she was in a panic. There is nothing wrong with wanting to be a superhero, but don't forget that you are only a high school student now and don't get involved in anything too dangerous. Chumu reminded Gwen, but you said that with greater ability comes greater responsibility. Gwen retorted. Chumu really wants to say that this is actually a famous saying of Peter Parker's family. He just borrowed it for a while, but why did he remember it so clearly when he came to Gwen's place? Could it be that Spider-Man will be infected by this sentence? It is precisely because of this that even if the sky falls, there will still be tall people holding up. The greater your ability, the greater your contribution. Chumu did not want to attend Gwen's funeral, so he also warned him that he had definitely not forgotten the rebellious psychology of young people. Therefore, also added at the end, you still need to grow. This does not deny Gwen's ability, it just means that Gwen still needs to exercise. Relatively speaking, it is easier to be accepted by young people. Definitely, if Gwen's father was here to teach her a lesson, Gwen would probably also rebel. However, the person who taught her the lesson was Chumu. Gwen pursed her lips and nodded. Woo. At this time, Jessica on the side made a gesture to let everyone know that she also had a sense of existence, and her forehead and mouth were still sealed. The police are coming soon. You should leave as soon as possible. You don't want Officer George to know that her baby daughter has appeared in such a dangerous place, right? Chumu heard the sound of police sirens in the next block and realized it was time to leave. He waved goodbye to Gwen and Jessica. Immediately, it just flew into the sky, and flew out again through the hole it came in from before. Woo. Jessica's eyes widened again. We have to leave quickly. When Gwen heard that it was her father who called the police, she was a little panicked. She tore the cobweb off Jessica's mouth and ran out of the back door with Jessica. He can fly. He can actually fly. Jessica lost the restraint on her mouth and began to scream again. I know. I mean, he didn't use wings, he just flew. Is this scientific? Jessica gestured on her back with a shocked look on her face. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.